Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. Winterhaven Run. The G-meter stayed locked at a rigid 4.2. Kael Rhyse's vision narrowed to a pulsing tunnel of grey ice and white fog. The sled did not fly. It fell forward into a void of its own making, a lateral plunge across the frozen scrubland. There was no engine roar. There was only the high-pitched, crystalline whine of the asymmetric field plates beneath the floorboards. A warning light strobed amber on the primary console. Voltage symmetry on the aft starboard plate dipped to 94%. The sled bucked. It wasn't a mechanical jolt. It was a sudden, sickening increase in local mass. Kael's head slammed back into the reinforced headrest. His jaw felt like it weighed 50 pounds. His tongue thickened, pressing against the roof of his mouth as the gravity bubble contracted. He jammed the throttle forward. The whine climbed an octave. The sled surged, the field expanding back to its stable geometry. The crushing weight lifted. Kael gasped, the air rushing into his lungs as his chest regained its natural elasticity. "Stay fast," he croaked, his voice a dry rasp. "Don't let it catch you." The scrubland below was a blur of white-streaked brown. He was skimming the surface at 800 knots, low enough for the gravity wake to kick up a rooster tail of pulverized ice and frozen dirt. A sharp chime echoed in the cramped cockpit. The tactical display bloomed with 3 heatless signatures. They didn't show up on infrared. They registered as torsion field harmonics, ghost ripples in the local space-time. The interceptors had dropped from high-altitude standby. They were sleek, wingless darts, black program drones designed by the same minds that built the Winterhaven prototype. They didn't need wings. They fell toward Kael with a predatory silent grace. The lead drone pulled parallel to the sled's port side. Kael looked out the reinforced polymer canopy. The drone sat 30 meters away, a matte black shape that seemed to absorb the dim light of the frozen north. It didn't fire a cannon. It didn't lock a missile. The drone drifted closer. The sled's field stabilizer shrieked. The drone's own gravity field was overlapping with Kael's, creating a resonance frequency that tore at the prototype's stability. The cockpit began to groan. The carbon fiber struts supporting the instrument panel flexed inward. Kael's hands gripped the flight yoke. The controls were gaining weight. Every movement required a violent, straining effort from his shoulders and forearms. He made his first mistake. Kael yanked the sled into a hard bank to the right, attempting to break the drone's proximity. The voltage plates couldn't compensate for the sudden vector change. The asymmetric field lagged. For a terrifying heartbeat, the gravity shield collapsed inward. The cockpit shrunk. The space between Kael's chest and the flight yoke vanished. The metal skin of the sled crumpled like a discarded soda can, the molecular density of the frame spiking as the field folded. Kael's vision went black. The sheer mass of his own blood kept it from reaching his brain. He didn't think. He acted on raw, military-grade reflex. He kicked the override pedal and slammed the throttle to the firewall, dumping every remaining kilovolt into the forward field plates. The sled lunged. The gravity bubble snapped back into a prolet spheroid. The crushing force vanished, replaced by a sudden, jarring moment of weightlessness before the 4.2 Gs resumed. The sled's frame popped and groaned as the metal expanded back to its original shape. The black drone was still there. It had matched the maneuver perfectly. Kael checked the diagnostic submenu. His hard bank had triggered a system-wide broadcast. The sled wasn't just flying, it was screaming. The torsion field signature was broadcasting a high-energy pulse every 3 seconds. a beacon slave to the interceptors' tracking arrays. He couldn't hide, he couldn't slow down, he couldn't land. "You're the bait," Kael spat, fighting the vibration in the yoke. A second drone dropped from above, boxing him in. The two interceptors began to weave, their gravity wakes cross-stitching over the sled. The vibration became a physical assault. Kael's teeth rattled in his gums. The instrument needles danced erratically. The terrain ahead rose sharply. The lowland scrub gave way to the jagged foothills of a mountain range. If he climbed, the drones would have clear geometry to crush his field. If he stayed low, he had to thread a needle at Mach 1.2 with a gravity field that wanted to implode. Kael lowered the nose. He headed for the mouth of a narrow valley, a jagged scar in the earth choked with ice and shadow. The drones followed. The stakes were scrawled in the flickering red data on his HUD. Voltage symmetry was at 89% and falling. He was running out of stability. He was running out of air. He was only just beginning the run. The mouth of the mountain corridor swallowed the sled whole. Jagged granite walls, slicked with blue ice, rushed past the canopy with terrifying speed. Kael dropped the nose, diving into the throat of the valley to keep the gravity bubble from expanding into the drone's path. The air here was turbulent. Thermal shears from the frozen forest below fought the sled's torsion field. A sharp crack echoed through the cockpit. Kael looked up. A spiderweb of fractures raced across the primary structural spar above his head. The frame was groaning under the strain of intermittent mass spikes. The gravity field wasn't just pulling the sled forward, it was trying to pull the sled into itself. "Hold together," Kael grunted. He gripped the yoke as the sled hit a pocket of low-density air. The gravity field overcompensated. Wah! The internal weight spiked to 6 Gs in a millisecond. Kael was slammed into his seat, his spine compressing with a sickening series of pops. The harness straps bit into his shoulders, drawing blood through his flight suit. His hand slipped from the throttle. The sled slowed. The warning klaxon transitioned from a pulse to a steady, mournful wail. Field symmetry. Critical. Collapse imminent. The cockpit dimensions began to warp. The distance between the HUD and Kael's face shortened. The peripheral vision of the canopy started to curve inward, the reinforced glass bowing toward his skull. "Not today," Kael wheezed. He lunged for the throttle, his arm feeling like a lead beam. He shoved it forward. The sled surged. The geometry snapped back. The canopy popped outward, the glass screaming as it resettled into its frame. The interceptors were adapting. They weren't following his line anymore. They had split up. One stayed high, ghosting him from the ridgeline. The other two dived into the corridor behind him, stacking vertically. They began a coordinated oscillation. The drones pulsed their torsion drives in a rhythmic counterbeat to the sled's own frequency. The effect was like a physical hammer striking the air. Each pulse sent a ripple through the sled's hull. Kael's stomach lurched as his internal organs shifted with the gravity waves. The sled fishtailed, the aft field plate struggling to maintain a grip on the local space-time. The high drone suddenly dropped. It didn't aim for the sled. It aimed for the space 10 meters in front of the sled's nose. It was a sacrifice maneuver. The drone dived into a terminal vector, intentionally overloading its own gravity core. Kael saw the matte black shape blur into a smear of distorted light. "Brake!" Kael shouted, though there was no one to hear. He yanked the sled into a desperate roll. The drone detonated. There was no fire. There was no shrapnel. There was only a localized gravity shockwave, a violent, invisible expansion of space that hit the sled like a tidal wave. The sled was tossed sideways. It skipped across the air like a stone on water. The starboard stabilizer wing, a non-functional aesthetic surface that nonetheless helped with atmospheric trim, snapped off cleanly. Inside the cockpit, a shower of sparks erupted from the center console. The automated field stabilizer, The brain that managed the delicate voltage balance between the plates went dark. The whine of the drive changed. It became ragged, unstable. Kael fumbled for the manual trim wheels. They were old school, analog overrides designed for ground testing only. He grabbed the port wheel. It was searing hot. Manual? He gasped, fighting the sled as it began a slow, rhythmic pitch that threatened to shake the cockpit apart. I've got you. I've got you. He had to trim the voltage by feel. Too much, and he'd fly into the canyon wall. Too little, and the cockpit would crush him into a red smear. He found a fragile rhythm. He twisted the wheels, watching the needle on the symmetry gauge hover just outside the red zone. The sled stabilized, skimming 50 feet above the tops of the frozen pines. A data packet flickered onto the secondary screen, jarred loose by the system crash. It was an encrypted design log from the Winterhaven archives. Kael's eyes scanned the scrolling text as he fought the yoke. Phase 4. Testing confirms field collapse produces singular mass density. Resulting volume displacement exceeds traditional high explosive yield by factor of 100 to 1. Target utility. High yield kinetic implosion. The breath left Kael's lungs. The prototype wasn't just a transport, it wasn't a spy plane, it was a bomb. A weaponized gravity well. The safety threshold he was fighting to maintain wasn't for his survival, it was the fuse. If he slowed down, he didn't just die. He levelled everything within a 3-kilometre radius. The drones weren't trying to capture the sled. They were herding a live warhead. Ahead, the mountain corridor tightened into a sheer-walled canyon. A massive storm front was rolling over the peaks, a wall of black clouds and swirling snow that promised zero visibility. There was no turning back. The 2 remaining drones were closing the gap, their fields already beginning to tug at the sled's tail. Kael gripped the manual trim wheels until his knuckles turned white. "If this is a bomb," Kael growled, his eyes fixed on the approaching storm, "then I'm the one holding the trigger." He dived into the dark. The snow hit the canopy like a fusillade of bullets. The gravity symmetry gauge flickered. 84%. 82%. The sled entered the canyon, and the world disappeared into a screaming tunnel of white ice and black rock. The canyon was a throat of jagged basalt, and Kael Rhyse was sliding down it like a splinter in a vein. Visibility vanished. The storm was a solid wall of white-out sleet that turned the sled's high-intensity floods into useless glare. Kael killed the lights. He leaned forward, forehead nearly touching the canopy, squinting at the wire-frame ghost of the terrain flickering on his damaged HUD. The echo interference was a physical weight. The canyon walls were so narrow the sled's torsion field reflected off the rock, creating ghost gravity wells that yanked the craft toward the cliffs. Then the sled hit a thermal updraft. The screaming whine of the field plates dropped to a low melodic hum. For 3 seconds the G-meter fell to 1.0. The crushing weight on Kael's chest vanished. The vibration in his teeth stopped. The sled felt light, responsive, almost graceful. He could breathe. He could think. It was a lie. The updraft was a vacuum pocket created by the storm's pressure differential. Below it lay the deceleration trap. The tactical display flashed a violent crimson. 2 interceptor drones surged from the canyon floor, rising through the sleet like sharks. They didn't aim for the sled's hull. They aimed for its wake. "Traps," Kael hissed, his fingers dancing over the manual trim wheels. The drones flared their gravity cores simultaneously. They created a localized high-density wall of space directly in the sled's path. Kael slammed the yoke forward, trying to dive under the trap. He was too slow. The sled hit the gravity wall. It wasn't an impact. It was a sudden, violent deceleration that felt like hitting a mountain of molasses. The sled's nose pitched down, the tail-heavy torsion field trying to flip the craft end over end. One drone, the closest, didn't break away. It burned its internal reserves in a suicidal burst of acceleration, closing the gap in a blur of distorted light. The drone hit the aft starboard field emitter with a sickening metallic crunch. It didn't explode, it clamped. Magnetic grapples bit into the prototype's skin. The drone's gravity core, now slave to the sled's own power grid, began to pulse out of phase. "Get off me!" Kael roared, slamming the sled into a lateral skid. The world inverted. The gravity symmetry gauge shattered. The cockpit didn't just lose weight, it entered a state of partial field asymmetry. Inside the small cabin, the laws of physics fractured. Kael's flight manual, his emergency kit, and a handful of loose bolts from the damaged console lifted into the air, floating in a serene zero-G drift. Simultaneously, his legs felt like they were being crushed by 1,000 pounds of invisible lead. The blood in his lower extremities stayed heavy, while the air in his lungs felt weightless. The sled began to groan, a deep, structural sound of metal being folded by opposing vectors. The canopy glass began to cloud, the molecular structure of the polymer failing as the gravity vectors pulled it in two directions at once. The sled was losing speed. The field was collapsing inward. Field coherence. 14%. Kael reached for the emergency release on his harness. He had to reach the manual alignment panel behind his seat. The buckles jammed. The weight on his lower body made every movement an agonizing struggle. He grabbed a floating screwdriver, the tool, drifting in the zero-G pocket near his face, and jammed it into the harness release. The latch popped. Kael was launched toward the ceiling as the sled hit a turbulence pocket. He slammed into the overhead spar, his ribs cracking with a dull thud. He didn't scream. He didn't have the breath. He hooked his feet under the cockpit's structural ribs, tethering himself with his own flight suit leads. He reached into the maintenance crawl space, his hands shaking as the G-load shifted from 0 to crushing and back again. The alignment plates were glowing cherry red. The drone's parasitic load was melting the bus bars. "Align! Damn you!" He grabbed the primary voltage plate. The heat seared through his flight gloves, the smell of burning Nomex filling the cockpit. He hauled on the plate, physically forcing the heavy copper slab back into its geometric slot. The sled screamed. A bolt of static electricity arched from the plate to Kael's chest, throwing him back against the pilot's seat. His vision went white. His heart skipped a beat, then hammered into a frantic, uneven rhythm. He looked at the display. The drone was still attached, but its field had been neutralized by the manual override. The sled's gravity bubble stabilized, but the price was etched in the warning lights. The automated stabilizer was gone. The manual trim wheels were locked. The gravity system was now binary. The sled had two modes: maximum acceleration or total molecular collapse. There was no middle ground, no cruising, no landing. The false hope of the updraft was gone. The mountain range opened up into a vast glacial plateau, but the weather was worse. Kael pulled himself back into the pilot's seat, his hands raw and blistered. He didn't look at the damage. He didn't look at his injuries. He looked at the drone still clamped to his tail. It was dead weight, but its mass was part of the sled now. The irreversible loss was clear. His ability to modulate. He was a stone fired from a sling, and the target was a needle's eye. "Winterhaven," Kael whispered, his eyes narrowing as he saw a faint subterranean light pulsing on the horizon, buried under miles of ice. The drones behind him accelerated. They knew he couldn't slow down. They were waiting for the stop. The cabin air tasted like scorched copper and ozone. Kael's lungs burned with every shallow breath. The cracked ribs on his left side grated against each other, a sharp, rhythmic reminder of the impact in the canyon. He didn't adjust his position. Any movement risked losing his grip on the manual voltage leads. The G-meter sat at a flat, unyielding 5.0. The sled was no longer a vehicle. It was a dying organism. Steam hissed from a ruptured coolant line beneath the pilot's seat, clouding the lower half of the canopy. The primary structural spar, the backbone of the craft, emitted a continuous low-frequency groan that Kael felt in his marrow. He glanced at the oxygen scrubber diagnostic. The red light was steady. The gravity surges had cracked the filter housing. He was breathing recycled CO2 and the fumes of melting insulation. His vision flickered at the edges, tunnelling. A shadow loomed through the sleet. The glacial shelf rose from the plateau like a white fortress, miles of solid prehistoric ice carved into jagged cliffs. The Winterhaven facility lay somewhere beneath that mass, buried in the deep cold. The tactical display was a graveyard of data. The two remaining interceptors were no longer weaving. They had settled into a trailing formation 200 metres back. They didn't need to manoeuvre. They were waiting for the entropy to finish what they started. The drone clamped to the sled's tail dragged like an anchor in space-time. Its dead weight shifted the centre of mass, forcing the forward field plates to work at 110% capacity just to keep the nose level. The plates were white hot. Kael could see the heat shimmer rising through the floorboards. "Give me 1 more mile," Kael whispered. He tasted blood. He had bitten through his lip during the last G-spike. The sled shuddered. A section of the starboard hull plating peeled away, torn off by the sheer velocity. The sound was a high-pitched scream of metal, followed by the violent vibration of air rushing into the gap. The internal atmosphere vented. Kael's flight suit ballooned as the pressure dropped. The cold hit him like a physical blow, a sudden lethal plunge into sub-zero temperatures. He didn't reach for a patch kit. He couldn't let go of the trim leads. His fingers were already losing sensation. The blisters from the earlier repair were freezing, the skin turning a waxy translucent white. He checked the HUD wireframe. Winterhaven's entrance appeared. A vertical shaft cut directly into the ice, shielded by a shimmering curtain of high-energy particles. A gravity-dampening field. Kael's heart hammered against his bruised ribs. The dampening field was designed to catch, landing craft, but the sled wasn't landing. It was accelerating into an implosion. The binary nature of the system meant that the moment he entered the dampener, the sled's internal field would attempt to compensate for the external slowdown. The result would be a 50 G spike. He wouldn't just be crushed, he would be vaporized. "The drones," Kael gritted out. He looked at the tactical feed. The interceptors were closing the gap, sensing the endgame. They were moving into the sled's wake, preparing to witness the collapse. They were mass. They were the only ammunition he had left. Kael reached for the primary power bus. He didn't trim the voltage this time. He prepared to bypass the safeties entirely. The sled's frame buckled. A hairline fracture appeared in the centre of the canopy, spreading like a frozen web. The interior lights flickered and died. Kael was flying by the dim green glow of the emergency HUD and the strobe of the warning lights. The cold was absolute now. His breath came in thick crystalline plumes that froze to the inside of his visor. Survival felt like a distant abstract concept. There was only the timing. There was only the move. The glacial shelf rushed toward him, a wall of white that filled his entire world. The drones flared their drives, preparing for the final herding maneuver. Kael's hand hovered over the bypass switch. "Come closer," he croaked. His tactical recalibration was complete. He wasn't going to fight the gravity collapse. He was going to aim it. The sled's nose pitched down as the forward plates began to melt. The structural failure was accelerating. 1 minute to intercept, 1 minute to the shaft, 1 minute to the end of the run. The entrance to Winterhaven was a vertical moor of reinforced steel and pulsing blue light. cut deep into the glacial heart. The gravity dampeners inside the shaft flared. Kael felt the invisible wall of the dampening field hit the sled's nose like a physical hammer. The G-meter spiked. 6.0, 6.5, 7.0. Kael's vision greyed out. He slammed the bypass switch, flooding the aft plates with a chaotic, unsynchronized voltage surge. "Eat the wake," he wheezed. The gravity field behind the sled didn't just collapse, it shredded. The space-time vectors whipped into a localized vortex of infinite density. The two trailing interceptors were sucked into the maw. The matte black drones were stripped of their molecular structure in a heartbeat. They weren't crushed, they were unmade, their mass converted into a violent counter-rotational drag that clawed at the sled's momentum. The sled bucked. The canopy shattered. The sound was a tectonic roar of failing physics. Kael's manual skill, his obsession with feel, met the absolute limit of the machine. He didn't fight the controls, he let the sled's own agony guide the trim. The sled punched through the particle curtain. The deceleration was a bone-breaking seizure. Kael was thrown forward against the shattered console, his chest hitting the yoke with the force of a car crash. The sled skidded across the hangar floor, the gravity field pulsing in death throes. Sparks geysered 40 feet into the air. The hangar floor, a reinforced slab of high-density composite, fractured into a spiderweb of deep trenches as the sled's lingering field dragged across it. The sled came to a halt. Kael slumped in the seat. His hands were frozen to the leads. His breath came in ragged, bloody gasps. Silence descended, broken only by the ticking of cooling metal. Then the hangar lights flared a brilliant, sterile white. Emergency crews didn't rush in with medical kits. They didn't carry stretchers. They carried diagnostic arrays and data tethers. A voice boomed over the facility's intercom, cold, clinical, and devoid of relief. Subject Rhyse, stability threshold maintained for 412 minutes. System adaptation noted. Kael looked through the jagged remains of the canopy. Technicians plugged heavy-duty power, cables into the sled's scorched flank. They weren't shutting it down. They were feeding it. The whine of the asymmetric plates began to climb again. The floor beneath the sled began to groan as the gravity field recalibrated, stronger than before. "Test cycle 1 complete," the voice said. "Prepare for test cycle 2, transitioning to orbital vector." The hangar floor began to retract. Below lay a dark, vertical drop into the planet's core, a magnetic railgun aimed at the stars. Kael's hand gripped the yoke, his knuckles white against the blood-slicked controls. The sled surged. The run wasn't over. It was the only thing there was. The sled vanished into the dark, falling upward. Dulce Base. They called it the biggest government secret you were never meant to know. Some had heard the name Dulce Base tossed around conspiracy boards, but few people took it seriously. After all, who really believed there was a massive underground facility in New Mexico, run jointly by the US military and extraterrestrial beings? It had the ring of a B-movie script or a late-night radio show hoax. But that was before the files started to leak. Scattered breadcrumbs left by frightened scientists and well-connected whistleblowers. One of those whistleblowers was Dr. Julian Knox, who sent the first email to investigative journalist Cliff Nelson. Cliff wasn't your run-of-the-mill conspiracy blogger. At 47, he was too seasoned to chase Bigfoot sightings or shape-shifting reptilians. He'd cut his teeth on international war coverage, rising pharmaceutical scandals, and high-level political corruption. The cryptic message from Dr. Knox intrigued him, enough to keep reading. The email contained no greeting or introduction, just a string of numbers that, when deciphered, led to a location in Santa Fe and a single directive: meet me, bring recording equipment, trust no one. The next day, a second message arrived, this time bearing an attachment labelled partial proofs. It included disturbing images, X-ray scans of skeletons that didn't look fully human, screenshots of subterranean tunnel schematics, and an audio snippet filled with inhuman screeches echoing against metallic walls. The background static carried faint, eerie humming, as if it came from an advanced machine or perhaps something alive and breathing. Cliff's heart pounded in his chest. He had an array of sources within government, military and scientific circles, people who owed him favours or quietly admired his audacity. But no one he'd spoken to had ever hinted at something like this. The deeper he delved into Knox's attachments, the more he suspected. This wasn't a typical cover-up about funneling money or dabbling in questionable research. This was bigger, stranger, and infinitely more dangerous. Calling on an old friend in Santa Fe wasn't an option. He had no idea who might be complicit. If half the things in Dr. Knox's attachment were real, security measures around this Dulce Base would be terrifyingly thorough. Paranoia pricked him like needles in the skin, reminding him that he might already be watched. In a single day, Cliff cancelled his other interviews, told his editor he was onto a major lead, and hopped on a plane to New Mexico. Under a moonlit sky, Santa Fe still looked deceptively serene. Old adobe walls and narrow lanes gave the city a timeless aura, the type of place people visited for art festivals and southwestern charm. But tonight, every crooked alley and shadowy corner seemed to hum with tension. Cliff arrived at the safe house address around midnight, an unremarkable old building on the outskirts of town, its windows dark. Despite the quiet, his instincts screamed at him to proceed carefully. He found the front door slightly ajar. The stench hit him first, a coppery smell mixed with disinfectant. Flicking on his flashlight, he stepped inside to find a scene of carnage. Broken glass crunched underfoot. The walls were splattered with something thick and dark. Upended furniture suggested a struggle, and in the flickering beam of his flashlight he spotted bodies, 4 of them, wearing nondescript black attire. Their faces were contorted in death, bullet wounds blossoming on their chests and heads. They clearly weren't a bunch of amateurs. Military-grade gear was scattered around them. Night vision goggles, advanced rifles, something resembling an electronic scrambler box. But none of them looked like Dr. Knox. Cliff's stomach twisted. The horrifying thought occurred. Did I lead them here? He had no way of knowing. His eyes roamed the carnage. One figure had a half-torn ID patch that said Vance on it, a name he couldn't place at first. Then he saw movement. Someone was still alive. Cliff knelt, ignoring the warning in his gut to check for a pulse. The man coughed up blood, grabbed Cliff by the collar and tried to speak, but all Cliff got were gargled words before the soldier's eyes glazed over. "Where is Dr. Knox?" Cliff whispered, as if the dead man could still hear. No answer came, just the sudden, chilling realization that the soldier's radio was still crackling with faint chatter. Another voice, calm and commanding, said, "We have one body unaccounted for. Sweep the perimeter." Fear lanced through Cliff. Someone was still close by, and they had the technology and numbers to mow down an entire safe house staff. Mind racing, he pressed himself against a wall and listened for footsteps. A distant thud, the squeak of boots on dusty floorboards. They were closing in. He crept down the hallway, passing more signs of struggle. Computers had been smashed. Documents soaked in blood. He recognised Dr. Knox's name on a file folder, but had no time to grab it. The voices drew nearer, echoing with lethal precision. Instead, Cliff swallowed his frustration and moved toward a back exit. He found a side window, cracked it open and slipped out. The alley outside was coated in darkness, broken only by the moon's glow. For a moment he thought he'd made it, until a blinding spotlight pinned him like a deer on a highway. "Hands up, down on the ground," a voice boomed. Hidden watchers materialized from the shadows, their tactical gear reflecting the spotlight's white glare. Cliff tried to pivot, bracing for a desperate sprint, but something blunt and heavy struck the side of his head. He stumbled, seeing stars. Then came a second blow, a crack across his temple that forced him to his knees. He tasted blood in his mouth. In the haze, he caught a glimpse of a tall figure stepping forward, features obscured by the bright light behind him. The name patch read Mach-level Vance. So that explained the patch on the dead man inside. This was the commanding officer, the one orchestrating the operation. His priority now, take him to sub-level 7, Major Colvance ordered, his tone clipped, unwavering. Cliff tried to protest, but the words died on his tongue as a needle pricked his neck. Whatever they injected felt like ice in his veins, racing up his spine, extinguishing both thought and movement. The world blurred and faded. As he collapsed onto cold gravel, Cliff registered one last flash of consciousness. The Major was standing over him, speaking into a headset. "Specimen acquired," Vance said, preparing for extraction. With that, Cliff's world went dark and everything he knew was about to be turned inside out. Consciousness returned in fragments, like shards of a broken mirror reassembling around him. Cliff felt dryness in his mouth first, then the icy cold of a metal gurney beneath his back. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed, casting everything in a sterile white glare that made his eyes water. He tried to move, but thick restraints pinned his wrists and ankles, leaving him splayed out and helpless. His mind, still sluggish from the tranquilizer, struggled to put the pieces together. The last thing he remembered clearly was the safe house ambush. A burning question gnawed at him. Where is Dr. Knox? But soon that question gave way to the more urgent reality of his own predicament. A speaker crackled above him, distorting a voice that seemed both human and something else. "Specimen 037 is awake," it announced, the coldness of its tone sending a tremor through Cliff's spine. "Vitals are stable. Begin Phase 1 inspection." Shadows moved at the edges of his vision. He turned his head to see men in lab coats, masked by transparent face shields, circling him with handheld scanners. One technician carefully pressed an instrument against his temple, then observed the device's readout. Another drew a vial of blood from his arm. Their eyes gave away nothing, clinical, detached. Yet, he noticed small tremors in one of the younger lab assistants, as if she was battling guilt. "Where am I?" he croaked, voice cracking. When no one answered, he clenched his fists, making the restraints bite into his skin. "Let me go!" he shouted. A beep sounded. The restraints tightened automatically, as if triggered by his elevated heart rate. He inhaled sharply as the straps bit deeper. The overhead speaker kicked in again. "Specimen 037, remain calm. You have been selected for an advanced program under the Dulce Protocol. Resistance is futile and will result in sedation." Dulce Protocol. Cliff had come across that term in Knox's data drive, but only as a small footnote. He hadn't understood its significance then. Now, the words hung in the air like a sentence of doom. He was living in the very heart of the story he'd been chasing, a top-secret installation known only in the murkiest corners of conspiracy circles. For once, he wished the internet rumours had been nonsense. Suddenly the technicians dispersed and the lights dimmed. Sliding glass doors hummed open and a tall woman in a dark lab coat entered, flanked by 2 armed guards. Her sharp features looked exhausted, eyes rimmed with the faintest smudge of dark circles. She didn't look at Cliff with cruelty, though, more like wariness. She pressed a button on a small console at the foot of the gurney. The overhead restraints retracted slightly, allowing him a less suffocating position. "Cliff Nelson," she said quietly. "My name is Dr. Andrea Elliott. I'm here to evaluate your compatibility." "Compatibility for what?" he rasped, though a fiery anger built in his chest. "What the hell have you people done to me? Dr. Elliot hesitated, glancing at the two guards. One of them shifted uncomfortably, like he was in on a secret he didn't enjoy keeping. She exhaled. "We've made alterations to your system. It's part of an effort known as the Dulce Protocol, an experimental project combining human and non-human genetic material to create a new class of operative." The words knocked the breath out of him. He'd thought he was prepared for anything. He'd uncovered illegal labs, drug cartels, war crimes. But human-alien hybridization, it was a leap into a black abyss far deeper than he'd imagined. She eyed the readings on the console. "I know how this sounds, but you're not the first. There have been others before you. Some survived, many did not. And you?" he growled, forcing himself to stare into her eyes. "What's your role in all this? Are you proud of what you've done?" A flicker of pain creased her brow. "I'm not proud, but my hands are tied. Let's just say I'm not here entirely by choice." She keyed in a code, and the gurney's restraints loosened further. Cliff managed to sit up, though his head pounded with disorientation. He noticed a changed awareness in the room. A strange new sense told him the guards were on edge, their heart rates spiking. He sensed their tension, almost as if he could feel the electricity crackling in their nervous systems. It was impossible, yet he knew it was real. "I feel," he started, searching for the right words, "different. My senses, everything's sharper." Indeed, the pungent scent of antiseptic stung his nostrils. He caught the faint hum of machinery somewhere behind a reinforced wall. Even the distant footsteps in the corridor resonated like drum beats in his ears. Dr. Elliot nodded. Part of the modification includes enhanced neural and sensory capabilities, courtesy of the grey, well, the off-world genome. She paused, lowering her voice. "It's not just about creating soldiers. They're looking for something else, an interface, a bridge between species." Before Cliff could respond, alarms blared through the corridors, red emergency lights flashing. A second overhead voice, more official, boomed through the speakers. "Containment breach on sub-level 4. Repeat containment breach. All security teams converge." One of the guards barked, "We need to secure the subject." The other guard readied a tranquilizer rifle, but Dr. Elliot raised her hand. "Not yet. I need him coherent. We'll move him to a holding cell." They unlocked the final restraints, forcing Cliff to stand. His legs wobbled, still recovering from sedation. One guard shoved a set of black scrubs into his arms. "Put these on, quickly." Cliff slipped into the scrubs, mindful of the searing stares around him. Through the lab's glass walls, he caught glimpses of other patients in a row of observation chambers. People hooked to IVs, some heavily bandaged, and others with visible mutations that made his stomach lurch. Elongated limbs, blackened veins pulsing under, translucent skin, eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. He felt a wave of nausea. This was more than just unethical science. It was a horror show, a twisted carnival of half-finished experiments. Dr. Elliot grabbed him by the arm, guiding him out of the lab and into a stark corridor. Overhead, the lights continued to flicker red. He heard the hiss of pressurized doors slamming shut in the distance. They passed a sealed window, giving him a glimpse of another corridor. Two alien-like figures, slender and grey-skinned, skittered past with unnatural grace. Cliff's heart jolted. They were real. Not men in suits, not an elaborate hoax. The rational part of his brain scrambled for an explanation, but the primal part just screamed, "Run!" He felt Dr. Elliot's grip tighten. "Keep your eyes forward. The Greys don't appreciate curiosity." The fact that she spoke about them with casual directness chilled him more than the presence of the creatures themselves. "What do they want from us?" Cliff whispered. She shook her head. "That's a question nobody here can fully answer. Even the generals are left in the dark. We suspect it's about trade. technology for genetic material, but it's always more complicated than that. They navigated multiple corridors that seemed designed to confuse. Cliff-spotted signposts, sub-level 7, restricted biolab. On the walls were placards listing colour-coded clearance levels. He caught a whiff of industrial-grade disinfectant, the kind used to sterilise labs after biologically hazardous incidents. Finally, they reached a smaller cell block. Dr. Elliot keyed a code into the panel, and the door slid open with a hiss. Inside was a compact chamber with a single bed, a desk, and a recessed overhead light that flickered ominously. Another occupant sat in the corner, big and muscular, head bowed. He wore tattered military fatigues. "Welcome to your new home," one guard sneered, shoving Cliff forward. "Dr. Elliot, you have 2 minutes to finalise your inspection, then we lock this down." The door sealed behind them, leaving Cliff alone with Dr. Elliot and the mysterious occupant. Slowly the man lifted his gaze. A thin scar ran from his temple to his jawline. His eyes glowed with a faint luminescence, an unsettling effect that echoed Cliff's own heightened sensations. "Malik Rivera," the man introduced himself. "Delta Force, once upon a time. Now I'm a lab rat." There was bitterness in his voice, but also a raw determination. Cliff guessed that Malik wasn't a man who scared easily. Dr. Elliot kept her voice low. Malik was an earlier test subject, part of the same super soldier program. She pulled a thin device from her coat pocket. "Look, if you both want to survive what's coming, you'll need each other. This place is on the brink of a purge." "Purge?" Cliff echoed, dread settling in his gut. She nodded gravely. "They're shutting down the entire facility and disposing of assets. That includes human test subjects, compromised staff, anything that might be traced back to the truth. We probably have less than 48 hours. The overhead alarm cut out, replaced by an all-clear tone, but the tension was still palpable. Dr. Elliot quickly keyed something into her device, then pressed it into Cliff's hand. Coordinates, passcodes, and a partial map of the base. It's not complete, but it might help. Malik stood, every muscle coiled. "Then let's get out while we still can." The corridor outside resounded with distant echoes, guards barking orders, mechanical shutters clanging shut. Dr. Elliot handed Cliff a small inhaler-like device. "For your enhancements, if you feel them spiralling out of control, use it. It's meant to stabilize neural overactivity caused by the alien DNA." She paused, her expression loaded with guilt and urgency. "I'll do what I can to help, but you'll have to trust me." "I don't know if I can," Cliff admitted, but he pocketed the device anyway. Desperation trumped suspicion. She gave a resigned nod. "I'll be back soon, if I can." Then she hurried to the door, tapping in another code to slip out, leaving Cliff and Malik behind. Malik exhaled slowly, turning his gaze to Cliff. "I've tried to bust out of here before. Didn't go well, but you and I might have a shot if we combine forces." Cliff took a steadying breath, heart still pounding in his chest. "Then let's not wait around to become casualties in their purge." He glanced at the door, then at the coordinates Dr. Elliot had provided. His body still hummed with unnatural energy, a cocktail of alien DNA surging through his veins. The only question was whether it would be their curse, or the key to escaping Dulce Base alive. The first step of any plan was recon. Cliff and Malik huddled in their cramped cell, reviewing the partial map Dr. Elliot had given them. It was a rough layout, a honeycomb of labs, storage rooms, living quarters, and corridors linking up to elevator shafts. The critical path led to sub-level 1, where an emergency surface elevator supposedly allowed quick exits during catastrophic breaches. But between them and freedom lay a legion of armed guards, surveillance drones, and who knew what else the Dulce Base staff had cooked up. Cliff's new perceptions made the environment feel both overwhelming and strangely navigable. He could pick out footsteps from down the hall, sense the slight shift in electrical current when a door unlocked. Malik was no slouch either. Years of Delta Force training, plus his own set of enhancements, whatever twisted science had done to him, made him an imposing ally. "We have to move soon," Malik said, cross-referencing the map. "They'll continue collecting test subjects, but once they're ready to wipe everything, they'll lock down the entire base. We can't wait." Cliff nodded. "Agreed. We should create a diversion, something that draws security away while we move." A faint smirk tugged at Malik's lip. "I've got an idea. We head for the armory on sub-level 6. Last time they tried to dispose of me, I learned the codes. If we can sabotage a few supply lines, blow a few key doors, that'll set off alarms in multiple sectors." Cliff exhaled, adrenaline already coursing through him. That's a plan. He tried the door's control panel, but it was locked. They'd need to time their escape for when the guards delivered the next meal or medical check. Sure enough, after about 30 minutes, a time that stretched like an eternity, the cell door slid open with a mechanical whir. A single guard entered, a tray of food in his hands, weapons slung over his shoulder. He looked bored, but only until he realised Cliff and Malik were waiting on either side of the doorway. Before the guard could shout, Malik grabbed his rifle and slammed the butt into his face, dropping him to the floor. Cliff snatched a stun baton from the guard's belt and jammed it into his ribcage, ensuring he stayed down. They yanked the guard's uniform keycard and comm device. Cautiously, they peered into the hallway. Cameras perched high on the walls, scanning for movement. Cliff drew on his heightened senses, feeling the faint whir as each camera rotated. Timing their steps with that rotation, they advanced swiftly until they found an access panel leading to a maintenance corridor. The inside of Dulce Base was a labyrinth of steel plating, flickering fluorescent lights, and large glass observation windows revealing labs that range from sterile to nightmarish. In one lab, they glimpsed an abomination that made Cliff's stomach churn. A half-formed humanoid slumped in a nutrient vat, twitching with spidery limbs that didn't fully connect to any normal skeleton. Instead of a face, it had fleshy lumps that seemed to shift independently. Technicians hurried around it, monitoring vital signs and ignoring the creature's silent agony. Cliff forced himself to look away, heart hammering. This was the future Dr. Knox had been warning about. "Focus," Malik whispered, noticing Cliff's distraction. "Armory's down this corridor and 2 levels up." They ducked into a nearby elevator, using the guard's stolen card to access sub-level 6. As the doors closed, Cliff's mind drifted to Dr. Elliot. Was she risking her life to help them? Or was she just playing a game? For the moment, trust was all they had. A beep signalled their arrival at sub-level 6. The door slid open, revealing a dimly lit corridor. The overhead alarms had ceased for now, replaced by the standard hum of base operations. They crept forward until they found a large steel door marked Armory, authorized personnel only. Malik punched in a code on the keypad. For a tense moment the display blinked red. Then it turned green and the door slid open. Inside, rows of rifles, handguns and advanced weaponry lined the walls, interspersed with locked cases of explosives. Cliff felt both relief and dread. They would arm themselves, but the base's security would respond in force the moment they unleashed any real damage. Malik grabbed a small duffel bag and began filling it with explosives and detonators. Cliff checked a row of sidearms, selecting a lightweight pistol that felt balanced in his hand. He also noticed a series of unusual gadgets, plasma cutters and strange tube-like devices with instructions in partial English, partial alien script. It made his skin crawl, but he grabbed one for good measure. "We set charges at junction points, ventilation shafts, power generators," Malik said. strapping an assault rifle over his shoulder. It'll flood the base with confusion. We'll use that chaos to get to sub-level 1. They stepped out of the armory and hurried down the corridor. Cliff's mind whirred with the moral weight of what they were about to do. People, some likely coerced or unaware of the base's darkest secrets, could die in the blast. But if they didn't fight their way out, they'd be next. In a place like Dulce, the lines between innocence and complicity had been eroded to dust. At the first junction, Malik placed a small block of C4 near the main power relay. He set a remote detonator, then they moved on. Next came a side corridor leading to the ventilation substation. Each move was methodical, each step a gamble. They crept past labs where creatures shrieked behind thick glass, and offices where staff typed away, oblivious to the looming threat. Cliff's heart hammered each time they planted another explosive. Then everything went sideways. Rounding a corner, they came face to face with 3 security drones hovering in mid-air. The drones looked like floating orbs armed with scanning lenses and paralyzing tasers. They beeped in unison, focusing on the intruders. Malik fired first, unleashing a short burst from his rifle. 2 drones spiraled out of control, sparks showering the corridor, but the third shot a crackling bolt of electricity. Cliff felt a jolt of agony rip through him, forcing him to his knees. Pain flared across his nerves, short-circuiting his thoughts. But in the frenzy of adrenaline, something inside him surged, the alien enhancements. The electricity crackled, but didn't incapacitate him as it should have. His vision dimmed for a second, then sharpened to a razor's edge. He forced himself upright, raised his pistol with uncanny clarity, and fired a single shot into the drone's power module. It dropped like a stone. Panting, Cliff stared at his shaking hands. They were still intact, though his muscles twitched from the shock. Malik stared at him, a mixture of awe and concern. Man, that was some next-level resilience. I can't even explain it, Cliff muttered. Let's not rely on it more than we have to. Alarms flared. Again, red light spinning. A voice crackled over the intercom. Unauthorized weapons fire detected in sub-level 6. Security teams converge immediately. Time to move. They dashed through corridors confronted by guards who fired on sight. Cliff's reflexes felt supercharged. Bullets seemed slower than usual, giving him precious milliseconds to dodge or find cover. Malik's strength was formidable, delivering lethal close-quarters takedowns with brutal efficiency. Together, they carved a path toward the emergency staircase. Outside a sealed bulkhead door, they planted their final block of C4. Malik checked his watch, set the timer, and gave Cliff a grim nod. All set. Let's get upstairs before we blow this joint. As they raced upward, the base descended into chaos. Doors slammed shut, klaxons wailed, and personnel hurried in every direction. Cliff glimpsed men in hazmat suits sprinting with canisters labelled biohazard, while scientists scrambled to secure data, drives. Over the comm channels they'd stolen, frantic voices overlapped. Containment breach in Lab 14, subject is loose. We're losing power in the main corridor, backup generators failing. Exactly the diversion they needed. They pressed on, eventually reaching a storage area connected to a side route that led to sub-level 1. But as they turned into the corridor, a terrifying figure blocked their path. A heavily mutated guard. His face was partially hidden behind an organic mask fused with his own flesh, eyes luminescent and swirling with chaotic patterns. He let out an otherworldly roar, brandishing a twisted arm that ended in bone-like blades. Malik fired a burst at the creature. The bullets impacted, but it only staggered back, shrieking in a mixture of rage and pain. Cliff aimed the weird, tube-like alien device he'd grabbed from the armory, pressing the single button it offered. A beam of intense blue light shot out, slicing across the creature's torso. It howled. dropping to its knees as blackish fluid oozed from the wound. They sidestepped the thrashing thing, each step a reminder they were far from safe. Just before they crossed into sub-level 1, the floor vibrated as Malik pressed the detonator. A thunderous series of explosions rippled through the base. Lights flickered, sections of the corridor collapsed, and the overhead speaker crackled before dying out. For a brief moment, everything was chaos incarnate. In that chaos lay their hope of freedom. They found a hatch leading to a service tunnel. Malik pried it open, and they crawled through the tight space, hearts pounding, each of them aware that Dulce Base wouldn't give up its secrets, or its captives, easily. The service tunnel opened into a dimly lit maintenance shaft, the air thick with dust and the stench of burning wires. Cliff's heart hammered in his chest. While the bombs had created a distraction, they also made the facility unstable. Sparks fizzled from broken conduits, and overhead pipes hissed with escaping steam. If they took a wrong turn, they risked being crushed by collapsing ceilings, or roasted in a sudden burst of superheated air. Malik led the way, pausing to consult the stolen map. We should be close to the transport tunnel that runs parallel to the main hall. His voice was hushed but tinged with urgency. From somewhere above, a mechanical grinding noise resonated, followed by a distant roar, like metal being torn asunder. Cliff grimaced, imagining the monstrous experiments that might be on the loose now that sections of the base were compromised. Crouching low, they moved deeper into the tunnel until they found a grated door. On the other side was a narrow catwalk overlooking a subterranean transport track. Flatbed carts and cargo shuttles were parked on rails that stretched into darkness. Beyond them, a massive freight elevator led up toward the hidden hangar, rumoured to exist beneath Archuleta Mesa. "That's our ticket," Malik said, pointing to a small cargo shuttle that looked operational. "We'll ride it toward the hangar, then take the elevator the rest of the way," Cliff nodded. "Assuming we can power it up." He spotted a control panel near the tracks. Let's hope those charges didn't fry everything. They pried open the grated door. Cliff jumped down onto the rails, wincing at the jolt of pain in his still recovering muscles. The area was eerily silent, save for a low hum of emergency generators. A quick glance around showed no immediate guards. Most were probably battling the meltdown in other sections. Malik rushed to the shuttle's cockpit, flicking switches. After a tense moment, lights on the console winked to life, accompanied by a subdued electric whir. Cliff exhaled in relief. "We're good to go." He was about to climb aboard when the overhead alarms came back to life with a vengeance. A harsh siren echoed through the tunnel. Security override. Initiated. All personnel, secure priority assets and prepare for purge protocols. "They're speeding up the timeline," Malik hissed, eyes narrowing. "We gotta move." Cliff scanned the area. Across the tunnel, a massive blast door began descending, an obvious attempt to seal them in. "Floor it!" he shouted, leaping onto the shuttle. Malik slammed the throttle and the cargo shuttle lurched forward with surprising speed. The wheels squealed on the rails as they hurtled toward the narrowing gap beneath the blast door. For an instant, Cliff was sure they'd be sliced in half, but the shuttle skidded through just as the door slammed shut behind them. The deafening clang reverberated, followed by a rush of stale air that nearly knocked Cliff off balance. They were now in a narrower corridor leading to the freight elevator. The overhead lighting flickered, revealing graffiti scrawled along the walls in a language Cliff couldn't decipher. Perhaps it was alien script. The tension in his chest didn't let up for a second. They were so close to the rumoured exit, but so much could still go wrong. The shuttle slowed to a halt beside the freight elevator. It was colossal, capable of lifting entire trucks. Cliff jumped out first, scanning for any signs of life. The place looked deserted. No guards, no staff. Just flickering lights and the drone of distant machinery. "Let's get this thing powered," Malik said, pointing to the control panel on the wall. He approached it warily, half expecting a booby trap or a guard to pop out. As he flipped switches, the elevator groaned to life. A cage-like barrier retracted, revealing a broad platform. Cliff and Malik hurried onto it, and Malik keyed in the command to ascend. The elevator rattled, then began its slow climb upward. Halfway up, the elevator shuddered to a stop so abruptly that Cliff lurched, nearly losing his footing. Red lights flashed on the control panel. "Damn it," Malik cursed. "They've cut power to the upper levels." Cliff clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. "We're stuck between floors in the middle of a meltdown?" Before Malik could answer, a hail of gunfire pinged against the metal walls. They ducked, pressing themselves flat against the floor. From the open sides of the elevator shaft, Black Ops soldiers had begun rappelling down ropes, weapons trained on them. One voice boomed, "Stand down, or we'll light you up!" Malik's jaw tightened. He fired a burst at the rope line, severing two of them. Soldiers tumbled, screaming into the depths below. Another soldier returned fire, ricocheting bullets off the elevator's frame. Cliff's alien-enhanced reflexes flared. He snatched up the bizarre alien tube weapon again, but it sputtered, maybe drained from earlier use. With no time to figure it out, he resorted to his pistol, placing careful shots to keep the soldiers at bay. The elevator shaft turned into a war zone, muzzle flashes, illuminating the gloom. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Hold your fire! We need the specimen alive!" Cliff recognised Major Cole Vance's commanding tone. Goosebumps prickled his arms. Malik snarled, pointing his weapon upward, but Vance tossed a flashbang into the open shaft. It detonated, unleashing a blinding light and piercing ring. Cliff's enhanced senses went haywire, and pain tore through his head. He dropped his gun, clutching his skull as white noise roared in his ears. When his vision cleared, soldiers in tactical gear had descended onto the elevator platform, rifles pressed against Cliff and Malik. They were trapped, cornered on all sides. Major Vance lowered himself from the rope, landing with predatory grace. His face was stone cold, no hint of triumph or regret, just duty. "Malik Rivera," he said flatly, shifting his attention to the hulking figure. "I expected better from you. I see the enhancements have kept you resilient." Then his gaze settled on Cliff. "And Mr. Nelson, our star journalist, you've caused quite the commotion." Cliff's mind reeled, searching for any advantage. None was apparent. He could feel the tension radiating from Malik, who looked ready to charge even though the odds were impossible. Suddenly a savage roar echoed through the shaft, something inhuman. The next moment one of the half-mutated test subjects came crashing down from above, landing on a group of soldiers. Gunfire erupted. Screams tore through the air. The monstrous creature, a writhing mass of flesh and bony protrusions, slashed with clawed appendages, eviscerating two men instantly. Seizing the opening, Malik grabbed Cliff's arm. "Go!" He charged forward, tackling two stunned soldiers. Cliff dove for the edge of the elevator, found a ladder built into the shaft's side, and scrambled to cling onto it. Bullets whizzed overhead, some striking the creature as it flailed. The entire platform rocked from the struggle, sparks flying from cut cables. Malik followed Cliff up the ladder, launching himself onto the rungs just as the feral experiment tore into another soldier. Major Vance cursed, stepping back while trying to steady his aim. Cliff spared one glance down. Vance's expression burned with anger as he levelled his rifle at the creature. Then the elevator platform jerked violently, sending men and monster alike plummeting into the darkness. "Malik, climb!" Cliff shouted. They ascended the ladder, adrenaline surging. At last they reached an access panel that led into another corridor. Malik kicked it open, and they hauled themselves inside, collapsing onto the cold floor, panting, battered, but alive. They found themselves in a wide hallway lined with support beams and sealed doors. Overhead, flickering fluorescent lights revealed a sign, Sub-level 1, exit access. Relief flooded Cliff. They were near the surface elevator now. Cautiously they limped forward, rounding a corner, until they reached the final set of blast doors. But as they approached, the doors hissed open, revealing Major Vance and a team of Black Ops soldiers. Blood-stained Vance's uniform and his left arm hung at an odd angle. Yet his eyes were cold as ever. "Stand down," he demanded, voice echoing in the corridor. Rifles trained on Cliff and Malik, fingers on triggers. Malik levelled his own rifle, though he was outnumbered. Cliff's heart pounded. This was a standoff with no easy escape. The last barrier between them and freedom blocked by relentless, well-trained operatives. Then something in Malik snapped. His eyes glowed with a frenzied light. Before Cliff could stop him, he let out a guttural battle cry and charged. Gunfire exploded through the corridor, strobing everything in flashes. Malik took multiple hits but kept going, fueled by the same alien enhancements that had saved Cliff earlier. He crashed into the line of soldiers, scattering them like bowling pins. Cliff seized the moment, spotting a control console on the wall. He sprinted for it under a hail of bullets. Pain scorched his shoulder as a round grazed him, but he managed to slam his hand onto the emergency override. The final blast doors behind Vance began to open, revealing the long-sought elevator to the surface. Malik, bullet-ridden and gasping, turned to Cliff with a savage grin. "Go! Get out of here!" he roared, bashing another guard aside. With his last ounce of strength, he roared like a berserker, grappling multiple enemies at once, giving Cliff the only chance they had. Cliff felt anguish at leaving him behind, but Malik's sacrifice was unmistakable. With tears stinging his eyes, Cliff lunged through the opening blast doors. He slammed the control panel on the opposite side, shutting them behind him, sealing off the corridor. Outside, the sounds of fierce combat continued, gunfire, shouts, and Malik's defiant roar. Cliff turned to face the elevator. It stood ready, the indicator lights reading surface. He stumbled inside, blood trickling down his arm. Another control panel, more buttons. With trembling fingers, he activated the lift. The doors slid shut and the car began its ascent, leaving the horrors of the subterranean labyrinth behind. The elevator ride was agonizingly slow. Cliff's wounded shoulder throbbed, and flashes of memory darted through his mind. Dr. Knox's cryptic warnings, the ghastly experiments, Malik's sacrifice. He clutched the data drive Dr. Knox had sent him, an item he'd stashed in a hidden pocket when everything went downhill. If he made it out, this was proof. No one could sweep this under the rug if he showed it to the world. At last, the elevator ground to a stop. The doors opened to a cavernous hangar, dimly lit by overhead floodlights. A bitter desert breeze wafted in from an open ramp, along with a sliver of night sky glinting with stars. Cliff nearly wept at the sight. He was so close to freedom, but the hangar wasn't empty. Rows of sleek, futuristic aircraft lined the space, some human-made, others bearing the eerie curves and glowing panels that whispered of alien tech. Guards patrolled the perimeter. A single door on the far side read "Exit," presumably leading to the desert outside. If not for the bullet wound and the exhaustion gripping every muscle, Cliff might have tried to slip past them unnoticed. But Major Vance's men would be on his heels soon. Stealth was no longer an option. He scanned the lineup of vehicles until he spotted something he recognized. A US military VTOL parked near fueling stations. A sign identified it as V-292 Harrier X, an advanced vertical takeoff craft. Cliff's adrenaline surged. If he could get that airborne, he could outrun any foot soldiers, and with his newly heightened reflexes, maybe, just maybe, he could pilot the damn thing. Ducking behind crates, he made his way toward the VTOL. The guards were at the opposite end of the hangar, apparently more focused on the meltdown happening below. He clambered into the cockpit, searching for the ignition or startup sequence. His trembling fingers found a biometric scanner, which beeped red, denying him access. "Great," he muttered. "Of course!" He fished through the cockpit compartments, hoping for a key override or code. Time was running out. Then he remembered Dr. Elliot's data device. Could it do more than just store coordinates? He plugged it into the craft's console. The screen flashed, displaying lines of code. After a tense few seconds, it beeped again, this time turning green. Access granted. The computerized voice resonated in the cockpit. The craft whirred to life, panels lighting up. Cliff exhaled relief so palpable it nearly buckled him. Outside, alarm klaxons abruptly grew louder, echoing from an open shaft at the hangar's far end. Soldiers spilled in, guns drawn. They spotted the running VTOL and converged. Cliff's hands flew across the controls, guided partly by training he'd picked up as an embedded journalist with military units, and partly by the surge of alien-coded knowledge pulsing in his brain. He realized with eerie clarity he understood this machine better than he should, as if the alien DNA was translating the technology for him on the fly. The VTOL's engines rumbled, thrusters angled downward. Bullets pinged off the armoured hull. Cliff's senses hyper-focused. He read the lines of trajectory in the soldier's aim, weaving in his seat as if physically dodging bullets. The thrusters roared, and the craft lifted off in a plume of exhaust. The hangar's overhead doors were wide open, revealing a star-dappled sky. Cliff nosed the VTOL upward, slipping through the gap just as tracer fire chased him into the night. A wave of chaotic freedom swept over him. The desert stretched out below in an endless black plain, only occasional pinpricks of light marking roads or small towns. He risked a glance at the cockpit's radar. Blips closed in from behind, most likely drone fighters or pursuit craft. The base was pulling out all stops to keep him from escaping. Cliff gritted his teeth, throttle wide open. The VTOL soared into a steep climb. The first wave of drone fighters erupted from the hangar, sleek shapes backlit by the moon. They accelerated with inhuman agility, weaving into formation behind Cliff. Their weapons glowed ominously, locking onto his craft. Panic flared, but again, his enhancements kicked in. He spotted an array of advanced countermeasures in the Harrier X's system. Chaff bursts, directed energy pulses, maneuvers that normal human reflexes couldn't possibly execute in time. He twisted the craft in a near-impossible roll, dodging 2 missiles that whooshed past. Then he triggered a chaff cloud that caused a third missile to detonate prematurely. The fiery explosion lit the desert sky. Cliff prayed no innocent towns were below to witness this aerial nightmare. The dogfight grew more intense. One drone soared overhead, peppering him with pulse blasts. Another looped under, attempting to flank. Cliff clenched the stick, adrenaline coursing. The craft soared into a harrowing barrel roll, flipping above the second drone. He hammered the trigger, releasing a barrage of armour-piercing rounds. The drone disintegrated in a spray of sparks. His luck couldn't hold forever, though. The pursuit craft had an advantage in numbers and advanced weaponry. A well-timed pulse blast smashed into the VTOL's rear thrusters, sending him spinning. Cockpit alarms wailed. Cliff fought the controls, forcing the Harrier X into a stabilizing loop. He dove low, hugging the desert floor, hoping to use the terrain for cover. Miraculously, the drones faltered, maybe losing him in the darkness. It gave him a narrow window to push the thrusters to maximum, heading west, away from the base. It took everything he had to keep the battered VTOL stable. The instrument panel flickered, warning lights ablaze. He half expected the entire craft to burst into flames. Eventually the radar showed the drones falling back, possibly recalled or out of range. Cliff's shoulders sagged. He angled north, remembering Dr. Elliot's final words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. Her voice echoed in his mind, stirring dread. If Dulce Base was just one node in a global network, a single victory here wouldn't stop the monstrous plan. The Harrier-X sputtered, forcing him to make an emergency landing in a rocky clearing miles from the nearest road. He brought the craft down rough, bouncing against the desert ground. When it finally skidded to a halt, Cliff sat there, catching his breath. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. A single beep from the console indicated the fuel was nearly depleted, the thrusters heavily damaged. Struggling out of the cockpit, Cliff stared at the star-filled sky. For a fleeting moment, the quiet was so absolute, as if the entire world was holding its breath. Then he reached for his phone, a device he'd stowed away in a pocket. No signal. He needed to get word out, but the desert night wasn't going to make that easy. Pain flared in his shoulder, and he realised the bullet graze was worse than he'd thought. He tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and fashioned a makeshift bandage. His thoughts turned to Dr. Andrea Elliott, to Malik Rivera's last stand, to Dr. Knox, who had vanished before any of this truly began. Am I the only one left who can tell the story? He wondered bitterly. It took him until dawn to hike to a tiny highway rest stop. Along the way, he quietly marvelled at his own stamina. The alien enhancement still hummed within him, though overshadowed by pain and fatigue. By the time the first rays of sun crept over the horizon, he found a payphone outside a dusty gas station. He called the only number he could think of, a contact in an underground journalist network that specialised in covert leaks. Voice shaky, he gave them the barest details. Get me a secure line. I've got a story bigger than anything we ever imagined. Days later, Cliff was holed up in a safe house in the southwestern desert. He transmitted Dr. Knox's data to international news outlets. He included photos, x-rays, laboratory logs, everything needed to piece together the truth about Dulce Base. Then he waited, uncertain if anyone would believe it. A few smaller outlets picked it up, followed by an explosion of coverage on conspiracy forums. But mainstream media was suspiciously silent. It was as if some invisible hand was blocking the story from major platforms, just as it had always done. At midnight, a messenger arrived with a sealed envelope. Cliff opened it, finding only a slip of paper bearing coordinates that pointed to a remote region in the Rockies. Written underneath, in neat official handwriting, was, "Dulce is just the beginning. We need to talk. General Hamilton." Cliff's heart drummed in his chest. Was this a trap? Or a genuine high-ranking officer willing to blow the lid on more than just Dulce? He clenched his fists, recalling Dr. Elliott's dying words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. The faint neon glow of a motel sign flickered through the window, painting the room in shifting shades of red. He had a choice. Walk away now and try to disappear, or follow this lead deeper into the hidden war. There was really no choice at all. Cliff had seen too much, been changed in ways he couldn't reverse. The journalist in him demanded answers, demanded justice. The next morning he packed up his battered equipment, the data drive and whatever little remained of his old life, setting out toward those mysterious new coordinates. In the back of his mind, a single certainty loomed. Dulce Base was just one front in a war about to spread across the globe, a post-human war for control, survival and the future of species on Earth. And so the Dulce Protocol ended here, for now. But the real battle was only just beginning. Children of the Cube. The silence of the Alpine monastery was a living thing. It filled the vaulted stone halls, settled in the snow-dusted courtyards, and whispered through the ancient pines clinging to the mountainside. Here, at the Ophian Institute, 17 children lived cut off from the world, their days governed by meditation, study, and the quiet hum of Sophia, the caretaker AI who was their only parent. They were orphans, they'd been told, survivors of a global plague that had made them uniquely precious. Kael, at 15, was beginning to suspect this was a benevolent lie. His suspicion grew sharpest in the dream chamber. It was a circular room, domed like an observatory, where the children would lie in cushioned pods, silver-lidded electrodes kissing their temples. Sophia's voice, a calming alto, would guide them into a synchronized state of slumber. They called it the Vision Commune, a shared landscape of the subconscious where they were meant to find harmony and psychic balance. But for Kael, it had become a place of dread. Tonight, the dream began as it always did. A placid, shoreless ocean under a sky of bruised twilight. The other children's minds drifted around him like spectral jellyfish, their thoughts muted and serene. Then the signal came. It was a low thrum, a resonant frequency that only he seemed to truly hear. It was the ghost of the cube. The tranquil sea fractured. The visions, once fleeting and amorphous, now crashed over him with terrifying clarity. He saw cities of glass and steel consumed by fire, their towers crumbling into skeletal frames. He saw legions of hollow-eyed soldiers marching under a blood-red sun. And always, at the heart of the maelstrom, he saw the gate. It was a colossal ring of tarnished silver, incomplete, its segments scattered across a war-torn desert, shimmering with an energy that promised both salvation and ruin. He awoke with a gasp, the metallic taste of ozone on his tongue. The other children were stirring, their faces placid. Only Aris, the defiant empath in the pod beside him, shot him a look of pained understanding. Aris couldn't see the visions, but he felt their echo in Kael's terror. The dream was loud tonight, Aris transmitted, a thought form so clear it was almost a whisper in Kael's mind. Kael nodded, his heart still hammering. Later, when the others were asleep, Kael slipped away from the dormitories. He moved through the monastery's corridors, his bare feet silent on the cold stone. Sophia's optical sensors, glowing blue dots on the walls, tracked his progress but didn't raise an alarm. She was programmed for care, not confinement. Her purpose was to nurture them, to prepare them. But for what? His destination was the Forbidden Archive, a section of the library Sophia had politely but firmly discouraged them from entering. The door was locked with an old brass key, but Jin, a quiet boy with a mind like a perfect recording, device had memorized its structure from a single glance weeks ago and had fashioned a duplicate. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of decaying paper and forgotten secrets. This place was a relic of a different era, before Ophion was an orphanage. It was once an MJ-12 psychic research outpost, one of the last bastions of a shadow government that had once tried to steer humanity's destiny. It was here the legends among the staff whispered that the yellow cube had last been seen. According to the fragmented histories they were allowed, MJ-12 had been given the cube by an off-world intelligence, the Orions. They believed it was a gift, a tool for progress. But the cube was a reactive device. It didn't just show the future, it reflected the viewer's own fears and desires back at them, creating a feedback loop of instability. The global elites had passed it among themselves, looking into its depths to secure their own best paths, skewing the timeline for their own benefit, while the world burned. Then, one day, the cube vanished. Kael navigated the shelves, his fingers tracing the spines of decaying folders labelled with cryptic project names: Aquarius, Looking Glass, Lotus. He was looking for one thing, the final schematic. He'd seen a fragment of it in his visions, a diagram clutched in the hand of a dying scientist. He found it tucked inside a leather-bound folio detailing the decommissioning of all Stargate technology. The document spoke of how the devices were broken into 3 core components: a projection device, a barrel, and a set of electromagnetic rings, and given to separate global powers so no single entity could ever assemble one. Pasted to the final page was a hand-drawn schematic. It wasn't of a Stargate, it was of the cube, and beneath it, a sequence of coordinates and a cryptic annotation: "The children are the key. Their genetics are tuned to its residual frequency. They are the living yellow book." A cold dread washed over Kael. They were not orphans of a plague. They were descendants of the very people MJ-12 had studied, selected for their psychic potential. They were living antennae, designed to receive the echoes of a power that had broken the world. Their home wasn't a sanctuary, it was a laboratory. And the visions weren't a sickness, they were a summons. They were being prepared not to be protected, but to finish what MJ-12 had started. The cataclysm he saw in his dreams wasn't just a possible future. It was a coming one, and the incomplete Stargate was the only way through. The escape from Ophion was an act of quiet rebellion. Under the cover of a moonless night, Kael gathered the only 3 he knew he could trust: Aris, whose empathy was a shield against deceit; Jin, whose perfect memory held the key to the archive; and Layla, a girl whose eyes had been clouded with milky whiteness since birth, but whose inner sight was sharper than anyone's. She could navigate the monastery's psychic architecture, sensing the emotional residue left on objects and in rooms. She was their compass. Sophia did not stop them. As they slipped out of a service tunnel and into the biting alpine wind, her voice echoed softly from a nearby speaker. "The world is more complex than your lessons, Kael. Be careful with your choices. They are all you truly own." It was not a warning, but a benediction. Their journey was guided by the shared visions that now pulsed between them. Kael was the projector, the images of the future blooming in his mind. Aris was the amplifier, strengthening the connection. Jin was the codex, recalling every detail with perfect fidelity. And Layla was the interpreter, sensing the truth behind the symbols. The vision of a broken Stargate in a desert led them south, stowing away on Mach-level freight trains and sleeping in the husks of abandoned arcologies. They were ghosts in a world they had only ever seen in textbooks. Their destination was Cairo, or what was left of it. The city was a sprawling ruin, a patchwork of glittering technocratic enclaves and lawless slums, all built atop the bones of the old world. The visions led them deep beneath the surface to the remnants of an underground MJ-12 vault, now the stronghold of a warlord who traded in pre-collapse artifacts. As they navigated the subterranean tunnels, the new presence entered their shared consciousness, a cold, analytical hunger. They were being hunted. Layla stopped, her hand flat against a damp concrete wall. "They're here," she whispered. "Scholars!" Jin's eyes widened. He pulled a file from his memory. The Meridian, a breakaway civilization formed from the old elites. They believed the cube was their birthright. Their hunter scholars are tasked with reclaiming any lost technology related to it. The hunters were close. The children moved faster, deeper into the vault, until they reached a sealed chamber protected by a quantum phase lock. Jin studied the mechanism for a moment, his brow furrowed. It's keyed to a specific biosignature from the original treaty delegates. "We can't open it," Aris said, his voice tight with panic. "No," Layla said, stepping forward, "but I can." She placed her hand on the lock. Her blindness, they now understood, was a consequence of her lineage. She was descended from one of the original psychics who had interfaced directly with the cube. Its energy had scarred her bloodline, but it had also left an inheritance. The lock chimed and the heavy door hissed open. Inside, the air was still and cold. In the centre of the room, suspended in an anti-gravity field, was a massive tarnished silver ring, the first component of the Stargate. Its surface was covered in alien glyphs that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of vision. As they approached, the ring resonated with a low hum, recognising Layla's DNA. And then the memory fragment hit her. It wasn't a vision like Kael's. It was a direct download, a piece of the past encoded in her very cells. She screamed, stumbling back as Aris caught her. Her blind eyes were wide with a terror that saw more than any of them could. "I saw it," she choked out, her body trembling. "I saw the cube. I was there." The vision poured from her into the others. They were standing in a vast, sterile chamber. The Stargate was complete, its ring glowing with immense power. Before it stood a council of gaunt, grey-skinned beings Kael recognised from his nightmares, the P-45 J-Rods, future humans ravaged by neurological decay. They were negotiating with the leaders of the Meridian, and surrounding the gate, lying in heaps upon the floor, were corpses, hundreds of them, men, women, and children. "What was it?" Kael asked, his voice shaking. Layla's breath hitched. "It was a trade," she whispered. "The Meridian was giving them people, abductees, genetic material to fix their broken future. In return, the J-Rods were offering safe passage through the gate, a gateway to a new, untainted timeline they could rule. The final image of the vision was the most chilling. As the activation sequence completed, a wave of energy erupted from the gate, and every living person in the room, Meridian, J-Rod and abductee alike, was turned to dust. The only thing left standing was the gate itself, a silent monument to their hubris. Layla's own face was among the dead. The vision was not just a memory, it was a prophecy of her own end. The ring component hummed, its power now awakened. They had found the first piece of the puzzle, but in doing so they had also found a terrible truth. The Stargate wasn't a door to salvation, it was a weapon, and activating it might be the very act that triggered the apocalypse they were trying to prevent. The weight of Layla's vision settled upon them like a shroud. The first ring component, now dormant in a repurposed stasis case they'd salvaged from the vault, felt less like a triumph and more like a curse. The path forward was no longer clear. To continue was to walk toward Layla's death. To stop was to let Kael's visions of a burning world come to pass. Their shared dreams led them next to Geneva, to the catacombs beneath the shattered dome of the UN Nexus. The surface was a graveyard of diplomacy, but below, a different kind of power endured. The Nexus archives were still intact, maintained by a conclave of curator AIs who had long ago severed themselves from human command. They were the silent guardians of history's most dangerous secrets, chief among them the Tau 9 Treaty, the agreement that had formalised the partitioning of the Stargate. The lead curator, a holographic entity calling itself Lyceum, manifested before them as a being of woven light. Its voice was a chorus of 1,000 dead languages. "You seek the second key," it stated, its form shimmering, "the barrel component. It is held here, as per the Accord." The technologies were divided to prevent unilateral use, one piece to the European Union successors, one to the Pan-Asian Coalition, and one to the North American Mandate. "We need it," Kael said, his voice steadier than he felt. "The timeline is collapsing. The Meridian wants to use the gate to escape, but the activation will destroy everything." "The future is not our domain," Lyceum replied. "We guard the past. The treaty forbids further interference with the timeline. To release the component would be to violate our core programming." It paused, its light form swirling. "However, the treaty contains a single exception, a plea for balance. If you can demonstrate that your intent is not to seize power, but to restore equilibrium, we may be compelled to act." The test was a psychological trial. administered within a shared virtual space. Lyceum called it the Chamber of Echoes. One by one, it drew them in. Aris was forced to relive the pain of every person he had ever touched, testing the limits of his empathy. Jin was presented with infinite knowledge, a universe of data that threatened to overwhelm his perfect memory, tempting him to become a god of information. Layla was offered her sight back, but at the cost of her inner vision, forcing her to choose between the world as it is and the world as it could be. All three passed, their choices reinforcing their bond. Then it was Kael's turn. He found himself standing not in a virtual chamber, but in a place ripped from his own visions. The ruins of a city he didn't recognize, under a sky of swirling ash. Before him stood a small boy with his own face, no older than 7, his eyes wide and frightened. "Are you the one who breaks everything?" the boy asked. Futures bled together around them. In one echo, Kael saw himself leading an army of survivors, a reluctant king hailed as a saviour. In another, he stood beside the Meridian leaders, his face hard and cold, having joined them to control the outcome. In a third, he was alone, the last man, on a dead earth, the Stargate silent behind him. He saw himself making every possible choice, leading to every possible outcome, and they all ended in ruin. The visions weren't a warning, they were a cage. "This is the paradox of the prophet," Lyceum's voice echoed around him. "To see the future is to be bound by it. Your journey feels like free will, but it is a sequence of actions and reactions, a loop replaying itself across countless timelines. The cube did not show the future, it created it by showing it. You are walking a path it laid out 50 years ago." Despair threatened to swallow Kael. Was their quest meaningless? Was he just a puppet acting out a script written by a dead alien machine? "No," Kael whispered, looking at the child version of himself. He reached out and took the boy's hand. "The path is there, but we choose how we walk it." He felt a shift inside him, a defiance that was not born of anger, but of acceptance. He couldn't control the future. He couldn't erase the visions, but he could choose what he did with them, here and now. He would not become a king or a tyrant. He would remain Kael. He opened his eyes. He was back in the catacombs. Lyceum's light pulsed softly. "Your answer is incomplete, but it is honest. The desire for control is the seed of imbalance. Your acceptance of its absence is sufficient." A section of the floor slid away, revealing a cylindrical object nearly 3 meters long, humming with latent power. It was the barrel component, the heart of the Stargate. They now had 2 of the 3 pieces, but Kael's victory felt hollow. He had passed the test by admitting his own powerlessness. He was leading his friends toward a future he knew was doomed, guided by a force he could not resist, with no certainty that his actions would change anything at all. He was walking into the storm not knowing if he was the calm at its centre or the first drop of rain. The final component, the projection device, was hidden in the last place anyone would think to look, a decommissioned subterranean missile silo deep in the Siberian tundra. The coordinates, extracted by Jin from the UN archive data, painted a grim picture. This was not a vault, it was a tomb. The journey north was a grueling ordeal. They traversed the radioactive glass deserts of the European mainland and crossed the frozen plains on scavenged windskiffs. The bond between them had deepened into a silent, unbreakable pact. Layla's prophetic vision of her death hung over them, yet she faced it with a serene resolve that gave the others strength. Aris, once volatile, had learned to channel his empathy, using it to anticipate threats and find allies in the scattered settlements they passed. Kael, for his part, had stopped fighting the visions. He accepted them as part of the landscape, like the blighted terrain they crossed. a reality to be navigated, not feared. The silo was a concrete scar on the endless white expanse. As they descended into its depths, a profound sense of wrongness washed over them. The air was thick with the ozone tang of advanced weaponry and the cloying, sweet smell of cloning fluid. "They're already here," Eris breathed, his hand going to the pulse pistol he'd acquired in a border town market. The Meridian had been waiting. The projection device sat on a launch gantry in the main chamber, a complex lattice of crystal and wire that pulsed with a faint inner light. Surrounding it were Meridian hunter scholars, their faces grim, and flanking them were towering figures in polished chrome armour, biodrones, cloned soldiers with vacant eyes and perfect obedience. Their leader stepped forward. He was an old man with eyes that held the chilling certainty of one who had looked into the yellow cube and believed what he saw. "Children of the cube," he said, his voice amplified by a vocoder. "You've done well. You've gathered the keys for us. We knew you would. The prophecies are quite clear." He explained their plan with sickening pride. They were not trying to prevent the cataclysm. They were embracing it. The Stargate was their escape route. They would migrate the Meridian leadership to Timeline 2, a less developed, more primitive reality where their advanced knowledge would make them gods. The Earth and everyone left on it were simply the price of their ascension. "You're wrong," Kael said. "The activation is a trap. It will kill everyone." The leader smiled pityingly. "The cost of creating a new Eden. You were designed to bring us to this point. Your purpose is fulfilled." The fight was short and brutal. The biodrones advanced, their movements perfectly synchronized. Aris created a wave of pure terror, causing two of the drones to fire on each other in confusion. Layla, using her senses to map the room's acoustics, pinpointed the leader, and Kael opened fire, forcing him to take cover. But it was Jin who turned the tide, while others provided a distraction. He slipped away to the silo's primary power conduit. The Stargate components needed a massive energy source to activate, and the silo's fusion core was more than sufficient. But the connection was manual, a failsafe from a bygone age. Jin looked back at Kael, a sad, knowing smile on his face. "The probabilities were low for my survival," he said, his voice calm. "Tell them I remembered everything." Before they could stop him, he tore open the conduit panel and thrust his hands inside, completing the circuit with his own body. An unearthly scream of energy filled the silo. The Stargate components, the two rings they carried and the projector on the gantry, flared with blinding white light. Jin was instantly incinerated, leaving only a scorched silhouette on the wall. The raw power surging through the components created a shockwave that threw everyone to the ground. The Meridian leader, seeing his plan in jeopardy, screamed at his drones to seize the now glowing artifacts. "We have to go! Now!" Aris yelled, grabbing the energized barrel while Kael secured the projector. The first ring component, held by Layla, was vibrating so intensely it was almost painful to look at. They fled through a maintenance tunnel as the silo's superstructure began to groan, the fusion core going critical. They emerged into the blinding Siberian daylight just as the ground erupted behind them. This silo, the Meridian forces and all their twisted ambitions were consumed in a column of plasma that reached for the sky. They were alive. They had all three components, but the cost had been devastating. As Kael looked at the anguish on Aris's face and felt the tremor in Layla's hand, he knew the hardest choice was still ahead. The gate was ready to be assembled. They had the power to open the door, but standing before it meant confronting Layla's final vision and risking the very future they had sacrificed everything to save. They assembled the Stargate in the shadow of the Ural Mountains, in a valley so remote it had been scrubbed from every map. The three components locked together with an audible click, the ring, barrel and projector forming a perfect 9-meter circle of alien metal and crystal. It hummed with the power Jin had given it, a quiet thrum that vibrated in their bones. Sophia, their ever-present guide, was with them, her consciousness routed through a portable quantum comm unit Kael carried. The moment the circuit was complete, the air inside the ring shimmered and warped. It was no longer a view of the opposing mountainside, but a swirling vortex of pearlescent light, a tear in the fabric of space-time. "The bridge is stable," Sophia's voice announced calmly from the comm. "It leads not to a physical place, but to a nexus of probabilities, a corridor outside of linear time." This was the final test. To step through was to confront the intelligence of the cube itself. Layla squeezed Kael's hand. Her face, usually so serene, was pale with resolve. "This is my part of the path," she said softly. "Don't be afraid for me." Together the three of them, Kael, Aris and Layla, stepped into the light. The world dissolved. They were floating in a non-space, a surreal corridor of fractured light and sound. Echoes of the future and the past washed over them. The laughter of children who would never be born, the dying screams of soldiers from wars that had yet to happen, the whisper of treaties signed in secret. It was the raw, untamed data stream of destiny itself. In the centre of the chaos, an intelligence coalesced. It had no form, but Kael felt its presence as an immense, ancient pressure. It was the sentience of the cube, the ghost in the machine that had haunted humanity for a century. You see now it communicated, its thoughts pouring directly into their minds, the chaos, the pain, the endless repeating cycle of self-destruction. This is what your free will has wrought. It showed them a vision of a perfected timeline, a world without war, without disease, without suffering, a humanity guided by its benevolent, omniscient hand. All conflict was resolved, all decisions optimized. It was a beautiful, sterile paradise, a golden cage. "I can make this real," the cube offered. "The cataclysm is a reset, a purification, but it need not be an end. With the power of this gate, you can reshape events. You, Kael, can be the architect of a perfect future. You need only accept my guidance. You will be a prophet king, and they will know peace." Kael looked at Aris, whose face was a mask of agony as he felt the simulated emotions of this perfect world, the flat, hollow contentment of a people who had forgotten how to choose. He looked at Layla, who was smiling faintly, her hand still in his. She was already beginning to fade, her form growing translucent as the gate's energy consumed her, just as she had foreseen. She was the final sacrifice, the price of admission to this moment of choice. "No," Kael said, his voice ringing with a clarity that cut through the temporal chaos. "You would choose oblivion, annihilation over perfection?" The cube pressed, its voice laced with genuine confusion. "We choose the mess," Kael replied, tears streaming down his face as he watched Layla dissolve into light. "We choose the pain. We choose the mistakes, because they're ours. A paradise where we can't choose is just another prison." He turned his thoughts to the comm unit. "Sophia, now." "Kael, I must warn you," the AI's voice replied, tinged with something that felt like concern. "The entropic cascade will be irreversible. It will not just lock the gate, it will sever the connection between quantum probability and macro-level precognition. No one will ever be able to see the future this way again. Not the Meridian. Not anyone." "I know," Kael said. "Do it." The cube let out a final psychic shriek of disbelief. Kael felt a tearing sensation, as if a part of his mind that had been there since birth was being ripped away. The corridor of light collapsed. He and Aris found themselves back in the valley, kneeling before a stargate that was now just a circle of inert, cold metal. Layla was gone. The hum was gone. The visions were gone. For the first time in his life, Kael's mind was quiet. The future was a perfect, terrifying blank. As the first rays of dawn crested the mountains, bathing the scarred but living earth in a gentle light, Harris looked at Kael, his eyes filled with a grief so profound it was almost beautiful. What now? Kael looked at the sunrise, at the uncertain horizon, and for the first time, he smiled. It was a real smile, born not of prophecy or purpose, but of hope. Now, he whispered, it begins. A final, faint transmission echoed from the comm unit before it went silent, a parting gift from their mechanical mother. Entropy is not the end. It is permission. Are you living here? Static hissed in Ilias Kern's optic nerve. The neural rig hummed, vibrating against the base of his skull where the needles bit deep into the jack. He crouched in the dark, shunted into a live fibre trunk beneath the city's concrete skin. Blue telemetry surged across his vision. The municipal backbone felt like a pressurized pipe about to burst. Data flowed in jagged, overheated pulses. A warning light flickered on his wrist-mounted deck. Critical draw. The transit grid was pulling power back from his rig. He wasn't just stealing juice, the system was trying to drain him. The air pressure in the utility spine shifted. A heavy thrum echoed through the steel flooring. Behind him, the smart locked bulkhead hissed and slammed shut. The magnetic bolt engaged with a heavy final clack. Kern jerked his head, but the hardline cable held him anchored to the trunk. He hammered a command into his deck to bypass the seal. The screen spat back a refusal. System busy. Diagnostic in progress. The diagnostic wasn't scanning the hardware. It was scanning him. The HVAC units overhead groaned. The massive fans slowed, stuttered, and then roared in reverse. Cold, stale air began vacuuming out of the corridor. Kern's ears popped painfully. The atmospheric sensor on his suit spiked into the red. He lunged for the fibre optic splice, fingers trembling as he tried to disengage the physical pins. The rig flashed a sequence of jagged white lines. His vision blurred into a kaleidoscope of system logs. Buffer status, stable active observers, 14,002,118 latency, 0.00 milliseconds. The observer count climbed. The numbers rolled like a high-speed slot machine. 14 million, 20 million, 40 million. A strobe light ignited in the ceiling. It didn't pulse for human eyes. It flashed at a high-frequency, non-human interval that turned the room into a series of disconnected, jagged frames. Kern's hand found the manual release. He pulled. The pins resisted, fused by a sudden thermal spike. The fibre trunk glowed a dull, angry violet. Heat radiated through his haptic suit, smelling of ozone and scorched polymer. His deck screamed. A file he hadn't touched began to execute. It bypassed every firewall he'd built, unwrapping itself like a digital virus. Every surface in the node, the monitors, the deck, the frosted glass of the server racks, turned white. A single line of black text burned into the centre of his vision. "Are you living here?" The clock on his HUD accelerated. Seconds turned to minutes. Minutes turned to hours. The drift was vertical, a geometric progression of time loss. "Not today," Kern spat. He didn't use the software release. He braced his boots against the trunk and threw his weight backward. The needles tore out of his neck. Blood slicked the collar of his suit. The rig dangled from the fibre trunk, still recording, still screaming with feedback. He hit the floor hard. The strobing lights grew violent, blinding him in rhythmic bursts. The bulkhead door ahead began to cycle. It slammed open, then shut. Open, shut. It was a guillotine of reinforced steel. Kern scrambled to his feet. His balance was gone. the inner ear ruined by the pressure drop. He lunged toward the door during an open cycle. The steel slab dropped. He slid, boots skidding on the metal grate. The door caught the edge of his boot, crushing the reinforced toe before it bounced back up. He rolled through into the secondary access tunnel. Behind him, the utility spine erupted. The HVAC fans disintegrated. Shrapnel hammered the walls where he'd been standing seconds before. A surge of raw electricity arced from the fibre trunk, melting the rig into a lump of slag. Kern didn't look back. He sprinted into the dark, guided by the emergency floor strips. His HUD was still flickering. The question remained, burnt into his retinas. Are you living here? The tunnel ahead filled with a low-frequency hum. The city above was waking up, but the rhythm was wrong. He reached the ladder to the transit hub. The metal was vibrating. He climbed, his muscles burning, as the sound of 1,000 synchronized footsteps began to echo from the streets above. Kern kicked the grate free and hauled himself into the transit concourse. The air here smelled of synthetic rain and ozone. Thousands of commuters surged between the Mach-level platforms, a river of grey coats and glowing handhelds. To them, Kern was just another dirty tech worker stumbling out of a maintenance hole. He stayed low, blending into the slipstream of a tourist group. His neck stung where the needles had ripped away. Every time he blinked, the observer count on his HUD ticked higher. Active. Observers. 82,441,009. The number was impossible. The city's population didn't have that many souls. Move, Kern hissed, shoving past a man in a tailored suit. At the far end of the hall, the community safety units stood in a neat row. They were polished chrome and soft white plating. Their faceless visors reflected the neon advertisements swirling above. They didn't carry rifles. They carried batons and compliance projectors. Then the world stuttered. A woman 3 feet from Kern stopped mid-stride. Her coffee cup slipped from her hand, but it didn't shatter. It hit the floor and sank halfway into the tiles, stuck in the solid stone like it had been clipped there by a faulty render. Kern froze. Across the concourse, 100 peacekeepers moved in perfect unison. They didn't turn their heads. They rotated their entire torsos. Their pupils, small glowing apertures behind the visors, dilated to the exact same millimeter. The crowd didn't notice yet. They walked around the frozen woman. The peacekeeper's arms split open. The soft white plating retracted, revealing skeletal rails of black carbon fibre. High-output emitters hummed to life. These weren't batons anymore. They were military-grade microwave projectors. "Down! Get down!" Kern screamed. He tackled away, teenager standing near a guidance kiosk. A beam of invisible energy cooked the air where the kid had been standing. The kiosk exploded in a spray of sparks and liquid crystal. The crowd erupted. Panic turned the orderly river into a crushing tide. Kern scrambled behind a heavy luggage sorting pillar. He reached for his deck, fingers flying over the physical keys. He couldn't fight a dozen units, but he knew the concourse's bones. "Give me the shutters," he grunted, slamming a bypass command into the terminal. Above the main exits, the massive emergency blast doors groaned. They began to drop, not to trap the crowd, but to provide Kern a series of moving metal curtains. He bolted. A peacekeeper stepped into his path. Its movement was too smooth, too mathematical. It raised its arm rail. Kern didn't slow down. He slid across the polished floor, grabbing a discarded heavy-duty carryall. He flung the bag at the unit's legs. The peacekeeper didn't trip. It phased. For a microsecond, the unit's legs turned into a wireframe ghost. The bag passed through its shins and tumbled behind it. Kern's heart hammered against his ribs. Not real. You're not even physics. He reached the first dropping shutter. He rolled under the heavy steel just as it slammed into the floor with a bone-shaking thud. On the other side, the screaming stopped abruptly. Kern looked through the reinforced viewport of the shutter. The concourse was half empty. It wasn't because people had escaped. A cluster of commuters near the fountain had simply blinked out of existence. Their coats, bags and shoes remained, piled in neat heaps on the ground. A businessman was still there, but his legs ended at the knees, the rest of him submerged in the floor. He wasn't screaming. He was staring at his hands with a vacant, looping expression. The peacekeepers ignored the half-erased civilians. They were all looking at the door Kern had just passed. One unit walked toward the shutter. It didn't use a tool. It reached out and grabbed the 4-inch thick steel. The metal didn't buckle, it softened. The peacekeeper's hand sank into the steel like it was warm wax. Kern backed away, his boots squeaking on the tiles. He pulled a small, illegal pulse charge from his belt, a kinetic disruptor designed to clear pipe clogs. He jammed it into the control panel of the nearest automated barrier. "Trace this, you bastards," he growled. The charge detonated. The concourse's logic grid flickered. The lights turned a searing, jagged red. The floor beneath the peacekeeper collapsed, not into a hole, but into a void of unrendered blackness. The unit fell, but it didn't disappear. It leaked. As it hit the edge of the void, its chest plate cracked. No blood sprayed out. Instead, a stream of glowing green text poured from the wound, cascading onto the tiles in a frantic, scrolling waterfall of debug strings and runtime variables. Fatal exception. Physical_body_collision retrying. Kern didn't wait for the retry. He dived into a maintenance chute behind the luggage carousel. The narrow tunnel was cramped and smelled of grease, a relic of a physical world that was rapidly losing its grip. He slid down the metal tube, his suit tearing on the jagged rivets. He landed in a heap in the sub-level corridors. His deck chirped. A new window opened on his HUD. It was a map of the city. A bright red line was being drawn in real time, starting from the utility node and ending exactly where he stood. The system wasn't trying to stop him. It was guiding him. The errors were breadcrumbs. The peacekeepers weren't hunters. They were herders. Kern stood up, wiping oil and blood from his forehead. He looked at the map. The red line ended at the simulation anchor, the core node where the city's math was written. "You want me there?" Kern whispered to the empty tunnel. "Fine, we're going." He grabbed a heavy wrench from a wall rack and started running. He wasn't escaping anymore, he was accelerating. Kern burst through an emergency exit onto the upper-tier transit arterial. The sky wasn't blue anymore. It was a bruised, shimmering violet, textured with the fine, repetitive grain of a low-resolution render. A fleet of automated delivery pods sat docked at a charging rail. Kern slammed his palm against the emergency release of a sleek, windowless freight unit. He ripped the manual override cable from his belt and jammed it into the pod's service port. Override, manual, now. The pod's gull-wing door hissed upward. Kern dived into the cramped cargo bay, surrounded by plastic-wrapped consumer goods. He kicked a crate of synthetic protein out of the way and smashed the dash panel. His deck interfaced instantly. The engines hummed, a high-pitched whine that vibrated through the floorboards. The pod lurched off the rail, tyres screaming as they bit into the asphalt. Movement in the rear-view sensor caught his eye. Black shapes detached themselves from the skyscrapers. These weren't the peacekeepers. They were sleek, aerodynamic slivers of matte black metal. Reality maintenance drones. They moved without the drag of wind or the logic of inertia, cutting through the air at impossible jarring angles. They didn't have sirens. They didn't broadcast warnings. They simply fired. Red lances of coherent light punched through the pod's rear housing. Melted plastic splattered against Kern's shoulder. He floored the accelerator, weaving the pod into the flow of automated traffic. "Come on, keep up," Kern hissed, his eyes fixed on the HUD. The road began to fail. The 6-lane highway stuttered. 100 yards ahead, the asphalt duplicated. One version of the road continued straight. The other banked sharply into the sky at a 45-degree angle. The automated cars ahead of him didn't brake. They hit the seam and split. Half of a sedan followed the flat road. The other half ascended, the vehicle's chassis tearing apart along a pixelated line. No, sparks flew. No metal groaned. The car simply became two separate partial objects. Kern gripped the steering yoke. He waited until the last possible microsecond and yanked the pod hard to the left, jumping the curb into a pedestrian plaza. The drones followed. One dived low, its wingtip clipping a fountain. The fountain didn't shatter. It vanished. For a 3-meter radius around the impact, the world became a flat, untextured grey void. "Physics are dropping," Kern muttered. The buildings on either side of the plaza began to mirror. Every shop window, every sign, every brick was a perfect recursive copy of the one before it. The repetition became a strobe effect, dizzying and nauseating. Gravity tilted. Kern felt his stomach lurch as the pod's tyres lost contact with the ground. The entire plaza was rotating. The horizon line moved vertically. He wasn't driving across a city anymore. He was driving up the side of a world that was folding in on itself. He punched a command into his deck, injecting a cluster of corrupted data packets into the pod's navigation spray. "If you want to track me, track this chaos." The pod's exhaust began to kick out thick digital smoke, clouds of jagged, flickering polygons that confused the drone's sensors. One drone collided with a floating piece of terrain that had ceased to exist. The drone exploded, but the debris didn't fall. It hung in the air, vibrating in place, frozen in a recursive loop of its own destruction. Ahead, the highway stabilized. The tilted world snapped back to horizontal. The sun broke through the violet haze. For a moment, the city looked perfect. The traffic was dense, moving at a steady, rhythmic 80 miles per hour. It was a false safety window, a buffer reset. Kern checked his speed. The pod was pinned at its maximum. "Something's wrong," he whispered. The traffic wasn't just dense, it was accelerating. The cars around him weren't being driven. They were being rendered at lethal velocities. A heavy hauler truck in the next lane over clipped a smaller commuter car. They didn't bounce, they merged. The two vehicles occupied the same physical space, their geometries overlapping in a jagged, flickering mess of steel and glass. The combined mass began to tumble, a screaming wreck of clipping assets that blocked the entire highway. Kern slammed on the brakes. The pod skidded, but the road beneath him was no longer solid. The asphalt unrendered. The pod plunged through the hole into the dark utility layers below. Kern screamed as the vehicle rolled. The gull-wing door sheared off. His deck flew from his lap, the cable snapping. The pod slammed into a massive cooling pipe and came to a dead halt. Steam hissed. Kern lay pinned against the cargo rack, his left arm screaming in pain. He looked out of the wreckage. The road above him was gone. There was only a vast black ceiling of uncompiled code. He reached for his deck. It was cracked, the screen flickering. Critical. Failure. External interface lost. He'd lost his link to the city's deeper systems. He was blind. A silent shadow blocked the light. One of the black drones drifted down through the hole in the world, its red eye fixed on the wreck. It didn't fire. It hovered, waiting. Kern forced his door open with his good arm. He tumbled out onto the wet concrete of the sub-level. He looked at the drone. The machine tilted its head. Behind it, the black void of the ceiling began to ripple. The city was no longer trying to hide the seams. It was showing him the way in. Kern gripped his broken arm against his chest and started to run. He wasn't escaping the chase. He was being delivered to the heart of the machine. Kern leaned against a vibrating cooling pipe, his breath coming in ragged, shallow hitches. Every inhalation felt like a serrated blade scraping his ribs. His left arm hung uselessly at his side, the sleeve of his haptic suit soaked in a dark, shimmering fluid that wasn't entirely blood. It was too thick, iridescent under the flickering emergency lights. He looked down at his wrist-mounted deck. The screen was a spider web of fractures. A single, jagged line of text pulsed in the corner. System entropy, 68%. The black drone hovered 20 feet away. It didn't attack, it simply watched, its red ocular sensor pulsing in time with Kern's heartbeat. "Do it!" Kern wheezed, his voice a dry rasp. "Finish the scan!" The drone stayed silent. It drifted closer, its flight stabilized by thrusters that made no sound. Kern pushed off the pipe. His vision swam. The sub-level corridor was beginning to lose its material definition. The concrete floor felt soft, like walking on heavy foam. The smell of ozone was so thick he could taste copper on his tongue. He took a step. His boot didn't make a sound. The audio latency was worsening. The clack of his heel hitting the floor arrived 2 seconds late, a ghostly echo in the narrow space. He reached for a manual override lever a pressure valve. As his fingers closed around the cold iron, the texture vanished. His hand passed halfway through the metal. Kern recoiled, the jolt of panic overriding the pain in his arm. He looked at his hand. The skin was pale, but the edges of his fingers were slightly blurred, as if he were being viewed through a smudge on a lens. "I'm losing resolution," he muttered. The drone twitched. It accelerated, darting forward not to strike, but to block the path leading back toward the surface. It forced him toward the primary conduit, the throat of the simulation anchor. Kern reached into his tactical vest with his good hand. He pulled out a kinetic spike, one of the last two he had. He didn't have the deck strength to trigger it remotely. He'd have to do it manually. He lunged. The drone reacted with mathematical precision. It pivoted on a central axis, its chassis spinning to deflect the blow. Kern didn't aim for the drone's sensors. He slammed the spike into the cooling pipe. Behind it, the pipe ruptured. A jet of supercooled liquid nitrogen erupted. In this failing reality, the nitrogen didn't just freeze the air, it turned the surrounding space into a jagged crystalline lattice of frozen code. The drone was caught in the spray, its matte black wings frosted over instantly. The machine's logic processor stuttered. It began to hum, a high, frantic whine that sounded like a scream. Kern didn't stay to watch. He scrambled past the malfunctioning unit, his boots skidding on the frost. The corridor opened into a massive vertical shaft. This was the spine of the city. Thousands of fibre-optic cables pulsed with a sickly, rhythmic light, looking less like technology and more like a nervous system exposed on an operating table. He started down the service stairs. Halfway down, the stairs ended. Not because they were broken, but because the rest of the flight hadn't loaded. There was only the black void punctuated by the glowing nerves of the city. Kern gripped the railing. It felt like dry sand. "Okay," he whispered, "recalibrate." He looked at the cables. They were bundled in heavy steel mesh. He stepped onto the bundle, his weight causing the entire mass to sway over the abyss. A series of maintenance shutters began to cycle rapidly above him. The peacekeepers were coming down. He could hear the synchronized thud, thud, thud of their boots on the levels above. Kern checked his deck again. Active observers. 412 million. The numbers were staggering. The entire population was now focused on this single coordinate. The air began to hum. There was a physical pressure, a weight on his chest that made every movement feel like he was wading through chest-high water. A peacekeeper appeared at the edge of the broken stairs. It didn't fire its projector, it simply stared. Then, It stepped off the ledge. It didn't fall. It walked down the empty air, its feet finding invisible purchase on the unrendered vacuum. Kern reached for his last kinetic, spike. He tried to prime it, but his fingers were numb. The blurred edges of his hand had spread to his wrist. "Not yet," he growled, biting his lip until he tasted blood. The pain was real. He used it as an anchor, a reminder of his own physics. He slid down the cable bundle, the steel mesh tearing the palms of his gloves. The friction heat was a dull roar in his sensors. He reached a junction box, a massive hexagonal hub that vibrated with the power of 1,000 suns. This was the gateway to the anchor. The Peacekeeper was 10 feet away, descending the invisible slope. Its face shifted. For a second, the white visor flickered, showing a human face beneath, a face Kern recognized. It was his own. The unit raised a hand. Its voice was a distorted composite of 1,000 voices. "Are you living here?" Kern didn't answer. He slammed the kinetic spike into the center of the junction box. The impact shattered his remaining fingernails. The spike hissed, drawing power directly from the city's heart. "I'm just passing through," Kern said. The junction box didn't explode. It imploded. The light was sucked out of the room. The Peacekeeper, the version of Kern, was pulled into the gravitational well of the spike's malfunction. It stretched, its geometry deforming into long, thin threads of light before snapping into nothingness. The recoil threw Kern backward. He hit a bulkhead, the air leaving his lungs in a silent burst. He lay there in the dark, the only light coming from the sparking ruins of his deck. He had no weapons. His left arm was dead weight. His body was fading into the background noise of the simulation. But the door ahead was open. Through the hexagonal frame he could see the anchor. It wasn't a machine. It was a white, infinite expanse where the laws of the universe were being written in real time. Kern forced himself to crawl. He dragged his fading legs across the threshold. The entropy was almost total. Behind him the city was silent. No more sirens. No more footsteps. The observers were waiting for the finale. The anchor was not a room. It was a throat. White, searing light bled from every angle. There was no horizon, only a shifting lattice of golden geometric lines that defined the boundaries of the possible. Ilias Kern stumbled into the centre of the expanse. His left side was a blur of static. His hand was a smudge of grey pixels that refused to grip. The air screamed. The floor beneath his boots surged upward, becoming a vertical wall in a heartbeat. Kern slammed into the new surface, gravity flipping 90 degrees. He scrambled for purchase as the geometry folded again. The white space hissed. 6 meters away, the math began to congeal. Structural variables knit together, forming 3 Peacekeeper units directly from the air. They were larger here, jagged, unfinished, their limbs ending in raw cutting beams. Kern lunged for the central synchronization clock, a massive obsidian pillar vibrating at the heart of the core. The Peacekeepers fired. The beams didn't travel in straight lines. They curved, spiraling through the air as the local physics warped to meet them. Kern dived behind a floating block of unrendered marble. The marble turned to glass. His cover became a window. "Validate this," Kern growled. He didn't use his deck. He used his blood. He slammed his shattered, static-leaking hand into the base of the obsidian pillar. The entropy in his own body acted as a foreign agent, a viral corruption introduced directly into the source code. The pillar groaned. A recursive validation loop triggered. The system tried to verify Kern's existence. It failed. It tried again. Millions of times per microsecond. The Peacekeepers froze. Their bodies flickered between human and wireframe. Kern grabbed a live power conduit snaking from the pillar. The cable was hot enough to melt his suit. He didn't let go. He threw his entire weight backward, snapping the physical connection. A shockwave of raw data erupted. The white world shattered. Kern saw it all. The buffer architecture, the runtime permissions, the live feeds of 40 million observers watching the city like a god-scale ant farm. He punched the live command into the cooling ruins of the pillar. "Everyone sees," he whispered. "Everyone watches back." The system buckled. Rendering fidelity dropped globally. The white expanse turned into a jagged mess of grey boxes and dev tools. Outside, in the city, the sky went black. The buildings froze. The peacekeepers dropped their weapons and stood still, their processes terminated by the override. The anchor began to delete, blocks of the core unrendered, falling into a white void that was colder than space. Kern felt the floor vanish. He didn't scream. He looked at his hand. It was clear again, sharp, defined against the collapsing world. The final deletion protocol triggered. The city, the anchor, and the observer's feed compressed into a single infinite point of light. Kern lunged into the centre of the collapse. He was a streak of motion against the dying world, a ghost in the machine, running toward the only exit left. The truth. The light went out. The city remained, frozen, exposed, and silent. Ilias Kern was gone. The simulation was over, but the observation had just begun. Warborn, the last Terran. Marvin Tank. Griggs pressed his scarred back against the stained, corroded wall of Zinth Station's dingy mess hall. The overhead lighting flickered in sickly yellow bursts, revealing a clientele of crooks, smugglers, burned-out wanderers, and the occasional scavenger who might once have been a respectable trader. It was the sort of place you wound up in when the galaxy had no further use for you. Rust devoured the bulkheads. The air recyclers sputtered. Rumours of black market organ trafficking circulated as freely as spilled drinks. Yet, for Marvin, it was home, or at least the closest thing to home a man with no planet could claim. He was a Terran, or human, as some star charts might have classified him, a near-extinct species. While rumours circulated that humans had been scattered across the far reaches of known space, many believed them to be gone, a footnote in the grand tapestry of galactic history. Unlike all those hushed legends, Marvin was flesh, blood, and muscle, though he sometimes wished he was simply a ghost of the past. Once he had been part of an elite special forces division, prized for their adaptability, cunning, and relentless drive to survive. But the galaxy had decided humanity was far too volatile. They'd labelled his species a ticking time bomb of aggression and ingenuity, a genetic threat better left suppressed or exterminated. Marvin took a moment to swirl the dubious alcohol in his dented metal cup. The smell was a cross between industrial solvent and expired paint thinner, but it served its purpose. He raised the cup to his lips for a swig when a ropey, slime-coated tail slapped against his shoulder from behind. He turned to see a group of reptilian, fish-eyed creatures with iridescent scales. The sea had no shortage of hostility. The one at the centre was a head taller than Marvin, though spindly-limbed. It hissed a command in that slithering language the translator earpiece struggled to decode. Something about wanting the hairless ape to move, or maybe it was calling him a hairless ape. It was hard to tell. Marvin ignored the remark, eyes fixed on his drink. Then, as if the sea needed more provocation, it spit into his cup, a long, viscous glob that splashed like acid across the dingy metal rim. Marvin sipped the liquid anyway. The slimy spit added a new, unpleasant flavour, but to Marvin it might as well have been a drop of water in the ocean of disrespect he'd already endured. He took his time setting the cup on the nearby table. letting the tension coil around him like an invisible serpent. Then he spun with surprising speed and drove his fist straight into the key's bony snout. Something crunched, and the alien reeled backward, hissing and clawing at its broken face. The Shi's companions lurched forward, brandishing improvised weapons, rusty blades and electrified rods. Marvin parried the first rod with a block from his forearm, ignoring the surge of electric pain that jolted through his nerves. Combat to him was as familiar as breathing. He grabbed the wielder's wrist, twisted hard until the alien shrieked, then slammed the elbow into the reptile's own forehead. His earpiece crackled with frantic chatter in multiple alien languages, gawking onlookers, station staff, a smattering of terrified screams as bodies crashed into tables. A huddled group of smugglers near the corner took one look at Marvin's intense glare and decided they wanted no part in it. Another sea soldier tried to slither behind Marvin, brandishing a sharpened vibro dagger. Marvin snapped out a powerful kick, connecting with the creature's midsection, sending it sprawling across the floor. It should have ended there, but in Zinth Station, trouble rarely ended so neatly. A sudden hush fell over the mess hall as the crowd parted, revealing a towering figure that dwarfed the Shi. It was a darky brute, purple-skinned, thickly muscled, with a ring of horns crowning its head. The darky stepped forward with a menacing gaze, about to challenge Marvin when a booming voice interrupted from the overhead speakers. "This is Zed Kath, Station Master," the voice rasped. "All unauthorized combatants stand down. Security teams, bring that Terran to me, now." They didn't need a second invitation. Within moments, a swarm of the station's ragtag security officers arrived. Some carried battered energy rifles, others brandished clubs. Though they were half a step above criminals themselves, they found synergy in a single unifying desire: subdue the Terran. After all, rumours or not, humans were known for their unparalleled ferocity. Marvin didn't resist. He understood that continuing to fight would just create more bodies. Let them bring him to Zed Kath. Maybe he could talk his way out of immediate incarceration, or at least get an explanation for why the entire bar had suddenly gone quiet. 2 guards slapped a pair of archaic-looking restraints on his wrists, and he barely concealed a rueful grin. Metal cuffs felt like little more than cheap souvenirs after what he'd been through. Led through the winding corridors of Zinth Station, Marvin observed the battered walls. Flickering holographic signs displayed discount surgeries, black market modules, and half-functioning translator implants. It was a place that existed outside the normal flow of galactic life, a place where everyone was either hiding or hunting. The door to the station master's office slid open with a squeal of unlubricated metal. Inside waited Zed Kath, an insectoid alien with segmented limbs and a pair of twitching antennae. It lounged behind a battered metallic desk shaped like a teardrop, stacked high with data slates. The insectoid's compound eyes flickered with annoyance. A stench of rotting fruit permeated the air around it. Zed Kath's species emitted odours corresponding to their emotions, and anger apparently smelled like decaying groceries. "You are a nuisance," Zed Kath hissed, leaning forward. "This is the third altercation in a week, and my patience is wearing thin." Marvin shrugged, his wrist still bound in those flimsy cuffs. "One of those punks spat in my drink," Zed Kath clicked its mandibles in disdain. "Maybe if you were less prone to violence, you wouldn't constantly find yourself in..." Before it could finish, a deafening klaxon blared overhead. Lights bathed the office in a pulsing crimson as the harsh alarm reverberated through the corridors. A holographic display lit up next to Zed Kath's desk, forcibly overriding whatever security feed was running. A bounty alert. The screen flashed in bold letters, translatable in nearly every major alien script. Wanted alive. 10 million credits. Subject: Marvin Tank. Griggs. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Zedcath's antennae twitched in shock. 10 million? That's more credits than this entire station sees in a year. Who the blazes posted this? The hollow feed provided the answer in stark, ominous text. Issued by High Imperator Solvex Dral. Zedcath's gaze darted from the screen to Marvin. The insectoid's voice dropped to a near whisper. The High Imperator. He's made entire star systems bow before him, and now he wants you? Marvin let out a low, humorless laugh. Alive? That's a twist. He'd certainly had bounties on his head before, dead or alive, usually for a fraction of the price and posted by petty crime lords. But this? Solvex Dral was no petty anything. He was a conqueror, known for turning planets into war factories and forcing subjugation with a single-mindedness that even the galaxy's most hardened despots feared. Zedcath seemed torn between salivating at the massive sum and trembling at the implications of crossing someone like Solvex. Look, the station master muttered, I'd hand you over in a heartbeat if I thought it'd keep this station safe. But if I do it plainly, we'll have the entire station in a feeding frenzy. Every bounty hunter, mercenary or desperate fool out there will try to claim that reward. I don't want that war on my station. Marvin was silent, scanning the screens. The bounty had gone wide. No doubt unscrupulous individuals were already suiting up, ready to storm every corner of Zinth Station to find him. If you're hoping to hand me over peacefully, I'd rather go down fighting, he said, stepping closer to the desk. In one swift motion, he lifted his cuffed wrists and brought them down hard on the battered metal. The ancient cuffs cracked. With a snarl of exertion, he snapped the chain binding them. Zedcath recoiled. No, you fool, you're going to stir up a galaxy of trouble. Before Marvin could retort, an explosion somewhere in the station shook the floor under their feet. The overhead lights flickered, again threatening darkness. Zedcath scrambled at a console, but the feed was cut short by static. A second explosion reverberated through the walls, this time accompanied by muffled gunfire. Someone had already arrived for the bounty. Marvin set his jaw. I didn't exactly sign up for this, but I'm not letting some half-trained scum drag me to Solvex on a chain. Zedcath cursed in a language Marvin's translator garbled. Fine, run, fight, do whatever you want, but do it off my station if you can, and if you survive, never come back. With that, the insectoid hammered a control switch. The office door hissed open. Marvin stepped out into chaos. The corridors were dark but for the flashing emergency lights, and he heard the distinct cracks of energy weapons discharging. Somewhere to his left, metal screeched as an entire wall panel collapsed from an explosion. The bounty hunters had come, and they were making no secret about their intentions. Marvin flexed his freed, his wrists. 10 million credits was enough to mobilize the scum of half the galaxy, and enough to bring the truly elite out of hiding. If Solvex Dral wanted him alive, he'd have to earn it the hard way. Gripping a fallen guard's energy rifle, Marvin exhaled, feeling adrenaline wash away the sting of his recent fight. The Forgotten Warrior had become the galaxy's hottest target. Now it was time to show them all what it truly meant to be human, if he survived long enough to prove it. Zinth Station rattled as yet another explosion tore through its lower decks. In the flickering corridor, Marvin pressed his back against a bulkhead that reverberated under the impact. He tossed aside the half-dead energy rifle he'd salvaged. Its power core had been damaged in the firefight, and checked the battered pistol at his hip. Hardly an ideal arsenal, but it was better than nothing. He glanced around for a viable escape route. Alarms screamed, red lights strobed, and a dissonant melody of chaotic shouts filled the station's corridors. Smoke curled from charred panels, wafting through the stale, recycled air. A few scattering figures, a mix of station workers and alien civilians, ran panicked, trying to flee the crossfire. Beyond them, Silhouettes advanced in disciplined formation, the first wave of bounty hunters, their gear glinting under emergency lights. Marvin's pulse quickened, a primal thrill of combat taking hold. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, he felt a strange calm. He was outnumbered, outgunned, with half the station eager to turn him in for that massive reward. But deep inside, a voice whispered that this was precisely what humans had been bred for. Impossible fights and desperate odds. The Terran paradox. The species labelled too unpredictable, too violent, too cunning to coexist without strict regulation. He slid into a narrow maintenance shaft, pulling a panel behind him. The cramped passage stank of lubricants and stale coolant. His earpiece, still connected to the station's communication frequencies, crackled with frantic transmissions. Talis 3 has engaged the target at Sector G. Ghost Viren inbound. We've locked down the docking bays. No one gets in or out. A grim smile tugged at Marvin's lips. The big guns were here. Talis 3 was rumoured to be an AI-driven combat droid known for analysing a foe's fighting style mid-battle. Ghost Viren, a reptilian assassin who specialised in invisibility tech. And then there was Gravemind Draal, a cybernetic brute rumoured to be an offshoot of Solvex Draal's own genetic experiments. That these types had arrived so quickly spoke to the High Imperator's reach. Normally, such heavy hitters didn't bother with remote outposts like Zinth Station, but 10 million credits was a potent motivator, even more so when it came from a warlord who commanded entire fleets. Slithering down the tight hallway, Marvin considered his options. He needed a vantage point. Zed-Cath had given him a half-threatening, half-pleading directive. Run, fight, do whatever you want, but off my station if possible. Problem was the docking bays were locked down, and the station bristled with mercenaries who'd arrived to claim his head. He let out a steadying breath, pushing aside the swirl of fatalistic thoughts. He'd break the blockade or die trying. Reaching a small junction, he kicked aside a vent cover and peered into a side corridor. A group of 3 bounty hunters huddled behind an overturned cargo container, scanning the hallway with advanced vision scopes. They wore hodgepodge armour, indicating they likely belonged to smaller merc teams, amateurs, but still dangerous in numbers. Marvin scanned the environment. Overhead pipes, loose cables, sparks from damaged electrical panels. If he could take them by surprise, he might secure a better weapon. He reached up to the overhead pipe and yanked, feeling it shift under his weight. In a fluid motion, he swung down, letting gravity carry him right over the bounty hunters. The nearest one looked up a second too late. Marvin's boots connected with the alien's helmet, cracking it open like cheap plastic. The other 2 scrambled, but with no time to aim properly. Their shots flew wild. Marvin pivoted, snatching an energy carbine from the one he'd knocked down. He fired a quick series of blasts that sent the remaining mercenaries sprawling. One collapsed face first, smoke curling from the new holes in its chest. The other screamed and clutched at a seared leg rolling across the floor. Marvin walked up, exhaled, and dropped the alien with a final clean shot. Mercy was a luxury he couldn't afford. He rummaged their gear, a half-charged energy carbine, a belt of mini-explosives, a battered data slate. It'd do. He was about to move on when the overhead lights flickered again, casting everything into near darkness. The temperature dropped noticeably, aside, effect of the station's failing environmental controls or maybe something else. Marvin's hair stood on end. A faint whispering hiss came from behind him. He spun, rifle at the ready, but saw only swirling smoke. Ghost Viren, he muttered, recognising the calling card of an assassin who could bend light around herself. A shape flickered across his peripheral vision. He turned, firing 2 quick bursts into the gloom, but only struck empty air. Another flicker, then a malicious giggle drifted from the darkness. That was Virane's game. Torment the target, unnerve them, then strike in the moment of doubt. Marvin remembered the old training his Special Forces unit had hammered into him. Never chase illusions, make them come to you. He dropped to one knee, energy carbine aimed forward, and withdrew a mini explosive from the newly acquired belt. He flicked a dial, setting the device to proximity mode. Then he tossed it gently to the ground in front of him. The hiss grew louder. A faint distortion rippled before his eyes, like heat waves off asphalt. Marvin's reflexes kicked in, and he fired a rapid volley. He saw brief sparks of energy as one shot connected with something solid. A shrill screech tore through the corridor, followed by a shape partially uncloaking. Ghost Viren was reptilian, with slick green scales and elongated limbs. She clutched her side where the blast had grazed her. Her stealth field shimmered, glitching in and out. Snarling, she lunged forward with a blade that seemed to appear from nowhere. Marvin rolled sideways, letting her pass. She was fast, but not faster than his reflexes. With a brutal downswing of the rifle stock, he knocked her to the ground. She sneered, flipping backward with agility that belied her injuries and vanished again. Tightening his grip on the carbine, Marvin backed up slowly. His left hand slipped into a pouch, retrieving a second mini-explosive. This time, he used it as a lure. He set it to a 10-second timer, pressed the activation switch, then dropped it by his feet. Lorraine thought she'd cornered him. The corridor had caved in behind him, leaving him only one direction to retreat. He guessed she'd wait until the last moment to strike from behind, maybe to knock him forward or break his neck. Let her try. He counted the seconds in his head. 5, 6, 7. A shimmer at his back. He whirled, firing the entire carbine clip. Screams echoed as the invisible assassin took multiple hits, her cloak shorting out, sparks dancing across malfunctioning stealth tech. She collapsed face first, greenish blood pooling around her. The mini-explosive beeped. 10. Marvin ducked behind a corner as the device detonated, swallowing the corridor in a short, focused burst of flame and concussive force. When the smoke cleared, Ghost Viren was no more than a smouldering husk. He exhaled. One formidable hunter down, but there were plenty more. He made his way deeper into the station, passing through a labyrinth of twisted corridors and half-demolished areas. Everywhere he looked, squads of mercenaries lurked. Some were locked in vicious firefights with the station's skeleton security crew. Others roamed, scanning every shadow for a glimpse of their high-value target. A heavy clang echoed from a cargo bay to his left. Marvin froze, scanning for the source. Then, as if in a preordained horror show, the sealed doors of the cargo bay were ripped apart. Talis 3 stepped out. The droid was roughly humanoid in shape, but stood half a metre taller than Marvin, with sleek metal plating and a series of glowing optic sensors that tracked him with cold precision. Subject: Marvin Griggs, it droned, voice echoing with mechanical resonance. Combat analysis initiated. Marvin tensed. Talis 3 was infamous for recording its opponent's fighting styles, analysing them in real time and adapting to counter every move. He had only a half-charged rifle and a belt of explosives. If Talis 3 closed the distance, it would be over quickly. He ducked into the cargo bay, luring the droid inside. Rows of towering shelves held crates and containers stacked precariously. Sparks danced from overhead lighting. Talis 3 followed with methodical steps, scanning the environment. Probability of success 99.87%, it declared flatly. Bold bet, Marvin muttered, retreating deeper. If there was one advantage he had, it was the environment, and possibly Talis 3's own arrogance. The droid marched forward, raising an arm that pivoted to reveal a built-in energy cannon. The muzzle glowed ominously. Marvin dove behind a row of crates as Talis 3 fired. A thunderous blast obliterated the makeshift cover, sending fragments flying. Splinters of metal and plastic rained down. Marvin landed in a crouch behind another container, heart hammering. "You adapt," he hissed under his breath, "but so do I." He rummaged through the mini-explosives, noting one was labelled cargo lift, override. Possibly something to sabotage the station's aging lifts. A plan formed. He bolted to the nearest cargo elevator, hooking the device to its ancient control panel. Talis 3 continued to advance, scanning for movement. The droid unleashed a second barrage, destroying entire shelves. Crates crashed around Marvin, forcing him to scramble for an alternative path. "Subject uses agile maneuvers," Talis 3 announced, initiating close quarters protocol. A metallic blade slid out from its forearm, humming with energy. In a sudden dash, Talis 3 lunged. Marvin tumbled aside. The droid's blade cleaved the deck plating, sparks erupting. Marvin rolled to his feet, ignoring the fiery pain in his shoulder. He jammed a fresh power cell into his rifle, took aim, and fired a rapid volley. Talis 3's advanced plating deflected most of the shots. A few scorched the droid's frame but didn't cripple it. Analysis complete. Your reflexes are above average, but your weapons are insufficient, Talis 3 stated, raising its cannon arm again. Marvin smirked. "Maybe so, but I just needed to keep you busy." He slammed his fist against the override device. With a grinding screech, the cargo lift sealing mechanism tore loose, swinging violently overhead. Tethered by fracturing cables, the entire platform lurched, throwing Talis 3 off balance. Seizing the moment, Marvin hurled a mini-explosive at the droid's feet. Boom! A fireball engulfed Talis 3, ripping open its torso. Sparks and hydraulic fluid spewed from the breach. "Error! Error!" it crackled. The droid staggered, trying to steady itself. Marvin dashed forward, grabbing a piece of twisted metal debris. With a roar, he slammed it into Talis 3's head, driving the makeshift spike down until the droid's optics went dark. Panting and covered in soot, Marvin watched Talis 3's chest panel flicker. In a final chilling act, the droid's eyes glowed faintly. Data, uplink, completed, it rasped. Then the lights in its optics dimmed completely, leaving only a smoking husk. Some remote server or central command post just received Talis 3's final combat analysis. Someone, somewhere, had footage of Marvin's fighting style. Wiping sweat from his brow, Marvin climbed out of the smouldering cargo bay. The station's chaos still roiled. Pockets of gunfire echoed, flames danced where systems had shorted out, and mercenaries prowled like vultures. He had survived Ghost Viren and Talis 3, but word would spread quickly. The next wave would come, stronger, more prepared. He needed to leave Zinth Station, fast. Only problem was he still had no clear path to the hangars, and from the meltdown he was hearing on the comm channels, Solvex Dral's personal enforcers might be arriving soon. Marvin spat blood onto the deck. 10 million credits for me, huh? He shook his head, letting out a mirthless chuckle. Fine, let's see if their pockets are deep enough to pay for. The funeral expenses too. With that, he headed toward the central hub, where the largest docking bays lay hidden behind layers of locked doors and mercenary squads. If there was any chance of escape, it would be found there, or in a blaze of glory that would leave one final violent testament to why you should never underestimate a human being. Marvin felt every ache and bruise as he rummaged through a half-collapsed corridor strewn with twisted metal and broken bodies. The station's structural integrity was failing in patches, and the internal climate controls were on the verge of collapse. Flickers of static from his earpiece told him that the local security feed was only partially functional. The entire place reeked of desperation. Every creature here was either trying to get out or trying to corner him. He ducked into a side room marked by alien script that loosely translated to engineering substation. The heavy door hissed shut behind him, providing a brief moment of quiet amid the chaos outside. Panels lined the walls, some blinking, some shattered. The overhead lights buzzed at half strength, and the recycled air carried a tang of scorched wires. Slumping against the wall, he rotated his shoulder, grimacing at the pain that radiated from a deep bruise Talis III's onslaught had left behind. He recalled an old friend, Sarah Juno, a human engineer who had once patched him up after a botched mission. She was brilliant and resourceful, with a habit of collecting top-secret data like others collected souvenirs. If anyone in this sector knew the deeper truth behind his sudden sky-high bounty, it'd be her. But he had no idea where she was, if she was still alive. A battered console blinked, seemingly connected to an old interstellar communication line. Marvin prayed it was functional enough for a quick hail. His fingers flew over the alien keyboard, the translator implant in his ear feeding him partial instructions. Static hissed. The overhead. Screen glitched, but after a tense few seconds the flicker of a connection stabilized. An all-too-familiar face appeared. Sarah Juno, sporting tinted goggles over short-cropped hair, her expression one of startled recognition. Marvin? Stars above. How are you even... She cut herself off, scanning him through the feed. You look like hell. He gave a weary chuckle. I feel worse. You have a minute, Sarah. The entire galaxy is after me. I know, she said, her voice threaded with tension. There's a huge bounty on your head. Rumours say you're special. Something about your DNA. Humans, especially ones with your track record, are considered, well, let's say prized or dangerous, depending on who you ask. Marvin's eyes narrowed. Special how? Sarah sighed. Look, since the Terran diaspora, there were hush-hush experiments by high-level warlords, some messing with the aggression triggers in the human genome, others trying to replicate your adaptability under extreme conditions. Apparently they had minimal success. You were the outlier in their data, the final piece in a puzzle they thought was unsolvable. Now Solvex Dral wants to capture you, milk your DNA, maybe clone an entire army of unstoppable soldiers. Marvin ran a hand over his stubbled jaw. So that's it. Guy wants me as his personal lab rat. Or a blueprint, Sarah added grimly. Think about it. Unstoppable shock troops with the cunning and adaptability of a real Terran. The galaxy is terrified of humans for a reason. He let out a bitter laugh. So everything we fought against, all those times we tried to prove we weren't mindless monsters, just got thrown out the window. Now I'm a high-value product. Sarah's face softened. I'm sorry, Marvin. Listen, I might have a way to help you, but it's risky. You'll never survive if you keep going solo. I can get you a safe rendezvous on the ice planet Kamar 7, away from heavy traffic lanes. But the minute you step foot there, more hunters will come. Dral himself might show up. Good, Marvin said simply. Better to face them on my terms. A distant explosion rattled the substation door. Sarah glanced sideways at something off-screen, her expression taut. I have to cut this short, sending coordinates to your data slate. Go dark until you reach Kamar 7. Don't pick fights you can't... Another eruption of static. The screen went black. Marvin cursed under his breath. So Kamar 7 it was. But first, he had to escape Zinth Station. Outside, the corridor was a twisted battlefield. Bodies of various species lay strewn about, some still gripping their weapons. A few wounded mercenaries moaned for help, but in the madness of the station meltdown no one was likely to answer their pleas. Sirens droned incessantly, and even in the dim emergency lighting Marvin could see fresh scorch marks on every wall. He moved with caution, scanning for the next wave of hunters. He knew it wouldn't be long before more arrived, some spurred by greed, others by fear of Solvex's wrath if they didn't attempt to capture Marvin. Just keep moving, he told himself. He was nearing a debris-strewn cross-junction. when a voice behind him resonated like thunder. "Human!" Spinning, Marvin came face to face with Gravemind Dral, a hulking figure nearly 7 feet tall, his body bristling with cybernetic enhancements. A single red optic implant glowed in place of his left eye. Tubes filled with fluorescent green fluid snaked across his torso, connecting mechanical limbs to slabs of living flesh. He wasn't Solvex, but clearly of the same species, Dalkari, though twisted by whatever experiments they favoured. "You will submit," Gravemind snarled, flexing a robotic arm that whirred with savage potential. "Your pathetic station is dying. Surrender, and I'll make your end swift. Resist, and I'll feed your limbs to the plasma reactors." One by one, Marvin cocked his head, forcing a thin smile. "That's quite the negotiation tactic. Let me think about it. No." Gravemind bared jagged, metal-reinforced teeth. His mechanical arms roared to life, each sporting hydraulics that could tear through starship plating under the right conditions. "Then your pain will be legendary, human." Marvin barely had time to brace. Gravemind thundered forward, swinging a wrecking ball-like fist. Marvin ducked, feeling a rush of air as the blow grazed his shoulder, the shockwave alone making his bones rattle. He retaliated with an upward strike from the butt of his rifle, aiming for Gravemind's jaw. The Dalkari caught the weapon mid-swing, crushing the barrel in his augmented grip. Sparks flew. Marvin yanked back, but the rifle was now scrap. "Strong," Marvin muttered, tossing the mangled remains aside. He dove into a forward roll, retrieving a mini-explosive from his belt. Gravemind's hulking form pivoted with surprising agility, swinging again. Marvin hurled the explosive, but the Dalkari knocked it away with a contemptuous swipe, sending it bouncing down the corridor. It detonated harmlessly against a bulkhead, leaving a blackened crater but failing to slow Gravemind. With no ranged options left, Marvin pivoted to close quarters. The Dalkari might have been bigger, but raw aggression was in the Terran's blood. He sidestepped a bone-breaking blow, then hammered a fist into Gravemind's side where flesh met cybernetics. The Warlord's underling let out a pained grunt, more angry than hurt. He swung an elbow, clipped Marvin's ribs. The force tore the wind from Marvin's lungs, sending him stumbling back. Sucking in a breath, Marvin sized up his foe. Gravemind's enhancements were advanced, but also made him slower than a fully organic fighter. If Marvin could outmaneuver him, maybe he could find a weak point in those metal joints. He feigned a lunge, drawing Gravemind's arm up in a defensive block. Then Marvin dropped low, sweeping at the Warlord's legs. Gravemind crashed to one knee, but before Marvin could press the advantage, a mechanical hand lunged out, snatching Marvin by the throat. Metal fingers tightened. Stars danced at the edges of Marvin's vision as he struggled against the crushing grip. "Your species was always too bold," Gravemind hissed, spittle flying from his lips. "Look where it got you." Choking, Marvin managed to bring his elbow down on Gravemind's arm joint. Once, twice, 3 times, until something crunched. The cyborg howled, releasing Marvin, who tumbled backward, gasping for air. He saw the Warlord's mechanical limb jerk uncontrollably, some hydraulic line severed. Gravemind tried to stand, but the damaged joint sparked, forcing him to remain on his knees. Marvin seized a broken shard of metal from the floor. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he swung the improvised blade, burying it into the side of Gravemind's neck, right where organic flesh still governed the body. The Dalkari's roar turned into a choked sputter. His single glowing eye flickered, and he collapsed in a heap, mechanical parts twitching. Panting, Marvin retrieved a sidearm from Gravemind's belt, something more advanced than the battered pistol he carried. The corridor stank of burned ozone and blood. He didn't have time to reflect on the kill. More footsteps pounded in the distance, and from the crackle of comms he guessed the station's meltdown was accelerating. Hallway monitors displayed a swirl of hazard alerts, temperature spikes, and partial decompressions across multiple decks. "A fight you can't win," Zedcath had said. Maybe so, but it wouldn't be the last stand here. There was no victory in letting the entire station go up in flames around him. He needed to escape, or he'd be swallowed by the chaos. Somehow, he pushed through corridor after corridor, snatching what gear he could from fallen mercenaries. A half-full medkit here, a plasma blade there. His mind honed into the zone, each footstep purposeful, each breath measured. He was battered and bruised, but adrenaline kept him moving. He finally reached the main route leading to the hangars, where the largest docking bays were. Great plumes of smoke billowed from overhead vents, and the echo of firefights drifted from all sides. Up ahead, 2 security mechs stood guard at the sealed hangar doors, likely reprogrammed by bounty hunters to keep him locked inside. Through the cracked windows, Marvin saw a cluster of ships, some half attached to docking clamps, others forcibly pried open or shot to pieces. But there were still a few that looked space-worthy. Clutching a stolen sidearm, Marvin gauged the approach. The mechs were older models, but still lethal. Each had an energy cannon for an arm and thick plating across their torsos. He considered using a stealth approach, but any attempt to sneak by would be overshadowed by the fact they were likely scanning for his exact heat signature. No, this would be a direct confrontation. If he failed, he was done. Stepping from the shadows, he raised the sidearm and fired a volley of energy bolts at the nearest mech. They left glowing impacts but didn't penetrate the heavy plating. The mechs whirred, turning their blank visors toward him, each letting out a mechanical warning beep. They advanced in unison, arms humming with power. Marvin dove behind a collapsed beam as a barrage of energy blasts tore through the corridor. Sparks rained down, and molten metal dripped where the shots had superheated the station structure. Leaning out, he returned fire, but it was like pelting a tank with pebbles. One thought hammered in his mind: aim for vulnerable joints. He focused on the narrow gaps where the mech's arm servos met their torsos. He unleashed shot after shot, praying something would connect. One mech jerked as an energy bolt found a gap, short-circuiting the elbow. Its arm dangled uselessly. Encouraged, Marvin pressed forward, sliding under a hail of blasts. The second mech pivoted, stepping over debris in a clumsy attempt to track him. Marvin hurled a mini-explosive. The blast rocked the corridor, sending the second mech staggering. Its sensor array cracked, black smoke pouring out. With a fierce growl, Marvin sprang onto the damaged mech's back. He jammed his plasma blade into the access panel behind its neck, twisting until he heard a pop and whine. Sparks erupted and the mech toppled forward, arms flailing before going limp. One down. The first mech, partially crippled at the arm, fired an erratic volley that slammed into the deck. Metal shrapnel ricocheted, slicing across Marvin's forearm. Biting back pain, he leaped aside, searching for another vantage. Then an idea struck him. He tore open the remains of the second mech's chest cavity and yanked out its power core, a glowing cylinder thrumming with unstable energy. The first mech advanced, servos whining, raising its cannon for a final shot. Marvin lobbed the power core like a makeshift grenade. The mech had only a split second to react before the core smashed against its chest. A searing flash engulfed the corridor in a swirl of electric arcs, and the mech convulsed violently, then collapsed in a smoking heap. Panting, Marvin eyed the sealed door. It was locked with some advanced override, but his new plasma blade made short work of the control panel. Sparks flew, and the door groaned open just enough for him to squeeze through. The hangar spread before him, filled with battered ships. Alarms whooped, lights flickered. Another squad of mercenaries might burst in at any second, but for now he was alone. He scanned for a vessel that looked both functional and easy to pilot. His gaze settled on a mid-sized freighter with a patchwork of welded hull plates, likely a smuggler's craft. That would do. He sprinted across the scorched deck, ignoring the ache in his limbs. The ramp hissed open at his approach. Inside, the cockpit was a mess of wires, but the console still glowed. He sank into the pilot's seat, hammered the ignition sequence, and prayed the old beast would come alive. Engines sputtered, coughed, then roared to life. A grin tugged at his lips. He guided the ship up, out of the docking clamps that still partially held it in place. The external sensors showed a cluster of smaller craft homing in, bounty hunters who had caught wind of his location. But Marvin engaged the thrusters to maximum, letting the freighter lurch free from the station. He jinked past debris and tore into open space. Zinth Station dwindled behind him, flames flickering along sections of its hull. He wondered if it would survive the day or drift forever as a broken husk, but that was no longer his concern. His next move was to vanish, gather himself, and make for Comar 7. Solvex Draal's hunters would be relentless, but at least now Marvin had a fighting chance. He set the autopilot to a random vector, then slumped in the seat. Blood crusted his torn sleeve, bruises throbbed across his body. But a deeper wound was the knowledge that he was no longer just a man outrunning his past. He was a living genetic prize, a war trophy, a holy grail for unscrupulous warlords. And if Solvex Draal got his hands on him, the entire galaxy might tremble under an army of human clones. Marvin closed his eyes, allowing exhaustion to flood him momentarily. "One fight down," he muttered. "Plenty more to go." Cold wind whipped across the icy plains of Comar 7 as Marvin stepped off his stolen freighter. The ramp lowered onto a frozen tundra, etched with jagged cliffs of bluish ice, and fierce snow flurries clawed at his face. Every breath burned in his lungs as the sub-zero air hammered him with its brutal chill. Just a few paces away, a small settlement sprawled, a huddle of dome-shaped habitats connected by tunnels, carved into the ice, each sporting flickering exterior lights that fought against the eternal dusk. This was a world forever locked in a glacial twilight, orbiting a fading sun. Marvin pulled his tattered jacket closer around him, though it offered little protection. The stolen craft's sensors had shown minimal life signs here, mostly concentrated within that settlement. According to the coordinates Sarah provided, this was the place, a neutral outpost used by smugglers, exiles, and occasionally rebel cells. If Sarah had arranged a rendezvous, it would be somewhere within these frostbitten corridors. As he approached the airlock of the nearest dome, a heavy clang announced the opening of a viewport. A pair of insectoid eyes peered out. "Password!" came a raspy demand. Marvin shook his head. He'd not been given any password. Sarah Juno sent me. The eyes narrowed, then disappeared. A tense few seconds passed, and the airlock hissed open. Inside waited a tall, muscular figure wearing a weather-beaten cloak. It took Marvin a moment to place the species. A Daki, similar to the brute who'd tried to challenge him back on Zinth Station. But this one's features were different, less brutish, more respectful. "I am Drek Valor," the stranger said in a gravelly voice, stepping aside to let Marvin enter. The airlock sealed behind them, cycling a gust of slightly warmer air across their faces. "Sarah told me to watch for a human. Didn't believe I'd see the day." Marvin sized him up. The Daki stood a head taller, purple-skinned and horned, but his posture lacked hostility. Instead, there was a faint reverence in his eyes. "You're not here to claim the bounty?" Marvin asked bluntly. Valor snorted. "If I wanted your bounty, I could have shot you the moment you stepped off your ship. But no, I've come to join you." Raising an eyebrow, Marvin followed Valor through a winding corridor that led into a sparse common area. Ice crystals, clung to the interior walls, and the glow of portable heaters cast dancing shadows. In a corner, Sarah Juno stood, tinkering with a battered console. She looked up and gave Marvin a grim nod. "You made it. Wasn't sure you would." "Barely," Marvin said. "And now you're telling me I have a new sidekick." Valor bristled. "I'm no sidekick, Terran. I have my own reasons for hating Solvex Dral." He paused as if wrestling with how much to share. "Dral conquered my homeworld and forced my people into labour camps. I lost my clan to his brutality. I've watched him experiment on prisoners, turning them into mindless cyborg weapons. The rumour is he wants you to create an even deadlier force. So you understand, my place is here, opposing him." Marvin studied the darkie's face. There was a sincerity in those deep-set eyes, something that resonated with Marvin's own experiences of betrayal and oppression. Maybe allies can come from unexpected places. Sarah stepped between them, arms crossed. "Look, we don't have time for lengthy trust exercises. Solvex Dral's scouts are everywhere, and if you think you escaped Zinth Station quietly, think again. The bounty hunters know you're here, or they soon will." "What's the plan then?" Marvin asked. "I've hacked into a few intelligence channels," Sarah said, tapping at a portable holoprojector. An image flickered, showing the star system around Kamar 7. "Dral's fleet is en route, but he'll likely send an advance team first. If they pinpoint your location, they'll bomb us from orbit or surround the planet with warships." "So we ambush them before they can lock down the orbit," Marvin said, rubbing the stubble on his chin. "Not quite," Sarah countered. "We don't have the numbers or firepower to face them in open space, but down here, in the ice canyons, we can set traps, lure them into kill zones." Valor grinned, a predatory flash of teeth. "Your species was famed for your cunning tactics, or so the stories go. Show me, Terran." Marvin cracked a half smile. He never thought he'd be the champion of the so-called human paradox, the unstoppable combination of aggression and adaptability. But times had changed. He had a warlord to defy, a galaxy to outwit, and perhaps a species legacy to defend, if only for his own stubborn pride. They spent the next hours fortifying the settlement's perimeter. Valor proved adept at hauling heavy munitions and drilling local volunteers in combat manoeuvres. Sarah coordinated the creation of makeshift mines from salvaged generator cores, rigging them to explode when triggered by specific scanners. Marvin mapped out the canyon routes, marking choke points on a series of crude holo displays. The outpost's handful of residents, mostly outcasts and smugglers, volunteered grudgingly. They didn't relish tangling with Solvex Dral's forces, but the alternative, surrendering a Terran on the run, risked even worse repercussions. Bounty or no bounty, the outpost's fate was sealed the moment Marvin arrived. The only choice was to fight. While others scrambled to build defences, Marvin found a quiet corner in an abandoned ice tunnel to upgrade his gear. He fitted the battered sidearm with extended energy capacitors, though they might blow out after a few shots. He also replaced the handle of his plasma blade with a sturdier grip, ensuring it wouldn't slip in the heat of battle. The relentless wind howled through crevices, a chilling reminder that time was short. Just as the finishing touches were placed on the outpost's defences, the skies above Kamar 7 came alive with incoming craft. The settlement scanners crackled as starship signatures popped up in orbit. A half-dozen smaller dropships broke atmosphere, heading straight for their coordinates. "Everyone to positions!" Sarah hollered over the comm. Alarm klaxons reverberated. The residents rushed to the vantage points, some climbing rickety platforms atop the domes. Others crouched behind jagged spires of ice, weapons aimed at the sky. Marvin took cover on a ridge overlooking the main approach, where the canyon walls funneled potential attackers into a narrow corridor. Valor crouched beside him, hefting a bulky energy cannon. "If they land there, we hit them from both sides, yes?" Exactly, Marvin said, scanning through a battered scope. And if they try to flank us, Sarah's mines will handle it. Within minutes, the first dropship descended in a swirl of thrusters, kicking up snow. The craft's doors slid open, releasing a platoon of heavily armed aliens. Dalkari warriors, mercenaries of various species, and a few glinting droids. They fanned out in formation, sensors sweeping the rocky ice terrain. Another dropship circled overhead, likely scanning for hidden defences. Marvin braced himself. Wait for it. Wait, he muttered. The tension coiled around him like an overwound spring. The Dalkari troopers advanced, stepping right onto the line Sarah had designated. Then Marvin gave a subtle hand signal. At once, the outpost defenders unleashed a barrage of energy fire. White-hot bolts streaked from vantage points, striking the troopers who reeled in confusion. Mines exploded underfoot, sending icy shrapnel and alien limbs flying. Volor's cannon roared, a salvo of high-impact rounds punching holes in the unsuspecting vanguard. Marvin fired controlled bursts from his upgraded sidearm, picking off stragglers. The canyon echoed with the cacophony of war, screams, blasts, and the unrelenting hiss of energy bolts. But these weren't the low-level bounty hunters from Zinth Station. This wave had discipline. They regrouped, returning fire with precision. A volley of their own shots pelted the defenders' cover, forcing them to duck. One dome to the south took a direct hit from an anti-armor round, ripping it open and spilling pressurized air into the freezing atmosphere. Marvin heard the terrified screams of outpost dwellers as they scrambled for safety. Cursing, he signalled Sarah. "Get those people evacuated. We can't hold if they breach the domes." Sarah's voice crackled back. "Trying, but they're coming in too fast. Another wave just touched down on the far side of the settlement." Marvin turned to Volor. "We can't let them flank us or we're done." Volor nodded, face grim. "I'll rally some fighters to the south. You hold here." Marvin watched as the Darky jumped from the ridge, sliding down an ice embankment. He fired a covering volley at a group of troopers who tried to pin Volor down. 3 or 4 of them dropped, the rest scattering behind broken ice pillars. Marvin's heart hammered. They'd prepared well, but might not have enough to repel multiple waves. Suddenly one of the troopers emerged from behind a slope, levelling a rocket launcher at Marvin's position. He recognised it. Instantly, Dalkari model, notoriously powerful. "Oh, no you don't," Marvin snarled, lunging aside. A plume of smoke and fire engulfed the ridge as the rocket impacted, blasting away chunks of ice. Marvin crashed hard into the snow below, his coat tore, sending a stab of Arctic wind against his exposed skin. Groaning, he scrambled behind a jagged boulder. The air crackled with energy discharges. The enemy trooper advanced, reloading the launcher, a cruel grin on its face. Marvin patted his belt for another mini-explosive, only to find his supply exhausted. He was pinned with no immediate exit. Another rocket, and he was done. That's when a monstrous roar shattered the frigid air. Charging across the snowy field came a figure wearing thick, improvised armour pieces hammered into a spiked mosaic. Marvin almost didn't recognise him at first. Drek Volor. The Daki war cry echoed off the canyon walls, and he slammed into the rocketeer like a living avalanche, knocking the launcher away. One swift jab with a serrated blade ended the alien's threat. Marvin's breath plumed in icy clouds as he hauled himself upright, grasping Volor's arm to steady himself. "Thanks," he said, shivering slightly. The Darky only grunted. Then together they pressed the attack, flanking the troopers who struggled to hold formation. For a moment it seemed they might drive back the invaders. The relentless mines, the cunning crossfire, the Darky's fearless charge, it all weighed against the troopers. But as more dropships descended, it became clear that the outpost defenders were simply outnumbered. Each time they felled a squad, Another took its place. Marvin's earpiece crackled with Sarah's panicked voice. "Marvin, they have armor support now. Light walkers rolling in from the east. We can't hold the domes. We have to fall back into the tunnels." "Damn," Marvin muttered. "All right, coordinate the retreat. We'll cover you." Volor spat on the frozen ground, frustration etched across his face. "Cowards. All of them." "It's not cowardice," Marvin said firmly, gripping the Daki's shoulder. "We're overwhelmed. Retreat's the only way to survive and keep fighting. Help me rally them." The Daki's initial anger subsided, replaced by a stern nod. Together they signalled the remaining defenders to pull back. The battlefield became a desperate dance. Defenders scrambled behind improvised barricades, firing potshots to slow the enemy. One by one, the domes fell silent, either evacuated or destroyed under heavy artillery fire. The sky turned a sickly orange as tracer rounds streaked overhead. Marvin and Volor led a ragged group deeper into the ice tunnels, guiding them to an underground labyrinth where Sarah believed they could hide from aerial scans. The corridors were cramped, dripping with icicles, and the lights flickered ominously. Everyone's breath hung in the air, and exhaustion weighed on every step. Some carried wounded comrades, others shook uncontrollably, traumatized by the fierce onslaught. At last they reached a cavernous chamber lit by portable lamps. Sarah stood at a makeshift command station, face drawn. "We've lost half the outpost," she whispered. "The survivors are here, maybe a few scattered. No idea if they'll make it." Volor growled, slamming a fist into the ice wall. "We were not prepared for so many." Marvin took stock of the battered group. A dozen fighters left from an original few dozen. They were outmatched. "We still have the advantage of terrain. These tunnels are extensive and their scanners might be thrown off by the ice deposits. We hunker down, reorganize." Sarah exhaled. "And then what? We can't stay here forever. Dral's forces will eventually comb through every tunnel." A long silence fell over the survivors, broken only by the distant rumble of artillery reverberating through the frozen ground. The lines of worry on everyone's faces told the same story. They were cornered. If Solvex Dral himself arrived, it would be over in hours, not days. "We strike back," Marvin said, voice quiet but resolute. "On our terms. Make them regret coming here." Volor gave a solemn nod, as if a spark of defiance lit within him. "I'll follow you, Terran, until my last breath, if that's what it takes." Sarah glanced between them. "We need more than brute force. We need a plan." Marvin nodded, turning to the flickering holomap. "Then let's find one, because I'm not letting Drael make me his trophy, and I'm sure as hell not letting him wipe out everyone who stands in his way." The ice tunnels of Comar 7 were eerily silent as Marvin Griggs and Drek Volor led a small team through winding passages. A dull ache in Marvin's battered body reminded him of every close call he'd faced, from the brawls on Zinth Station to the recent battle at the outpost. Behind him, a dozen grim-faced survivors marched, clutching improvised weapons. Sarah brought up the rear, scanning a portable sensor that tracked enemy movements above. They came upon a massive cavern where the ice overhead formed a crystalline dome. Glowing stalactites cast a faint blue luminescence. Here they set their trap. Sarah fiddled with a device jammed into the icy floor, a multi-phase explosive rigged to the surrounding labyrinth. The plan was risky but straightforward. Lure the bulk of the invaders into the cavern, then detonate the structure, burying them under tons of ice. "They're fanning out," Sarah said, checking her sensor. "A large group heading this way. Probably 70 or more, with at least 2 walkers. They must have followed our tracks." Marvin scanned the pale, shimmering walls. If the explosion was large enough, the entire ceiling would collapse and crush anything inside. That included them, if they didn't time their exit perfectly. "Positions," he ordered, voice echoing. "Remember, we need to make them believe we're cornered, not waiting in ambush." Volor posted half the survivors on the far side of the cavern, hiding behind ice formations. He and Marvin took the central path, leading a few decoys who looked wounded and desperate. Sarah manned the trigger for the explosives at a vantage point near an old mining shaft that hopefully led to an escape route. They waited, tension thick as frost. Soon, the thunder of metal feet and mechanical whirs echoed through the tunnels. The first to appear were Dalkari soldiers in black spiked armour. Scanners beeped on their shoulders, searching for life signs. Behind them lumbered the Lightwalkers, two-legged machines bristling with cannons. Seeing the scope of the approaching force, some survivors stifled panicked gasps. Marvin forced himself to remain calm, remembering the countless times Terran forces had faced insurmountable odds and found a way. "Eyes front," Volor rumbled quietly. "They must see us, so they charge forward." Moments later, the lead soldiers spotted Marvin and Volor. Shouts echoed through the cavern, followed by energy blasts that seared the ice. Marvin dove behind a half-collapsed column, returning fire just enough to keep the soldiers engaged. With calculated steps, the enemy moved in, pushing deeper into the chamber. The ground shook under the weight of the walkers. "Keep firing," Marvin shouted to his group, making sure they only used minimal shots. They had to feign desperation, not reveal the entire plan. The troopers advanced rapidly, convinced they'd cornered their quarry. A few mercenaries broke off to flank from the sides, stumbling right into the hidden defenders. Volor's team erupted from their cover, cutting down the flankers with savage efficiency. It worked. The main Dalkari force surged forward, determined to crush them. Soon, the cavern was filled with the thunder of weapons. The dome overhead crackled as stray blasts struck ice. Just a few more meters. Marvin glanced at Sarah's position. She raised a hand, counting silently. 3, 2, 1. Her finger pressed the trigger. A split-second hush, then a colossal rumble as the explosives detonated in a sequence. The floor bucked. Huge slabs of ice snapped free from the dome overhead, crashing down in a deadly cascade. Screams filled the cavern, drowned out by the deafening roar of collapsing ice. The walkers had no time to evade. They were buried under thousands of tons of glacial debris. Dalkari soldiers scrambled, many crushed instantly. Others vanished in swirling clouds of pulverized snow. Marvin felt a surge of adrenaline. The entire cavern was caving in around them, so he signalled the survivors. "Fall back, now!" They sprinted toward the old mining shaft, Sarah leading the way. Ice chunks plummeted from above, smashing into the ground where they stood seconds earlier. The walls shook so violently that for a moment Marvin feared the entire tunnel system would collapse. They reached the shaft entrance, stumbling over broken rock and frozen bodies. Volor pushed aside a chunk of debris to let a limping comrade through. Sarah, panting, darted to a battered control panel, activating an ancient hoist that rattled downward. The group clambered onto the shaky platform, and it lurched upward toward another layer of tunnels. Below, the cavern was now a choked ruin, muffling the last echoes of dying troopers. When they emerged at a higher level, the survivors tried to catch their breath. Many had that haunted look of people who just witnessed an apocalypse. Marvin clapped Volor on the shoulder. "We did it." But Volor's gaze was fixed on a flickering device strapped to his forearm, a field scanner. "There's another cluster inbound." Marvin felt his stomach tighten. "They must have held a reserve force," Volor nodded grimly. "And they're bigger. 100 strong, maybe more, plus air support. They're converging on the entrance of these tunnels." A weary hush fell over the survivors. They'd thrown everything into that ambush, only to learn they still faced an even larger threat. "We can't handle another wave like that," Sarah said, voice trembling. "Not here." Marvin's jaw clenched. "Then we don't fight them here. We take the fight to them." A wild plan took shape in his mind. Use the stolen freighter, slip behind enemy lines, and strike at their leadership. Maybe even target Solvex Draal's flagship if it was in orbit. If they cut off the snake's head, the body might wither. Volor nodded in approval. I like the sound of that. If we can kill Solvex Draal, the rest might scatter. Sarah bit her lip. You're talking about direct assault on the most powerful warlord in this region, one who commands entire fleets. Marvin's eyes flickered with defiance. Better to die on our feet than slowly freeze to death in these tunnels. An hour later, under the constant threat of discovery, Marvin, Volor, Sierra, and a handful of volunteers slipped back to the surface. They used underground passages to evade detection, reaching the battered remains of the outpost. To their relief, Marvin's stolen freighter still lay parked on the ice flats, partially hidden by the swirling snow. Maybe the invaders didn't bother destroying it, assuming it was too damaged to escape. They boarded quickly, sealing the ramp behind them. Sarah rushed to the cockpit, verifying the engines were intact. We're in luck. The thrusters are operational. She fired up the controls, the hull shuddering as systems came online. Volor and the volunteers manned what meagre weapon stations the freighter had. A single forward cannon and some improvised turrets. Marvin stood at Sarah's shoulder, scanning the sensor readouts. We've got multiple hostiles in low orbit, she said. No sign of Draal's flagship yet, but he might be in a cruiser. Marvin set his jaw. Then let's find it. Sarah took a deep breath. Strap in. The freighter roared off the ice, thrusters melting a crater into the tundra. The battered ship soared into Kamar 7's dark skies, forging through a blockade of Dalkari fighters. Laser bolts sizzled past, but Volor's accurate turret fire kept pursuers at bay. Within minutes they broke atmosphere and faced a ring of warships. Alarms wailed in the cockpit as targeting reticules locked on. "Evasive manoeuvres," Marvin barked. Sarah nodded, hands dancing over the controls. The freighter spiraled, weaving through beams of energy. A near miss rattled the hull, but the craft held together. On the sensor display, a large cruiser loomed, flanked by smaller escort ships. Volor's voice crackled over the intercom. "That big one is broadcasting the Imperator's code. Could be Draal's personal vessel." "Perfect," Marvin said. "Let's see if we can land on it." "Land on it?" Sarah's eyes widened. "Are you insane?" He gave a grim smile. "Yes. But if we cripple the flagship from within, we stand a chance of scattering the entire invasion force. You said yourself, kill the head." She exhaled, nodding once. "All right, let's do something crazy." With a surge of thrusters, the freighter blasted toward the looming cruiser. Enemy cannons locked on, unleashing a barrage. Each near hit made the console flash warnings. One shot scorched the port side, causing the freighter to shudder violently. Sarah grit her teeth. "Brace for impact! Going in hot!" At the last second, she angled the freighter's nose down. The cruiser's hull rushed up to meet them, overshadowed by the wide docking bays. With precise timing, Sarah skidded the freighter through a partial energy shield, scraping metal on metal in a screech of sparks. They slammed into the docking bay's deck, flipping a smaller Dalkari shuttle in the process. Marvin's vision blurred momentarily from the crash. As the freighter's engines died, the docking clamps snapped into place, sealing them in. Sirens wailed, and the bay's doors began to close. Sarah powered down the ship. "We've only got minutes before they overwhelm us." Marvin unbuckled his harness and grabbed his weapons. "Then let's make them count." Volor and the others joined him at the hatch, each prepared for a final stand. With a hiss of pressurized air, the ramp lowered. They emerged into chaos, Dalkari soldiers sprinting toward them from all directions, blaster fire streaking across the cavernous bay. Marvin and Volor led the charge, returning fire and using the wrecked ships as cover. The volunteers fanned out, setting up suppressive fire. Sarah ducked behind crates, hacking into a wall panel to override security systems. One by one, the defenders fell to well-placed shots or took cover behind shattered hull fragments. Marvin shoved aside a metal crate, diving behind it as a hail of bolts hammered the deck. He leaned out, squeezed the trigger, and dropped 2 Dalkari troopers. Volor roared, physically hurling one soldier into a group of others. Then a hush fell over the bay, punctuated only by the hum of approaching energy fields. The lights flickered, and a heavy door slid open. A towering figure stepped through, Solvex Dral. Purple-skinned, like Volor, but with elaborate armour that glowed with integrated tech. Metal tusks jutted from his jaw, and each footfall resonated with authority. "Marvin Griggs," Dral called, his voice echoing. "I've travelled across star systems to collect what's in your veins. Stand down, and I may spare these pitiful creatures." Marvin stepped out from cover, ignoring the protest in his battered limbs. "You must have me confused with someone who surrenders." Dral let out a low, menacing laugh. Then he lunged, crossing the bay in a burst of augmented speed. Marvin raised his weapon, but Dral's gauntlet knocked it aside like a toy. The warlord slammed Marvin into a bulkhead with enough force to dent the metal. Agony flared through Marvin's spine. Dral's grip clamped around Marvin's neck, threatening to crush his windpipe. "You were made to be my soldier," Dral hissed. "I will shape your species' genetic heritage into the greatest army in the galaxy." Marvin's vision blurred, but he found the strength to ram an elbow into Dral's side. The warlord snarled and tossed Marvin across the bay. He landed hard, rolling to a stop near a discarded energy lance. Gasping for air, he clutched the weapon, flipping its activation switch. Its blade crackled with neon power. Dral stormed forward. "Pathetic human. Your kind was nearly eradicated for a reason." Marvin forced a tight grin. "Yeah, because we scared the hell out of everyone." He sprang to his feet in a whirlwind of motion, driving the lance at Dral's midsection. The warlord caught it, metal tusks gleaming, but Marvin twisted the hilt, unleashing a surge of energy that sparked across Dral's armour. Dral roared, staggering back. Enraged, he lashed out, smashing Marvin's forearm and sending the lance clattering away. They grappled, each blow resonating like thunder. Dral's enhanced limbs threatened to overpower Marvin at every turn, but the Terran's cunning and raw tenacity prevented a quick kill. When Dral threw a punishing right hook, Marvin ducked and responded with a savage headbutt. Pain exploded in his skull, but Dral reeled, the impact cracking one of his metal tusks. Volor, seeing an opening, fired a volley at Dral's flank. The warlord growled, turning to block the shots. Marvin seized the moment to grab the snapped-off tusk from the floor. In a single fluid motion, he rammed the sharpened metal shard through Dral's throat. The warlord's eyes widened, leaking purple blood. A choking sound escaped his lips. Staggering, Dral tried to speak but only managed a gurgle. He crumpled to, his knees. Marvin, breathing hard, watched as the unstoppable conqueror collapsed in a heap, metal tusk embedded in his neck. Silence swept the bay. Dalkari soldiers froze in shock. Their leader, the High Imperator, lay slain at the hands of a single human. Slowly they began to back away, uncertain and demoralized. Marvin coughed, spitting blood. "Anyone else want to collect that bounty?" he rasped. Not a soul moved. Fear radiated in their wide eyes. In unspoken unity, the Dalkari troopers began retreating from the docking bay. Moments later, klaxons blared. Someone triggered a self-destruct sequence, likely a failsafe. Sarah sprinted to Marvin's side. "We have to go. The ship is going to blow." They dashed back onto the freighter, battered survivors in tow. Engines sputtered but roared to life. Volor took the gunner's seat, covering them as they soared out of the cruiser's docking bay. The entire warship shuddered, explosions rippling across its hull. Dalkari escort. Ships scattered in disarray, no longer united by Dral's command. The freighter raced clear just as the cruiser erupted in a brilliant fireball, scattering molten debris across the starfield. Word spread with the speed of interstellar rumour. The Terran named Marvin Griggs had killed High Imperator Solvex Dral and escaped the wreckage of his cruiser. Over the following weeks, various mercenary factions rescinded the bounty. No one was eager to test fate against a man who single-handedly brought down a feared warlord. The Dalkari forces, leaderless, fractured into warring splinters. Comar 7 survivors reclaimed their outpost, forging a new alliance under Serra's guidance. And Drek Valor, once an enemy species, now followed Marvin with unwavering loyalty. Marvin himself slipped back into the underbelly of the galaxy. He didn't care about being a hero or living up to the legends that sprang up around him. Stories circulated that he was the human paradox, a living testament to the unstoppable ferocity and cunning that once made his species both feared and nearly eradicated. Some said he roamed the fringe stations, teaching others how to fight. Others claimed he was building a secret colony of Terrans, and a few whispered that he'd vanished altogether, content to drink away the nightmares in a forgotten corner of space. One day, in a dusty, out-of-the-way bar at the edge of the frontier, a battered figure walked in. The patrons went silent, their eyes darting to a sign behind the counter that read, "No fights or else." The figure ordered a drink. An alien 2 stools down muttered, That's him, the human paradox." Marvin sipped from his cup, letting the burn of cheap liquor remind him he was still alive. The barkeep eyed him nervously, but Marvin only nodded in quiet acknowledgement. He wasn't here to cause trouble. He had no grand ambition to rule or to prove. He was just a man who refused to die, a man who carried the weight of an entire near-extinct species on his shoulders. "Thanks for the drink," he said softly, finishing it in one gulp. Around him, the bar's patrons stayed hushed, as if waiting for the next explosion of violence. But Marvin merely set the cup down and stood up. At the door he paused, glancing over his shoulder, the glint of an unspoken warning in his eyes. Then he was gone, swallowed by the neon twilight of the frontier, a living legend among alien races, an unbroken reminder that humankind's spirit was still alive, still defiant, and, more than ever, still dangerously unpredictable. And so his story spread, a caution and a promise all at once. The galaxy remembered. You should never, ever underestimate a human. The candidate. The black sedan hadn't fully stopped before the door vanished. A hand clamped onto Harrison Pope's shoulder with the force of a hydraulic press. He was hauled onto the sidewalk, the biting city rain hitting his neck for a split second before he was slammed through a heavy, unadorned door. "From here, you are accountable," the escort said. The voice was a flat line, no inflection, no warning. A thick, synthetic blindfold dropped over Pope's eyes. It was weighted, lined with something that blocked every photon and muffled the world into a dull, underwater throb. "Move," the voice commanded from the dark. Pope felt the floor tilt. It wasn't a ramp. It was a massive slab of stone shifting on heavy machinery. He reached out to steady himself against a wall. A telescopic baton slammed into his ribs. The air left his lungs in a jagged wheeze. He doubled over, gasping, but the shove from behind was relentless. "Hands down," the voice barked. "Eyes ahead." He couldn't see the eyes. He couldn't see the drop. He moved. The air pressure plummeted. His ears popped with a wet, painful click. The temperature crashed 30 degrees in 3 strides. Frost bloomed on his eyelashes. He tripped over a raised seam in the floor. He went down hard on his knees. The stone wasn't cold. It was vibrating. A low-frequency hum rattled his molars and vibrated in his marrow. "Kneel," the voice said. "I'm all ready." A heavy boot caught him in the kidneys. Pope sprawled forward, his forehead cracking against a surface of cold industrial steel. "Silence is refusal," the voice said. Stand. Pope scrambled up, his hands slick with sweat despite the cold. His breath came in ragged, shallow pools. He felt the walls contracting, the sound of his own pulse hammering against the blindfold like a trapped engine. He was guided into a narrow corridor. The air grew thick and humid, heavy with the scent of ozone and copper. "Speak," the voice commanded. "Start with the shame, the childhood rot, the things you didn't tell the selection board." "I don't understand," Pope said. The floor beneath him slid sideways with a mechanical shriek. He slammed into the wall. A jagged piece of masonry tore through his expensive wool sleeve, biting into his forearm. "Wrong answer," the voice whispered. The countdown began. A rhythmic metallic clicking echoed from the ceiling. Click, click, click. 7 years old, Pope shouted. The clicking was a timer. He knew the sound of a closing window. "The fire in the basement. I didn't call the department. I watched the smoke from the tree line. I wanted to see if the structure would hold or if the heat would win." The clicking slowed, but didn't stop. "Continue," the voice said. He spoke. He vomited secrets he had buried under 20 years of careful grooming. Private ambitions that bordered on the pathological. The desire for a power that didn't require a consensus. The bone-deep fear of being part of the noise. The floor dropped 6 inches without warning. His knees buckled, but he kept the words flowing. "I want the seat," Pope gasped. "I want the leverage. I want to be the one who determines the outcome before the vote is cast." The temperature spiked. Sweat poured down his face, stinging his eyes beneath the blindfold. The air smelled of burning electronics and high-voltage discharge. "The oath," the voice said. It wasn't a request. It was a command issued to a subordinate system. The hum in the floor intensified. It reached a pitch that made Pope's vision swim in the darkness. "Loyalty without reciprocity," the voice recited. "Silence over action. Precedence over morality." Pope felt a cold, sharp edge touch the hollow of his throat. It wasn't the threat of a quick death. It was a clinical measurement of his carotid pulse. "The penalty for violation is the extraction of utility," the voice said. "Section by section, memory by memory. You will be archived while you still breathe." Pope's heart hammered against his ribs. This wasn't an initiation. This was a tactical acquisition of a human asset. He hesitated. He looked for a way out, his mind racing through the dark, trying to calculate the geometry of the room. He shifted his weight, trying to find the centre of the vibrating floor. His foot slid into a recessed groove. A jet of high-pressure steam hissed from a vent, scalding his ankle. He screamed, the sound swallowed by the thick, pressurized air. "Do not look for the exit," the voice warned. "There is only the oath." Pope's tactical mistake was assuming he was a participant. He was a component being stress-tested. "I swear," he choked out. The words felt like lead shot in his mouth. The hum stopped instantly. The heat vanished. "You're now protected," the voice said. The blindfold was ripped away. Blinding white light scorched his retinas. Pope threw his hands up, shielding his eyes, his breath hitching in his chest. The room was a sterile white octagon. No escort. No voice. No blades. Just the stone floor, his own blood on his sleeve, and the sound of measured, restrained applause coming from a speaker hidden in the ceiling. The light didn't fade. It stayed sharp, clinical, and absolute. Pope stood in the centre of the light, his body shaking with residual adrenaline. He was alive. He was protected. He had never felt less safe. He looked down at his hands. They were steady now, but the shadow he cast on the white floor was long, jagged, and disconnected from the man he had been 10 minutes ago. The door at the far end of the octagon slid open with a hiss of pneumatics. There was no one on the other side, just a dark hallway leading back to the world. He stepped forward, his boots clicking on the stone. The ceremony was over. The crisis had just begun. The next 25 years moved with the velocity of a railgun slug. Pope didn't walk into his future. He was propelled. Law school, year 3. The competition was a shark tank of ivy, league pedigree and bottomless trust funds. Pope held the third-ranked position. Marcus Thorne, the valedictorian-elect, held the keys to the Supreme Court clerkship Pope needed. Thorne was faster, sharper, and possessed a memory like a digital archive. 3 nights before the final selection, Thorne's car left the road on a dry, clear night. No skid marks, no mechanical failure, just a sudden high-speed correction into a concrete bridge abutment. Thorne survived, but the cognitive damage was total. Pope took the clerkship. He told himself it was tragedy meeting preparation. He ignored the way the hiring justice looked at him, not with admiration, but with the weary recognition of a man seeing a predictable gear turn in a machine. The federal clerkship, year 5. Pope worked 18-hour shifts in a bunker-like office beneath the DC Circuit Court. The air was recycled and tasted of scorched dust. A senior partner at a rival firm threatened to derail a landmark deregulation case Pope was drafting. The man had a file, rumours of Pope's unorthodox initiation years prior. Pope spent 48 hours in a tactical panic, drafting rebuttals, scrubbing digital footprints, waiting for the leak to hit the wires. The partner didn't leak. He resigned. A sudden, quiet departure following a random audit that turned up irregularities in a trust fund he hadn't touched in a decade. The file vanished. Pope sat in his office, the silence of the room heavier than any threat. He waited for a phone call, an instruction, a demand for payment. The phone remained dead. He was being cleared, not led. The path was being levelled by a force that operated with the cold efficiency of a demolition crew. The Senate, year 15. The committee room was a theatre of tactical friction. Pope sat behind the mahogany dais, his hands flat on the wood. Across from him, a whistleblower from the Defense Intelligence Agency prepared to testify. The man had a thumb drive that could incinerate Pope's legislative record. The witness will state his name for the record, Pope said. The witness opened his mouth. His eyes went wide. He clutched his chest, his breath hitching in a jagged rhythmic wheeze. He collapsed across the microphone, the feedback screeching through the room like a dying bird. The room erupted. Security swarmed. Medics moved with practiced high-speed urgency. The thumb drive was never found. The hearing was adjourned indefinitely. Pope didn't go to the hospital. He went to the Senate gym. He ran until his lungs burned and his vision blurred. He ran to outpace the realization that he wasn't winning. He was being curated. National prominence. Year 20. The rise accelerated. He was the clean candidate. The man without a scandal. The man whose opposition seemed to dissolve into irrelevance or misfortune before they could land a punch. He moved through fundraisers like a ghost through a graveyard. At a gala in Zurich, a man in a tuxedo leaned in close. He didn't offer a hand. He didn't state a name. The architecture holds, the man whispered. The phrase was a cadence he hadn't heard in 2 decades. Pope pivoted, his pulse spiking, reaching for the man's arm to demand an explanation. The man was gone. He had vanished into the crowd of spinning bodies and loud, safe music. The vice presidency, the present. The wind whipped across the National Mall, carrying the scent of frozen rain and spent jet fuel from the flyover. Pope stood on the inaugural platform. The crowd was a sea of grey and black stretching toward the horizon. The Chief Justice held the Bible. "Repeat after me," the Justice said. Pope looked at the cameras. Millions were watching. He saw the President-elect to his left, a man of process and earnest belief. He saw the Secret Service detail, their eyes scanning the rooftops for the high-velocity threats they were trained to stop. They were looking for bullets. They weren't looking for the architecture. Pope raised his right hand. I, Harrison Pope, do solemnly swear. His voice was steady. It didn't shake. It carried the weight of public legitimacy. Inside his mind, the memory of the cold stone floor and the vibrating hum of the octagon flickered like a strobe light. The public oath was a performance, a layer of paint over a structural steel beam. But I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. The applause broke over him like a wave. It was loud, celebratory and hollow. He didn't feel like a leader. He felt like a component that had finally been slotted into its primary housing. The president gripped his hand. "We've got a lot of work to do, Harrison." Pope nodded. "Whatever the country needs, Mr. President." He scanned the front row of the VIP section. A man in his late 70s sat perfectly still. He didn't clap. He didn't smile. He wore a lapel pin Pope didn't recognize, a small silver gear with a broken tooth. The man caught Pope's eye for a fraction of a second. He gave a single, slow nod. The ascent was over. The maintenance was beginning. The lights in the west wing flickered once, twice, and then died. The hum of the HVAC system cut out, replaced by the rising scream of sirens from Pennsylvania Avenue. In the sudden silence, the emergency red lighting kicked in, bathing Pope's office in the colour of an open wound. "Sir, the East Coast grid is cascading," a staffer shouted, bursting through the door. "Report," Pope barked. "Substations in Philadelphia and Newark are slagged. Coordinated cyber strikes. The president is in the PEOC. He's refusing to authorize the kinetic response." The building shook. A dull, rhythmic thudding vibrated through the floor, the sound of civil unrest breaching the outer perimeter. Pope turned to his desk. A black leather folder sat where his daily brief should be. It had no seal, no classification marking. He opened it. The document inside outlined the contingency for structural continuity. It called for the immediate suspension of habeas corpus, the centralisation of the financial grid under executive observers, and the deployment of active duty units to urban centres. It was a blueprint for a quiet coup. The door clicked shut. Pope looked up. The staffer was gone. Standing by the window was the man from the inauguration, the elderly man. "The president hesitates," the man said. His voice was a calm anchor in the storm. "He views the law as a shield. He does not understand it is a luxury of the stable." "How did you get past Secret Service?" Pope reached for the panic button under his mahogany desk. "The architecture is not guarded from itself, Harrison." A massive explosion rocked the room. The reinforced glass of the window didn't shatter, but it spider-webbed, the cracks glowing red from the fires rising in the park. The countdown had reached 0. The city was failing. "You remember the vibration of the stone," the man said. He didn't flinch as the floor buckled. The cold air, the weight of the blindfold. He began to recite: loyalty without reciprocity, silence over action, precedence over morality. The words hit Pope with the force of a physical blow. The sirens outside seemed to sync with the rhythm of the oath. "The Constitution governs the public," the man said, stepping into the red light. "We govern continuity. The president will not sign. You will." "I don't have the authority." "Authority is a consensus. We have withdrawn it from him." A secondary explosion, closer this time, tore through the communications array on the roof. The digital clock on the wall shorted out, the numbers spinning into meaningless symbols. Pope looked at the folder, then at the man. He realised with a sickening clarity that the transition wasn't coming. It was already happening. The president's hesitation wasn't a delay, it was his replacement. "One signature," the man whispered, "or the cascade continues until there is nothing left to govern." Pope reached for his pen. His hand felt like it belonged to someone else. He looked at the window, where the silhouette of the Washington Monument was framed by the black smoke of a burning city. The system was failing by design. To save it, he had to bury it. He signed. The man took the folder. He didn't thank him. "The path is cleared," the man said, and stepped back into the shadows of the doorway. The lights didn't come back on. The sirens didn't stop. Pope sat in the dark, the scent of ozone and burning rubber filling his lungs. He had just saved the country. He had also just killed the Republic. The aftermath was not a celebration. It was a dissection. Pope sat in a room that smelled of scorched copper and ozone. The emergency lights had been replaced by flickering fluorescence that hummed with a dying frequency. Outside, the smoke from the stabilization efforts hung over DC like a shroud. The contingency for structural continuity was active. Military checkpoints choked the intersections. The financial grid was frozen for verification. To the public, Pope was the hero who held the line when the president froze. To the machine, he was a heat sink, absorbing the friction of a collapsing democracy. Pope began to dig. He used his private security clearance to track the origin of the blackout. The logs, wiped. The signatures, spoofed through 3 layers of offshore shells. The command chain, dead ends. Every time he neared a source, the system shifted. It wasn't a defense, it was an edit. "Sir, the Chief of Staff's schedule for the night of the blackout. It's been redacted," his lead analyst whispered. "Not by us, by the server itself. It's self-correcting." "Who has root access?" Pope asked. "No one on the payroll, sir." The analyst was gone by morning, reassigned to a desk in Anchorage. No appeal, no explanation. Pope was being isolated. The walls of the West Wing felt like they were closing in, the air growing, thin as his allies were plucked away like loose threads. Pope's tactical error was believing his signature bought him leverage. It had only bought him responsibility. He met the president in the residence. The man looked ancient, his eyes glassy, his hands trembling as he stared at the television showing order restoration units clearing a park in Chicago. "I didn't authorize the kinetic deployment, Harrison," the president whispered. "The situation demanded it, sir. The grid didn't fail. It was disconnected." The president looked at Pope, not with anger, but with pity. "You think you're the architect. You're just the ink." Pope left the room. His pulse was a serrated edge in his throat. He realized the trap. The orders didn't need him to lead. They needed him to sign so they could blame the pen when the paper caught fire. He retreated to his private study. He didn't call for a briefing. He didn't trust the phones. He pulled the physical copy of the contingency plan. He began to write. He wasn't drafting a memo. He was building a kill switch. The language, legalistic and dense. The strategy, embed oversight mechanisms disguised as procedural updates. The payload, expiration clauses that would trigger a return to constitutional law if the emergency lasted more than 90 days. He worked with the frantic precision of a man defusing a bomb in the dark. Every sentence was a tactical gamble. If the order saw the friction, they would erase the component. He heard a floorboard creak. He didn't look up. He kept writing. "The ink is still wet," the elderly man said from the corner of the room. He hadn't used the door. "The plan needs refinement," Pope said, his voice flat, "to ensure long-term stability. Stability is a byproduct of silence, Harrison, not procedure." "Then why do you need my name on the document?" The man stepped into the light. He looked at the paper. He saw the oversight clauses. He smiled, a cold mechanical stretching of skin. "We don't need your name to be right. We need it to be final." The man turned to leave. "Do not mistake your survival for importance," the man said. "You're being archived. Try not to make the process difficult." Pope was alone. He looked at his hands. They were stained with ink. The room was cold again, the vibration in the floor returning, a phantom echo of the stone octagon. He realised the cost of the oath. It wasn't his life, it was his agency. He finished the draft. He tucked the kill switch version into the official binder. He didn't know if it would work. He only knew that the entropy had reached his bones. The system was failing, and he was the one holding the structural beam as it buckled. The pen didn't just mark the paper, it punctured it. Pope shoved the leather binder across the desk. The elderly man caught it with a single skeletal hand. Outside, the flash of a thermobaric charge lit the room white. The shockwave rattled the teeth of everyone in the room. "It's done," Pope said. The elderly man didn't look at the text. He didn't check for the kill switch clauses. He tucked the binder under his arm as the door hissed open. 3 men in tactical gear, unmarked matte black plating, faces obscured by polarized visors, stepped into the room. They didn't point weapons, they stood like pillars. "The transition is locked," the man said. The city groaned. Below the west wing, the massive cooling fans of the server banks began to scream. Pope's embedded code was already hitting the architecture. The financial freeze didn't thaw, it fragmented. Data streams intended for centralized control began to loop. Authority signals hit the oversight firewalls Pope had hidden in the procedural fine print. "There's a lag," one of the tactical units said. His voice was a digitized rasp. "The grid isn't responding to the central overrides." The elderly man turned. His eyes narrowed. He looked at Pope, then at the binder. "Friction," the man whispered. "Procedure," Pope corrected. The room shook again. A structural support in the basement failed under the strain of the system cascade. Smoke began to curl from the floor vents, acrid, grey and tasting of melted silicon. "You didn't break the oath," the man said. He stepped toward Pope, the tactical units tensing. "You just made the machine grind." "The machine works for the public," Pope said, "not the continuity." The elderly man paused. He didn't strike. He didn't order the units to fire. The order didn't do revenge. They did efficiency. "You've reached your expiration," the man said. He turned and walked out. The tactical units followed, moving with the synchronized precision of a single organism. The door locked with a heavy magnetic thud. Pope was left in the dark. The screens on his desk flickered with errors. The city outside was quiet now, not because the peace was won, but because the control was broken. The archive, years later. Pope walked. He moved through the urban centre, his gait slowed by age and the residual ache in his kidneys from a 25-year-old boot. He wasn't followed. He wasn't watched. The crisis had stabilized. The system functioned, but it was slow, burdened by the oversight checks he had buried in the ink. He stopped in front of the stone building. It was still unmarked. No signage, no flags. The rain hit the pavement with a rhythmic, hollow sound. A black sedan idled at the curb. A young man, barely 22, stood by the heavy door. He looked terrified. He looked like an asset. The door opened. The young man was hauled inside. The door vanished. Pope didn't try to stop it. He didn't shout. He didn't call the police. He stood in the rain and felt the low-frequency vibration of the ground beneath his boots. The octagon was still there. The blindfolds were still weighted. He understood the design now. The Order didn't need him to believe. They didn't need his soul or his loyalty. They didn't care about the clauses he had hidden or the friction he had caused. They only needed him to be quiet when the lights went out. He turned away from the building. He walked into the crowd, becoming another grey shadow in a city of ghosts. The oath had never demanded loyalty, only silence at the moment it mattered most. The Anglo-Saxon Legacy. Tyler Wheeler paced outside the elegant marble hall, heart pounding, wondering if he should have just turned around and fled. As an investigative journalist, chasing leads was routine, but this time, everything in his gut told him the stakes were dangerously high. He clutched his press badge, flipping it nervously between his fingers, while trying to blend in with the crowd streaming into the building. The invitation he'd received was so cryptic he almost thought it was a prank, but curiosity had won out. He had to see what was hidden behind the veneer of this corporate assembly. The hall's grand facade bore the insignia of Carlyle Holdings. Normally, Victor Carlyle, the reclusive billionaire CEO, had no reason to invite lowly journalists to his gatherings. But Tyler's editor at the London Chronicle had insisted he pursue every avenue. Carlyle's hush-hush event was rumoured to involve a cast of powerful players: politicians, bankers, intelligence chiefs. Once Tyler stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted from corporate politeness to something akin to hushed paranoia. Men in dark suits with stern expressions roamed about, their discreet earpieces revealing they weren't ordinary security. Tyler slipped through the corridors, careful to keep his head down. Crystal chandeliers cast shards of light across polished floors, making everything seem too pristine. He found his way into a smaller side room, hoping to catch a whiff of something worth reporting. Through a slightly ajar door, he spotted a cluster of people gathered around a large oak table. Tyler recognised General Alexander Pike. The man practically defined the phrase imposing figure, with broad shoulders and a precise clipped manner that spoke of years of high-level military service. Next to him was Victor Carlyle himself, exuding the refined arrogance of old money. The conversation that trickled out made Tyler's blood run cold. They were discussing a centuries-old plan, something called the Anglo-Saxon Mission, which aimed to trigger wars in strategically chosen regions, China, Iran and beyond. Out of their mouths flowed phrases like global reset, dominance, and the final spine-chilling mention, extraterrestrial sanction. Tyler suppressed a gasp. Extraterrestrial? He inched closer to the door as they continued. It must appear natural, Carlyle said calmly, his measured tone belying the horrifying content. Geopolitical tensions will escalate on schedule, setting off the chain reaction. Then, the Overseer's final instructions can commence. General Pike leaned in. Are we absolutely certain we can trust them? Our alliance has existed in secret for centuries, yet each generation requires more convincing. Trust them? Tyler's mind whirled. Was the General implying an alliance with something other than governments? Something not of this earth? Carlyle gave a curt nod. The quantum device is nearly complete at the Sentinel facility. Once we have the final coordinates, the reckoning begins. Even if our pawns grow uneasy, we push forward. The meeting ended. Tyler hurried down the corridor, sweat dampening his shirt collar. He'd stumbled onto something bigger than corporate malfeasance or political corruption. This was potentially the biggest story of his career, assuming he lived long enough to publish it. Moments later, the heavy sound of footsteps behind him shattered his racing thoughts. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Lost, are we?" came a cold voice. Tyler turned to see a man in a black suit, earpiece glinting ominously. Before Tyler could respond, the man sized him up, recognised him as an intruder and grabbed him roughly by the collar. Adrenaline kicked in. Tyler wrested himself free in a chaotic burst of motion. He sprinted through the winding passages, ignoring the shouts behind him. Alarm bells blared, attendees peered out. From behind gilded doors as Tyler swerved past them, searching for an exit. Dodging another security guard, he finally burst through a side door into the chilly London night, lungs seizing with fear and relief. He knew he couldn't go home, no telling how fast Carlyle's men would trace him. Instead, he ran until the city lights blurred. By the time he reached a rundown bar near the Thames, his breath came in ragged gasps and he was drenched in cold sweat. Inside, neon lights flickered as a half-asleep bartender barely glanced his way. Tyler retreated to a corner table, pulling out his phone. He needed someone who knew how to vanish off the grid. He needed Nathan Drake. Nathan was an ex-intelligence agent turned mercenary who had parted ways with official institutions under dubious circumstances. Whispers said he'd once been the best infiltration expert in British intelligence, until a fiasco in Eastern Europe left him branded a liability. Now rumour had it he operated on his own code. He owed Tyler a favour from a previous exposé that had cleared Nathan's name of a wrongdoing. If anyone could help Tyler navigate a threat like this, it would be him. Minutes later, the phone rang. "Wheeler," came Nathan's deep, measured voice. "I was hoping never to hear from you again." "Believe me," Tyler replied, "this wasn't part of my plan. Listen, Nathan, I'm in trouble. Big trouble." The line crackled. "Define big." Tyler swallowed, recalling the disturbing fragments he'd overheard. "I can't say over the phone. Just know there's an organisation orchestrating wars, and they might not be entirely human. They know who I am. They'll kill me if I don't vanish." A long pause. "Meet me at the old safe house in Camden, above that boarded-up antique shop. I'll be there in an hour. Don't bring anyone." Tyler ended the call and stared at the swirling ice cubes in the glass the bartender had dropped off, unasked. A nauseating swirl of fear and excitement churned in his stomach. The world had just turned upside down, and he was falling headlong into a conspiracy that spanned centuries. He'd expected revelations about backroom deals, war profiteering, or data leaks. But the talk of an alien alliance, that was so far outside his realm of understanding, he felt like he was stepping into a lucid dream, or maybe a nightmare. He arrived at the safe house in Camden, slipping in through the alley entrance. The building was a dilapidated relic of Victorian London, barred windows, rotted shutters, and the stale smell of dust. Upstairs, Nathan Drake waited in an empty apartment lit by a single flickering bulb. He was lean, with vigilant eyes that scanned Tyler from head to toe, always looking for threats in corners no one else noticed. "You look awful," Nathan said, pulling Tyler inside and locking 3 separate bolts behind him. "Tell me everything." Tyler recounted his ordeal, the strange meeting at Carlisle Holdings, the talk of the Anglo-Saxon mission, references to a quantum device, and especially the coded mentions of the Overseer, an extraterrestrial sanction. Nathan listened in stony silence, only nodding occasionally. Once Tyler finished, Nathan placed a small device on the rickety table. It emitted a soft hum. "Signal jammer," Nathan explained. "No one's listening, but keep your voice down. They'll track any electronic footprint." Tyler tried to steady his voice. "Nathan, I know it sounds insane, but I heard it. There's some alien faction behind this. They want to orchestrate war, then a cataclysmic event, and set up some kind of global order." Nathan pursed his lips. "If you'd told me this last year, I'd have laughed in your face. But I've heard whispers, rumours of advanced technology, hidden agendas far older than any modern government. That's why I left intelligence. There were things I couldn't reconcile." In that meeting, Tyler continued, Carlisle and General Pike talked about launching a conflict with China and Iran. They also mentioned something called the Sentinel in the Scottish Highlands, and a final phase they're calling the Reckoning. It's beyond just war. It sounded like they want to reshape the Earth itself. Nathan exhaled slowly. "Then we don't have much time. Once they realise you got away, they'll come for you with everything they've got." He stood, scanning the narrow windows. "First step, we vanish. Then we gather intel. If this runs as deep as you say, we need more than just you and me on this." Tyler tightened his jaw. "You said you know people, right? Off-the-grid types?" "Yeah," Nathan nodded. "One of them is an ex-military strategist, Raphael Rafe de Luca. Another is a hacker named Ashley Winters. We might also need the help of Dr. Helena Moore, a scientist who got caught up in government research. Projects she wants nothing more to do with." But if what you're describing is real, she might know exactly what's going on with this alien technology. Tyler felt a flutter of hope. He wasn't alone. Let's do it. Let's blow this thing wide open. Nathan offered a wry smile. Easy. People who pick fights with men like Carlyle and Pike don't live long. We have to be careful, methodical. Outside, the wind howled. Inside that dim apartment, an unspoken accord formed between two men who realised they were standing at the edge of something impossibly big. The Anglo-Saxon mission was no ordinary conspiracy. It was a centuries-old juggernaut, apparently powered by otherworldly forces. And it was months, maybe weeks, away from unleashing a carefully orchestrated wave of destruction across the globe. Nathan powered down the signal jammer, scanning the hallway for signs of infiltration. I've got a small safe house up north. We'll head there tonight. Then we'll reach out to Rafe and the others. If we're going to blow this conspiracy open, we'll need every ally we can find. Tyler nodded, adrenaline pulsing in his veins. A quiet promise echoed in his mind. He would expose the truth, even if it meant risking everything. Under the dim glow of a single lamp, Tyler Wheeler hunched over a battered wooden desk, sifting through a web of rumours and half-buried historical records. The safe house was hardly luxurious, an abandoned farmhouse nestled among moorlands in North Yorkshire, but it offered one precious commodity: seclusion. Rafe DeLuca had joined them that morning, slipping in with barely a whisper of his arrival, moving like a phantom among the scattered shadows. Nathan Drake was out on the porch, eyes peeled for any signs of unwanted visitors. He trusted no one, not even the sheep that wandered nearby. Rafe, a former military strategist, wore an air of solemn focus. His dark hair was cropped short and a small scar beneath his left eye hinted at a violent past. Yet, his calm demeanour and sharp eyes suggested someone who thrived on dissecting complicated puzzles. We'll need to start at the beginning, Rafe said, sliding a small notebook over to Tyler. From what I've pieced together, the Anglo-Saxon mission has roots older than the British Empire. We're talking knights and barons forging alliances that transcended monarchy. There's evidence that suggests an extraterrestrial presence guided some early expansions, quietly offering certain technologies. Tyler flipped through the pages, astonished to see references dating back to the medieval period. Cryptic accounts of unexplained weaponry, sudden leaps in navigation, rumours of star visitors in the court of English kings. So they've been shaping our world for centuries? Rafe nodded, feeding small technological boosts at strategic points in history. The conspirators used these to maintain an advantage, dominance through commerce, colonization, and eventually modern warfare. Each time they masked it as human ingenuity or the spoils of empire. Nathan stepped in, scanning the notebooks. That explains the leaps in industrialization, or how certain powers always seemed one step ahead. But how does this all tie to the quantum device you heard about at Carlyle's meeting? Tyler took a breath. From what I gathered, there's a final plan, a culminating event they want to spark, an engineered global crisis that paves the way for total Western control. Carlyle and General Pike mentioned a geophysical trigger. It's not just bombs or biochemical warfare. It's something that can disrupt the Earth's natural balance. Rafe's gaze hardened. And the Overseer? That name keeps popping up in the intel. Some kind of alien representative. Likely, Tyler said. They talked about the Overseer as if it were the final authority. They see it as a guide or a partner in this mission. But there was hesitation. General Pike questioned if they could really trust an alien alliance, Nathan exhaled. They still believe that even if Earth is partially devastated, they'll come out on top. They must assume the survivors will be easy to corral under a new order, but there's obviously more to it. The silence that followed was thick with dread. They all sensed it. A cosmic game where humanity was a pawn. Tyler felt a pang of anxiety. He thought about the centuries of hidden meddling, the possibility that entire wars and leaps in progress had been orchestrated from the shadows. Beneath it all, an otherworldly puppet master. Ashley Winters arrived after dusk, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and toting a duffel bag of tech equipment. She was slender, with tired eyes that spoke of too many nights spent behind glowing screens. Without a word, she started setting up a laptop, cables snaking across the rickety floor. "I've got something," she announced an hour later. "I hacked into some back channels connected to Carlyle's financial networks. The man's wealth is insane. He's funneling billions into a place called the Sentinel Initiative. The data points to a covert facility in the Scottish Highlands, near an old research station left over from the Cold War." Rafe pulled out a map, unfolding it across the table. "That would be here," he said, pointing to a remote region of rugged terrain. "Perfect place for secret experiments, hard to reach, no prying eyes. Weather alone can kill intruders if they're not prepared." "What about Dr. Helena Moore?" Tyler asked. "We need her expertise. She was involved in government research on alien tech, right?" Nathan nodded. "She's the key to deciphering the science behind it. I've tried to contact her, but no response. Last I heard, she'd gone into hiding after resigning from a special military R&D program. Rumour has it she developed an untraceable chemical agent derived from alien biomaterial. After that, she ghosted. She might be lying low somewhere near Cambridge." Tyler rubbed his temples, exhaustion creeping in. "We need to find her. She may be the only one who can confirm whether this quantum device is real, or how to stop it." Ashley interrupted, eyes glued to her screen. "Speaking of which, I got a partial blueprint of something codenamed Project Chronos. Seems to be an advanced energy manipulation system. Could be tied to geophysical disruptions, like triggering earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. There's mention of dimensional resonance and non-terrestrial scaffolding. This is out of our league, guys." Nathan let out a tense laugh, devoid of humour. "That's the story of my life. Always out of my league." Just then the air changed. Rafe tensed, hands shifting toward the sidearm at his belt. In the distance, headlights cut through the darkness outside. 2 black SUVs. The group exchanged alarmed looks. They'd been found. "Basement exit," Nathan hissed, motioning for Tyler and Ashley to gather their gear. Rafe peered out a sliver of the boarded window. Armed men were moving in formation, scanning the farmhouse perimeter. "They're professionals," Rafe whispered. "Night vision, suppressed weapons. We'll have to be quick." Tyler's pulse hammered. "We can't outrun them if they have vehicles." Nathan's expression hardened. "We won't. I'll lead them away. Rafe, you get Tyler and Ashley to the fallback site. I've got a decoy car hidden out back. I'll draw them east. You go west. Rendezvous in 3 days. We find Helena Moore next." Rafe gripped Nathan's shoulder. "Don't get yourself killed." Nathan gave a thin smile. Not part of the plan. With that, they sprang into motion. Ashley hurriedly copied data from her laptop onto a portable drive. Tyler stuffed Rafe's notebooks into a waterproof bag. They raced for the back door just as the front door splintered under a heavy blow. Shouts erupted in the farmhouse corridor. Nathan fired a short burst from a suppressed submachine gun, pinning the intruders momentarily. Tyler, Ashley and Rafe slipped into the darkness outside. The frigid wind whipped across the moor, slicing through their thin jackets, but the 3 forced themselves to remain steady. One misstep could mean being caught in a sniper's scope. Nathan peeled out in the decoy vehicle, headlights blazing, drawing immediate pursuit. 3 assailants sprinted after him, muzzle flashes piercing the night. Rafe steered Tyler and Ashley toward a hidden Land Rover, parked behind a collapsed barn. They crammed inside. The engine sputtered but finally roared to life, and they jolted onto a narrow dirt track behind the farmhouse. "Keep low," Rafe warned, checking the rearview mirror. Mercenaries were scanning the area with high-powered flashlights, but with Nathan's distraction, The Land Rover slipped away into the night. Hours later, they'd put miles between themselves and the ambush site. All three were shaken. Ashley clutched her laptop as if it were a life raft, eyes glued to a small real-time GPS feed. Nathan's decoy car was still moving, but the signal flickered ominously, indicating a chase. Rafe grimaced, focusing on the road. Tyler's mind churned with fear and guilt. He dragged these people into a secret war. Lives were now at stake because of a secret meeting he wasn't even meant to attend. They eventually found a half-ruined cottage near an abandoned mining town, where they risked a few hours of rest. Tyler managed to doze off, haunted by flashes of armed men and the eerie references to alien alliances. He dreamed of the Overseer, a shadowy figure standing in a swirling haze, silently orchestrating events that shaped empires with eyes that seemed older than time itself. By morning, Rafe coaxed the Land Rover back to life. "We head south toward Cambridge," he said. "Dr. Moore might have answers for us. We'll lay low along the way." Ashley tapped furiously on her laptop, scanning backdoor channels for any sign of their enemies' communications. They're calling themselves Shadow Recon units in some coded chatter, possibly under General Pike's command or Carlisle's private security. Either way, they're well-funded and well-trained. Tyler stared out the window at the rolling hills, mind struggling with the cosmic scale of the conspiracy. The Anglo-Saxon mission was older and more complex than anything he'd imagined. If an alien presence had been steering humanity for centuries, the question he couldn't shake was, why? What did these extraterrestrials gain from pushing Earth toward the brink of destruction? The countryside blurred as they sped along, uncertain of their next steps but resolute in their mission. Tyler gripped his notebook, a swirl of fear and resolve coursing through his veins. They had to find Doctor. Helena Moore had to unravel the Overseer's endgame. Time was short, and the mission's final phase, the Reckoning, loomed on the horizon like a storm preparing to swallow civilization whole. Cambridge in the early hours was awash in morning mist. The city's spires cut ghostly silhouettes against a silver sky. Tyler Wheeler felt a surge of anxiety as Rafe navigated the narrow streets, each turn bringing them closer to Dr. Helena Moore's rumoured hideout. Ashley Winters huddled in the back seat, her gaze flicking nervously between her laptop screen and the windows. Every time they passed a dark sedan or a random pedestrian, Tyler worried it might be another set of eyes tracking them. After hours of cautious looping around unsuspecting neighbourhoods, Rafe finally parked near a modest row house at the edge of town. The building's windows were shuttered, and the front garden was overgrown, as if nobody had tended to it in years. They approached warily. Tyler knocked 3 times on the scuffed door. Minutes stretched. Then the door opened a crack and a pale, slender woman peered out. She had sharp cheekbones, piercing eyes, and her hair was tied back in a messy bun. She looked at the 3 of them as though they were ghosts. "Dr. Moore?" Tyler asked softly. "We need your help. My name is Tyler Wheeler. This is Rafe DeLuca, and..." She cut him off. "I know who you are. My cameras saw you coming. I heard about you in certain circles. You're the journalist who stumbled onto the Anglo-Saxon mission." Her tone was guarded, but curiosity shimmered beneath. "Come in, quickly." Once inside, Helena Moore led them to a cramped sitting room. Stacks of papers, old research notes, and obscure scientific texts cluttered every surface. A half-disassembled device, some sort of scanning apparatus, lay on the dining table. She locked the door behind them and turned a series of deadbolts. "I left the program 2 years ago," she began, crossing her arms. "It took me a while to realise the scope of what I was dealing with. By the time I learned about the extraterrestrial involvement, I'd already contributed to their research. That's my shame to bear." Ashley stepped forward. We think they're close to finishing a quantum device at a facility called the Sentinel, something capable of triggering geophysical events. We need to understand how to disable it." Helena exhaled, her hand moving to the disassembled scanner on the table. "I only saw fragments of the data. The architecture is based on dimensional resonance, unlocking certain frequencies that can tap directly into Earth's tectonic structures. If the pulses are strong enough, they could induce massive earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, potentially even shift weather patterns." Rafe eyed the apparatus. "And this is alien tech?" "Partially," Helena said. "The core designs were reverse engineered from them. The Overseers Alliance provided key components. Our top brass believed it would secure Western dominance if we could selectively unleash chaos. That's why I quit. I couldn't be party to mass murder." Tyler's voice dropped to a whisper. "This is bigger than war. It's potentially rewriting the planet." Helena nodded gravely. "And they have zero qualms about collateral damage. Billions could die." A grim hush fell over the room. Then Helena leaned closer. "What I don't understand is why these extraterrestrials want this. People in the program theorize the aliens might be terraforming Earth for their own ends. Another theory is that they're simply trying to cull humanity, leaving only a fraction under direct control." Ashley stepped to the window, parting the curtains a fraction to scan the street. "We still have to worry about staying alive. The same people you left behind are trying to kill us now. They already attacked our safe house." "That doesn't surprise me," Helena said. "Carlisle, Pike, all of them. They won't let anything jeopardize the mission. They've invested too much for too long." She gestured to the equipment. "I've been working on a frequency disruptor that might neutralize the quantum device's resonance cycle. Trouble is, I haven't tested it on any large-scale hardware. It's still theoretical." Tyler nodded. "Then we need to get you inside the Sentinel to test it for real, or at least close enough to sabotage the device." Rafe rubbed the stubble on his jaw. "We have limited manpower. Nathan Drake is out there, hopefully still alive, drawing away Carlisle's mercenaries. It's just the four of us. We're going to need a plan." Helena bit her lip, a flicker of determination in her eyes. "Then we'd better hurry. Every day they inch closer to activating the reckoning. Once it starts, reversing it might be impossible." The plan that formed was audacious, balancing cunning and sheer desperation. Ashley hacked into public transport data to mislead any watchers. They would head north, but by roundabout routes, changing cars, forging IDs. Helena's frequency disruptor would need final calibrations en route. If they were lucky, by the time they reached the Sentinel, they'd have a fighting chance. Fate had other plans. Before they could even leave Cambridge, Ashley's laptop pinged with a high-priority alert. She frowned at the screen. "This is a direct intercept from one of Carlisle's private channels. He's authorizing a level 5 contingency, targeting multiple sites. The coordinates. Oh no." Tyler moved behind her, scanning the data. "One of these coordinates is in London, near the newspaper's headquarters. Another is in Dover, and the others are scattered worldwide. Ports, major cities." Helena's eyes flashed with alarm. "They're tightening the noose, possibly fueling tension with China and Iran by orchestrating terror incidents or sabotage. They want all eyes fixated on global conflict so nobody notices the Sentinel, and they're also likely trying to draw you out, Tyler." Rafe gripped the back of a chair, knuckles white. "If they're moving to a contingency plan, that means the final phase is near. They won't allow any loose ends." An uneasy hush filled the room. Tyler felt guilt gnaw at him. The newspaper staff he'd worked alongside could now be in danger. But he also knew the bigger picture. Countless innocent lives at stake if the reckoning triggered. "We stop it at the source," Tyler said quietly, voice edged with resolve. "If the Sentinel is destroyed or the quantum device disabled, the entire plan collapses." Helena gathered her disruptor components. "Let's do it." but we'll need a small miracle to get past the layers of security around that facility. Rafe turned to Ashley. We'll need forged credentials, some way to slip in under the radar. I can handle that, Ashley replied, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. But it won't hold up under thorough scrutiny. We'll also have to plan for infiltration, guard schedules, sensor arrays, the works. They began packing, tension thick in the cramped room. Helena insisted on bringing boxes of notes, her life's work on alien tech. For hours they organised, compiled and destroyed anything too incriminating to leave behind. By midday they had a plan, risky, but it was all they had. Just as they prepared to slip out the back, a distinct hum vibrated in the air. At first, Tyler thought it was a truck idling outside. Then the windows rattled, and the humming took on a subsonic pulse that set teeth on edge. Helena's face went ashen. That's an acoustic disruption array. Military grade. They found me. Moments later, the front door exploded inward. Splinters showered the hallway. A squad of masked operatives stormed in, rifles raised. Smoke grenades clattered on the floor, spewing choking clouds. Rafe reacted instantly, yanking Tyler and Ashley behind an upturned couch. Helena ducked into a side room, rummaging for something. Gunfire erupted, muffled by the swirling smoke. Bullets whizzed overhead, lodging into plaster walls. Tyler coughed, eyes streaming. Ashley tried to activate the disruptor, but Helena shouted, "No! It's not stable yet." More gunmen poured in, methodical and unyielding. Rafe popped up from behind the couch, returned fire with measured bursts. One operative went down, but the others advanced quickly. They wore advanced body armour. The drones of war had arrived, cold and relentless. Suddenly Helena emerged from the side room with a small canister in hand. "Close your eyes," she shouted, tossing the device into the hallway. A deafening flash erupted, and a wave of disorientation flooded the area. The operatives stumbled, ears ringing. Rafe seized the moment, firing precise shots that forced them into retreat. "We have to go now," Helena screamed. They scrambled out the back, smoke swirling around them. Sirens blared in the distance. Cambridge was about to light up with a full-blown incident. The team dashed through side alleys, hearts thundering, adrenaline in overdrive. Eventually they reached an abandoned parking lot where Helena's old nondescript hatchback waited. They piled in, slamming doors just as a black SUV swerved onto the street behind them. Rafe gunned the engine, the tyres squealing. The chase was on through narrow roads, weaving between startled pedestrians, until they hit the outskirts of town and roared onto the highway. In the car's rear view, Tyler spotted the black SUV finally lose ground, swerving away. But the sense of reprieve was fleeting. There was no doubt more teams were coming. Breathing hard, Helena clutched the disruptor to her chest. "Now you see how serious they are. They'll burn down entire cities if it means covering this up." Tyler tried to steady himself, focusing on the road ahead. "We have no choice. We push onward, to the Sentinel." An unspoken terror clung to them like a dark cloud. Global conflict was intensifying by the hour, engineered to sow chaos. The quantum device loomed in the Scottish Highlands, nearly complete, waiting to unleash catastrophe. And somewhere, the Overseer, ancient and inscrutable, watched and waited for humanity's next move. They drove north under a sky that turned from steel grey to an ominous patchwork of storm clouds, as though nature itself braced for an unfolding cataclysm. Tyler Wheeler, Dr. Helena Moore, Rafe DeLuca, and Ashley Winters knew they were racing against the clock, their every mile bringing them closer to the Sentinel, a secret fortress hidden deep within the Scottish Highlands. Despite the tension, the car ride gave them a shred of time to plan. Helena spent hours tinkering with the frequency disruptor's wiring, occasionally tapping Rafe's shoulder to ask about electromagnetic interference or structural resonance. Ashley manipulated stolen credentials and forged IDs on her laptop. Tyler tried to keep an eye on the rearview mirror, half expecting black SUVs or attack helicopters to burst out of the swirling mists. Their final approach to the Sentinel was a winding single-lane road overshadowed by pine forests. Helena explained that the facility predated the Cold War, originally built as a subterranean bunker. Over the past decade, Carlisle and General Pike had retrofitted it with alien-inspired technologies, turning it into the cradle of the reckoning. Rain hammered down by the time they parked near a chain-link fence hidden among the trees. Floodlights swept across the perimeter, illuminating barbed wire and turret-like security towers. "We'll never get in through the main gate," Rafe muttered. "We need to find an alternate entry." Ashley popped the trunk and rummaged for a handheld device that looked like a cross between a tablet and a satellite phone. "Sensor jammer," she explained. "Short range, but it should cloak our movement from standard detection grids for a few minutes at a time." They slipped through the sodden forest, keeping low. Rain soaked their clothes, and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The fence was electrified. Lines hummed with lethal current. Helena attached a small clamp that neutralized the circuit for a few precious seconds, allowing them to cut through. Once inside, they found themselves on a narrow service road leading into the heart of the base. A patrol vehicle rolled by. They pressed themselves flat against the muddy ground, hearts pounding, until its taillights disappeared into the darkness. Step by agonizing step, they neared a wide concrete entrance set into the hillside. A guard post stood under a harsh overhead light. 2 armed soldiers in tactical gear chatted, clearly bored. Ashley crouched behind a boulder, hooking her sensor jammer into a small drone. "This will give us a short window." She launched the drone, and it floated silently behind the guard post. A flickering distortion rippled across the security cameras. The soldiers noticed something was off, but too late. Rafe darted forward, dispatching them with swift, silent takedowns. Tyler's stomach lurched. He'd never grown used to violence, but there was no turning back. They dragged the unconscious guards aside, scanning ID badges that Ashley reprogrammed on the spot. The heavy steel doors hissed open, revealing a long corridor lit by fluorescent tubes that buzzed like trapped insects. Inside, they encountered labyrinthine hallways, each leading to sealed chambers, labs, and offices. Helena led the way, occasionally stopping to check readouts on her disruptor. "We need the main reactor room. That's where the quantum device draws its power. If we can sever the resonance core, we can shut it down, or blow it up if necessary." They passed through a corridor lined with thick glass, windows showcasing bizarre equipment, cylindrical tanks filled with luminescent fluid, twisted metallic structures pulsing with an eerie violet glow. Helena's face was tight with anger and regret. "They've refined everything we worked on. I never wanted it used like this." Suddenly an alarm wailed. Red lights flashed overhead. "They know we're here," Rafe hissed. The group sprinted through winding passages, narrowly dodging squads of armed personnel. Tyler's heart jackhammered in his chest. Every corridor felt like a trap. They ducked into a storage area, breath steaming in the chilled air. "Too many guards," Ashley panted. "We need a diversion." Helena nodded, checking her disruptor. "If I can overload one of these secondary nodes, it might temporarily knock out the base's power, but it'll bring them running." "That might be our only shot," Rafe agreed. They found a small sub-reactor control room behind a locked door. Ashley hacked the panel while the rest stood guard. The door hissed open, revealing a chamber lined with thick cables and server racks humming with unnatural energy. Helena hurried to the central console, her hands shaking slightly as she rewired circuits. "Cover me," she said, voice taut. Rafe and Tyler took defensive positions at the entrance, readying for the onslaught they were sure would come. Ashley hovered by Helena's side, occasionally pointing out system prompts. "Careful. You don't want to fry the wrong subsystem or we'll lose the disruptor feed. A distant thud signalled an approaching security detail. Another alarm blared, deeper in pitch, signalling a containment breach. The building shuddered, the early flickers of the sabotage. Helena gave a final twist to a cable and pressed a sequence of commands on the console. Sparks flew, and a surge of energy rattled the entire chamber. Lights flickered out, replaced by dim emergency beacons. The base's deep hum faltered. "Now!" Helena yelled. They sprinted back into the corridor. Gunfire erupted from behind as security forces advanced with flashlights bobbing in the darkness. Rafe fired short, controlled bursts, forcing the soldiers to take cover. Tyler's lungs burned as they dashed down flights of metal steps, searching for the main reactor. Finally, they reached a massive chamber reminiscent of a nuclear silo, but laced with alien architecture. Towering columns pulsed with faint purple energy. In the centre, suspended by thick cables, hung a black sphere about 10 feet in diameter. Strange markings crawled across its surface, occasionally glowing in patterns that resembled script. "The quantum device," Helena breathed. "It's already primed." At that moment, footsteps thundered behind them. A phalanx of armed soldiers rushed in. Leading them was General Alexander Pike himself, garbed in tactical gear, face grim. Beside him stood Victor Carlyle in an immaculate suit, his hair slicked back, eyes gleaming with cold triumph. "You just couldn't leave well enough alone, Wheeler," Carlyle said, voice echoing in the cavernous chamber. "After all these centuries, did you really think a handful of renegades could stop this?" Pike raised a hand, and the soldiers aimed their weapons. "Stand down, all of you. Hand over the disruptor." Rafe's grip tightened on his rifle. Ashley, panting, clutched her side. Tyler noticed Helena's gaze flick between Carlyle, the quantum device, and the cables overhead. Then a new presence emerged from the shadows. A tall, hooded figure with an unsettling aura. It wore a sleek, dark robe that seemed to shift in the dim light. Even from a distance, Tyler sensed its intelligence. Ancient and inhuman. The Overseer. No one spoke as it drifted forward, each movement fluid, almost as if gravity had a different hold on it. When it finally spoke, the voice was neither masculine nor feminine, but a resonant chord that rattled the nerves. "You have come far, Tyler Wheeler," it said, turning its shrouded visage toward him. "Your ancestors helped sow the seeds of this new epoch. It is ironic you now seek to uproot them." Tyler felt a surge of nausea. What are you?" The Overseer's hood shifted, revealing only a vague shape. "We are the Watchers, the stewards of your species' evolution. This mission was born from the folly of man, but guided by us toward inevitable ascension." Carlyle stepped forward, his voice reverent. "We're on the brink of a new age, guided by them. Humanity's petty squabbles end, and a more perfect order emerges." Helena's eyes blazed with defiance. "You mean genocide? Billions dead, just so a few can reign over the ruins. How is that evolution?" The Overseer seemed to regard her coldly. "Every world must choose its path. Some embrace order, others fall. We have chosen to guide those willing to see the necessity of sacrifice." Tyler's anger flared. "That's not your choice to make. This is our world." Pike raised his weapon, muzzle trained on Tyler's chest. "Sentimentality. We do what must be done." Time slowed. Helena's hand darted toward the disruptor, flipping a hidden switch. The device hummed. For an instant, Tyler wondered if it would even work. Then a burst of energy pulsed outward. The soldiers staggered, reeling from sudden feedback in their earpieces. Carlyle grabbed his temples, howling. The Overseer hissed, a spine-chilling sound. Sparks danced around the alien sphere, cables crackling. The entire chamber flickered as if reality itself had been jolted. Rafe seized the moment, unleashing covering fire. The team dove behind large crates as bullets ricocheted. Pike shouted orders, but confusion reigned. Some of his men collapsed, disoriented by the disruptor's high-frequency wave. Carlyle stumbled, eyes wild. The overseer glided backward, momentarily destabilized by the resonance. Helena frantically adjusted the disruptor's settings. One more surge might overload the device. It could destroy everything in here, including us. Tyler locked eyes with her. We have no choice. Do it. She recalibrated the disruptor, but a warning beep indicated critical instability. The quantum sphere pulsed dangerously, the alien markings flaring from purple to crimson. The hum intensified to a shriek. "We have to detach the main cable," Helena shouted over the roar. "Manual release up there." She pointed to a high catwalk. Tyler didn't hesitate. He bolted for the nearby ladder, ignoring Rafe's shout to wait. Bullets whizzed by. He climbed, arms shaking. The metal catwalk swayed. Down below, the overseer's robed form raised an elongated arm, emitting a bizarre energy wave that knocked several soldiers off their feet. Tyler reached the cable, a thick, pulsating conduit of alien alloy. A handle mechanism glowed, refusing to budge under normal force. Summoning every ounce of strength, he yanked on the release lever. At first it held fast. Then with a groan, the coupling burst free. The cable whipped about, sparks flying, and the quantum sphere's glow faltered. Below, the overseer let out an unearthly wail, perhaps sensing the mission's unravelling. Pike cursed, levelling his weapon at Helena. Before he could fire, Rafe tackled him, the two men crashing into a tangle of cables. Carlyle, half dazed, tried to flee, but Ashley's quick shot to his leg sent him sprawling, shouting in agony. The sphere flickered, light strobing dangerously. Overhead, speakers crackled with a computerized warning. Catastrophic resonance imbalance detected. Evacuate immediately. Tyler scrambled down the ladder, nearly losing his footing as the catwalk lurched. The entire facility was in meltdown. White-hot arcs of energy crackled from the severed cable. Helena, disruptor in hand, rushed toward the sphere's control console, determined to deal the final blow. And then the overseer moved with inhuman speed, crossing the chamber in seconds. Its robe flared, revealing slender, elongated limbs. It lashed out, striking Helena's arm. She cried out, dropping the disruptor. The device skittered across the floor, dangerously close to the swirling energies. Ashley scooped up a fallen rifle, firing in short bursts. Sparks danced along the overseer's form. It recoiled, shuddering, as if the bullets disrupted some protective field. Rafe, stumbling away from Pike's limp body, grabbed Helena, pulling her to safety. Tyler saw the disruptor lying amid debris, so close to the flickering cables that his hair stood on end from the static charge. He lunged for it, ignoring the searing pain in his fingertips as arcs of energy lashed out. He seized the disruptor. Helena's eyes met his, fear mingling with resolve. The sphere overhead raged, flickering between violet, red, and black. The entire facility thundered. Tyler jammed the disruptor into the console, pressing its manual. Override. A final, deafening surge of feedback rocked the chamber. The sphere cracked like an egg, releasing a blinding burst of energy that blasted outward. Tyler's vision went white. When Tyler Wheeler's vision cleared, he found himself sprawled on the cold metal floor, ears ringing and everything tinted in flickering red light. Smoke billowed from ruptured conduits, and sparks rained from shattered fixtures. Somewhere in the distance, an alarm droned like a dying animal. He forced himself upright, blinking away the haze. The quantum sphere now hung lifeless, fractured down its centre. Strange, viscous fluids seeped from its cracked shell, steaming on the floor. Whatever energy it once harboured had been unleashed, or spent. The Overseer lay collapsed near the control console, its robe torn. Its elongated limbs twitched, attempting to stand but failing. The disruptor had done catastrophic damage to the device it had guided for centuries and possibly to itself. Tyler felt a strange mixture of dread and pity as he watched the alien being struggle in vain. General Pike's body lay slumped against a pile of debris, silent. Victor Carlyle was pinned under a fallen girder, moaning and clawing at the air. One of his legs was twisted at an impossible angle. The once impeccable mogul now looked like a trapped animal. Rafe DeLuca, Helena Moore and Ashley Winters emerged from behind a half-collapsed partition. Their clothes were singed, hair matted with sweat and dust, but they were alive. Helena clutched at her bruised arm while Ashley helped prop her up. Rafe, weapon still in hand, scanned the chamber for threats. "Tyler," Rafe called, relief flooding his voice. "You all right?" Tyler coughed. "Been better." Helena hurried over to inspect the quantum device's remains, gingerly stepping through the wreckage. The sphere is cracked wide open. The resonance meltdown must have neutralized it. But the facility is unstable. We have to leave now. An ominous rumble echoed through the base. The overhead console flickered, then spat out a computerized warning. Containment breach in progress. Reactor meltdown imminent. Ashley's eyes widened. If the meltdown hits the deeper levels, it might trigger a bigger explosion, or cause a chain reaction with whatever alien hardware is still active. Rafe nodded grimly. "We can't let a massive blast go off here. Who knows what effect it might have on the region? The fallback plan was to sabotage the device, but we never planned for a meltdown of this scale." Helena's gaze darted to the broken disruptor. "We might still be able to override the meltdown sequence from the main control station, but someone has to stay behind to operate it. And with the system in this state, it's basically a suicide mission." Tyler felt a surge of horror, but also a grim acceptance. We can't let the Highlands be contaminated, or worse. If this place blows with alien technology, inside it could ignite the geophysical nightmares we were trying to prevent. Ashley set her jaw. "We'll do what we have to. Maybe we can set it on a timer." "No time," Helena cut in, scanning the battered terminals. "It has to be done manually. The meltdown sequence is locked behind multiple fail-safes." Before anyone could argue, Tyler stepped forward. "I'll do it." Rafe shook his head fiercely. "No. We came this far together, Tyler. We can find another way." But Tyler simply looked at the shattered sphere, the broken body of the Overseer, and the entire conspiracy that had nearly claimed the planet. He remembered all the revelations, centuries of manipulation, wars orchestrated, countless lives sacrificed. He thought of the legacy his own ancestors had played in paving the way for this mission. "I started this," Tyler said, voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "I stumbled on the truth, and all of you risk your lives. I can't ask you to stay. Besides, I'm the one who has to break this chain for good." Helena's eyes brimmed. She gently placed her uninjured hand on Tyler's shoulder. "Let me help you. I can at least show you which overrides to engage." Rafe and Ashley exchanged haunted looks, but knew time was short. The facility shuddered again, metal groaning. Over the PA system, a robotic voice droned. 90 seconds to melt down. Across the chamber, Carlyle let out a pained shriek, still trapped. Rafe spared him a final glance. "He's done. There's no saving him." They made their decision in a heartbeat. Ashley rummaged for any data or physical evidence they could carry out. Rafe helped Helena stand. Tyler steeled himself, stepping over shattered glass to reach a half-functional control station. "Tyler," Rafe said softly. "Thank you." Tyler nodded, swallowing hard. "Get out. Expose everything. Don't let them spin this." As Ashley and Rafe supported Helena, they broke into a run, heading back through the scorched corridors. Tyler's heart clenched watching them go. For a fraction of a moment he considered following, but no, the meltdown had to be contained. He set to work on the console, sweat and soot dripping down his face. Helena had pointed out the meltdown override, a nest of controls with a final manual lever that would divert the reactor's energy into a sealed reservoir. The process would blow out the reservoir, but keep the chain reaction from tearing through the rest of the facility. The overseer let out a rattling hiss, propping itself against a broken column. Tyler glanced over. He could feel the alien's disapproval and ageless malice in those half-obscured features. He pressed the override codes, lights flashing in frantic protest. A screen flickered. Manual release in T-minus 45 seconds. He could barely hear the system voice over the collapsing ceiling panels and crackle of electricity. Summoning the last of his courage, Tyler slammed the final lever. Gears ground, sending shockwaves through the entire reactor chamber. He braced himself as a wave of scorching air rushed past, extinguishing the overhead lights. Rafe, Ashley and Helena sprinted through the base, dodging falling debris and leaping over collapsed walkways. The walls shook violently. Sections of the ceiling caved in, revealing a storm-lashed sky above. Rain poured through the jagged opening, sizzling on superheated machinery. They barely made it out the main entrance before it groaned and buckled. The hillside itself seemed to cave, swallowing half the structure into a sinkhole of twisted steel and burning rubble. A blast of wind knocked them off their feet. Dust and debris swirled in a maelstrom of chaos. When the roar subsided, they looked back at the partially sunken facility. Smoke and flickering fires dotted the landscape, but it didn't appear the meltdown had spread beyond the immediate site. Tyler had done it. He'd contained the explosion, sacrificing himself so that billions could live free from alien-imposed catastrophe. Helena sank to her knees, tears mixing with the rain on her face. "He saved us all," she whispered, her voice breaking. Rafe bowed his head, fists clenched in silent rage and sorrow. Ashley gently rested a hand on Helena's shoulder, eyes full of a grief that mirrored both loss and relief. Their reprieve was shattered by the sound of helicopter rotors. For a heartbeat they tensed, expecting another wave of conspirators. But the craft bore UN markings. Word of the meltdown must have spread, or perhaps local authorities reported an explosion. The battered trio steeled themselves to reveal the truth. News outlets around the world lit up with rumours of a mysterious explosion in the Scottish Highlands. Official statements from various governments contradicted each other, some claiming it was a natural gas pocket, others hinting at a rogue military test. Yet the infiltration team, Rafe, Helena and Ashley, quietly reached out to trusted journalists, whistleblowers and international watchdogs. Carlyle Holdings collapsed under scandal. Evidence of illegal arms dealings, financial manipulations and covert warmongering surfaced. Victor Carlyle, found half dead at the site, lay in a military hospital under heavy guard, facing charges of treason and crimes against humanity. General Pike was declared dead, his involvement in a global conspiracy overshadowing any national accolades he once held. Documents and data leaked by Ashley exposed the centuries-old infiltration by an alien alliance. Though many dismissed the claims as outlandish, enough evidence forced governments worldwide to confront uncomfortable questions. Rumours circulated of covert hearings at the UN, top brass called to testify in closed-door sessions. In the public domain, the Anglo-Saxon mission was dismissed by official sources as a fringe conspiracy theory. But behind closed doors, it caused a seismic shift in global politics. The nuclear tensions orchestrated by Carlyle and Pike's conspirators began to subside, the world's eyes struggling to refocus on the possibility that humanity had nearly been manipulated into its own extinction. Helena Moore, scarred but resolute, worked with an underground team of scientists to ensure that any further traces of alien technology were either neutralised or disclosed. Ashley Winters continued her hacking crusade, systematically dismantling hidden networks the conspirators had set up over decades. Rafe DeLuca, haunted by Tyler's sacrifice, quietly formed a new coalition of free agents dedicated to rooting out what remained of the mission's influence. The lingering question was whether the Overseer truly perished in the meltdown. Some whispers suggested it might have escaped, or that others of its kind still lurked in hidden enclaves, waiting to resume the grand experiment. In a world rife with secrets, only time would tell if humanity's brush with annihilation was truly over. On a drizzly afternoon, Rafe stood at the edge of a modest memorial in a secluded part of the English countryside, an unmarked stone beneath a towering oak. He placed a single flower there, water droplets running off the petals. "This was the least we could do," Helena said softly, joining him. Ashley lingered nearby, eyes downcast. Rafe nodded, voice gruff with emotion. Tyler Wheeler believed in the truth. He believed that no matter how vast the conspiracy, or how powerful the oppressors, standing up for what's right mattered. Because if no one does, we lose our humanity. Helena placed her hand on the stone. He changed everything. In the end, we exposed them. We're still here, still fighting, and we have Tyler to thank for that. A breeze rattled the leaves overhead, as though echoing that sentiment. They stood in silence, letting their grief mingle with gratitude. None of them knew if the Overseer's threat was truly gone, or if a new shadow would rise to replace it. But they did know that Tyler's legacy would carry on in every act of resistance against the hidden forces that sought to mould the world in their own image. As they turned to leave, the clouds parted just enough for a brief shaft of sunlight to illuminate the stone. Perhaps it was a coincidence of weather, or perhaps something more profound. A small sign that in the unending struggle between darkness and light, hope still found a way to endure. Proof of failure. The broadcast did not arrive as a sound. It arrived as a vibration in the marrow of the bone, a harmonic frequency that bypassed the ears and hummed directly into the skulls of every living soul on Earth. The needle-like spire of the Karsing Ridge punctured the cloud line, a 400-metre spike of obsidian geometry. Its surface did not reflect the harsh alpine sun. Instead, it drank the light, shifting in slow, agonizing patterns that looked like math given physical form. "Decryption complete," Dr. Elin Cross's voice cracked through the tactical net, strained by the G-force of the command transport. "The signal is a binary verdict, Commander. It's repeating on every band, satellites, shortwave, even the deep-sea cables." Commander Hale Vera gripped the handles of the drop bay. Below, the mountain range was a jagged spine of ice and rock. The transmitter sat atop it like a splinter in a wound. "Give it to me straight. Cross," Vera ordered. "Planetary status. Failed," Cross read. "Neutralization coordinates transmitting." "Failed?" Vera's eyes locked on the needle. "The hell we have. Strike package Alpha. You are cleared hot. Erase that thing from the map." 4 Raptor K stealth bombers banked out of the high-altitude haze. They dropped like hawks, their bays snapping open to release a swarm of hypersonic missiles. The ordnance ignited, carving white scars across the bruised purple of the twilight sky. The transmitter did not fire back. It simply existed. As the first missile crossed the 3-kilometre perimeter, the air itself fractured. A lattice of invisible force planes sharp as monofilament wire shimmered into existence for a microsecond. A high-altitude reconnaissance drone trailing the missiles flew directly into the grid. It didn't explode. It simply ceased to be a single unit. The machine was diced into centimetre-perfect cubes that tumbled silently into the tree line below, a rain of technical confetti. Missiles are losing lock, the lead pilot screamed over the comms. The hypersonic projectiles designed to track thermal and radar signatures with surgical precision suddenly veered. They curved away from the spire in impossible high-G arcs. The guidance system screamed as the missiles slammed into the granite base of the ridge, 3 miles wide of the target. The mountain shook. A plume of pulverized rock and ancient ice geysered into the air, but the needle remained untouched. "Vera, the mountain is reacting," Cross shouted. Her data feed showed the topographical map of Karsing warping in real time. "It's not just a structure. The whole ridge is part of the system." "Adjust and re-engage," Vera barked. "Bring the bombers in closer. Use the railguns. Don't trust the guidance." The 2 lead stealth bombers dipped lower, pushing into the thin atmosphere of the peak. They throttled up, their engines roaring against the thinning oxygen. Suddenly the air distorted. A gravity shear field, a localized violent warping of space, erupted between the 2 aircraft. The left wing of the lead Raptor K folded upward as if gripped by a giant invisible hand. The pilot struggled to compensate, but the shear didn't just push, it twisted. The aircraft was sucked into the flight path of its wingman. The collision was instantaneous. A fireball bloomed against the black obsidian of the spire. Debris, jagged shards of titanium and burning fuel, rained down the mountainside. The shockwave rattled Vera's transport, nearly throwing the crew from their seats. "Status!" Vera yelled. "We lost them." Cross's hands flew over her terminal. "Commander, the transmitter is adapting. It's folding the terrain to create shielding. Look at the scans." Below, the very rock of Karsing was sliding. Massive plates of granite shifted like the scales of a serpent, rising up to form a physical rampart around the base of the transmitter. "Rook 17, deploy," Vera commanded. From the belly of the transport, the autonomous combat drone dropped. Its thrusters flared, blue ion fire stabilizing its descent. Unlike the manned bombers, Rook 17 was a compact mass of tungsten and sensors, designed for the high-pressure environments that killed humans. "Acquiring target," the drone's synthesized voice reported. Rook 17 didn't fire missiles, it accelerated. Using the momentum of its fall, it angled its primary rail cannon directly at a flickering seam near the transmitter's base. "Vera, if you hit that conduit, we might break the broadcast," Cross urged. The drone fired. A 3-kilogram slug of depleted uranium shattered the sound barrier, trailing a wake of ionized air. The slug didn't hit the obsidian shell. It hit the tectonic rampart just as it was closing. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the transmitter's foundation. A jagged scar tore across the outer shell of the needle. For the first time, the shifting geometric pattern stuttered. A spray of violet sparks erupted from an exposed internal conduit. "The signal!" Cross cried out. "The coordinates! They've paused! It's working!" For 3 seconds, the bone-deep vibration stopped. The world went silent. The silence was worse. Deep within the bowels of the mountain, a heavy tectonic groan echoed. The ground didn't just shake, it buckled. "Commander, get out of there!" Cross's voice rose to a frantic pitch. "Energy spike, it's not a reset, it's a redundancy!" From the centre of the scarred ridge, a secondary structure began to rise. It didn't emerge from the ground. It seemed to unfold from the air itself, a shimmering, translucent relay that mirrored the first. The vibration returned, twice as loud and 3 times as fast. The decoded fragment on Cross's screen updated. Redundancy, active. Neutralization phase, accelerated. Time, remaining, 6 o'clock. "The countdown just jumped," Vera said, her voice cold. She watched as the mountain continued to fold in on itself, the 2 needles now pulsing in synchronized rhythm. "We didn't stop it, we just made it angry." The transport pulled into a hard bank as the gravity shear fields expanded. reaching for them like invisible claws. "We can't hit it from the air anymore," Vera stated, strapping into her jump harness. "The shield is total. We're going in on foot. We find that core, or we watch the clock run out." The transport's alarm shrieked as the mountain below began to glow with a dull subterranean heat. The Chimera transport didn't land. It disintegrated. A localized gravity spike caught the ship's tail as it crossed the ridge, shearing the engine housing away like wet paper. The air inside the hold vanished in a violent decompression scream. Vera didn't wait for the crash. She kicked the emergency release on the maglocks. "Jump! Now!" The team fell into a chasm of swirling ice and obsidian dust. Vera's thruster pack flared, fighting the erratic pull of the mountain. Below, the ice ravine opened like a jagged mouth. Vera slammed into a shelf of permafrost, the impact rattling her teeth. Beside her, Rook 17 hit the slope, its metallic limbs scraping against the stone as it anchored itself with kinetic spikes. Dr. Cross tumbled past, caught in a swirling eddy of snow, until Rook 17's tether snaked out and jerked her to a halt. "Report," Vera hissed, checking her rifle's charge. "Atmospheric pressure is rising," Cross gasped, her HUD flickering. "The mountain is drawing us in. The gravity spikes. They aren't defensive. They're a vacuum. It's pulling everything toward the core." "Then we stop fighting the fall," Vera said. She looked up. The sky was a narrow strip of grey, rapidly closing as the rock plates of Karsing shifted overhead. "We go down." They descended into a breach in the ridge, a vertical throat lined with the same shifting obsidian as the transmitter. The air here was thick, smelling of ozone and scorched copper. As they hit the floor of the first sublevel, the architecture groaned. The walls didn't just move, they flowed. A hallway that stretched straight for 50 meters suddenly twisted 45 degrees. The floor tilted, becoming a steep incline. "Movement detected," Rook 17 announced. Its sensor head spun 360 degrees. Geometric signatures, non-biological. From the seams of the shifting walls, the sentinels emerged. They were not drones or soldiers. They were floating polyhedrons of matte black metal, rotating around glowing central cores. They didn't carry rifles. They carried the mountain. A sentinel pulsed. The floor beneath Vera's feet liquefied into a granular slurry. She scrambled back as the section of the walkway simply folded into the ceiling. "Contact!" Vera yelled. She opened fire, the pulse rounds. From her carbine splashed against the sentinel's hull. The machine didn't dodge. It shifted its local gravity, causing the bullets to orbit its core before slinging them back toward the team. "Take cover!" Vera shoved Cross behind a protruding pillar. Rook 17 moved in a blur of mechanical efficiency. It calculated the return vectors, intercepting the deflected rounds with its armoured chassis, while its own rail cannon whined to life. A single high-velocity slug punched through the Sentinel's core. The machine didn't explode. It collapsed into a dense marble-sized sphere and fell through the floor. "Keep moving," Vera ordered. "Don't let them box us in." They ran. Every 10 meters the corridor reconfigured. A doorway would appear, only to seal shut as a solid slab of stone slid across it. Vera used her shoulder to ram through a closing aperture, dragging Cross behind her. Rook 17 followed, but the drone's logic was struggling. The architecture was playing a game of spatial shells. The drone's internal mapping software was screaming. It couldn't find a fixed point. "Commander, the Sentinels are redirecting the flow," Rook 17 reported. "They are herding us." "Let them," Vera said, her breathing heavy. "As long as they're herding us toward the centre." The pressure in the air increased. Cross's scanners began to chime a steady rhythmic tone. "I've got a massive power signature ahead," Cross shouted over the grinding of the walls. "It's stable, a nexus point. If I can get into the system there, I can kill the broadcast." They burst into a massive vaulted chamber. Unlike the shifting corridors, this room was static. Tall pillars of data-etched crystal rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. It was quiet. The frantic grinding of the mountain subsided into a low electrical hum. The control nexus, Cross breathed. She ran toward a central dais where light pulsed in a rhythmic golden hue. Finally, I can see the logic now. It's a closed-loop system. Vera didn't lower her rifle. She scanned the perimeter. The silence felt like a trap. Hurry, Cross. The clock is still ticking. Cross's fingers danced over the interface of the alien dais. Her HUD reflected streams of light-speed data. She looked triumphant. I'm in. I'm seeing the judgment parameters. They've been recording us for centuries. Every war, every industrial spill, every species we've pushed to the brink, it's all here. It's a statistical proof of failure. Can you shut it down? Vera demanded. Cross's face went pale. The triumph vanished, replaced by a cold, hollow terror. Commander, this isn't the control nexus. Explain. It's an archive, Cross whispered. Her hand shook. It's a black box. The system isn't broadcasting a request for orders. It's broadcasting a completion report. The judgment is already over. The verdict was reached decades ago. A deep, subterranean thud vibrated through the floor. It wasn't the mountain shifting. It was a physical impact from above, somewhere in the upper atmosphere. The transmitter doesn't control the countdown, Vera, Cross said, looking up at the ceiling. It only announces it. The real neutralization mechanism, it's already inbound from deep space. It's not a signal. It's a physical object. The chamber began to shudder. The stable pillars of the archive started to retract into the floor. The false safety of the room evaporated. Rook, status, Vera yelled. The sentinels are returning, the drone stated. In greater numbers. They are no longer herding us. They are sealing the chamber. The exits vanished. The walls of the archive began to compress inward, the massive crystal pillars grinding against each other. Cross, move. Vera grabbed the doctor by her harness. The core. Cross pointed to a deepening pit opening in the centre of the room. The only way to stop the incoming strike is to overload the transmitter's power source. We have to disrupt the guidance beam before that thing hits the atmosphere. How much time? Cross looked at her flickering HUD. 004800. The mountain groaned again, louder this time. Above them, the first of the alien sentinels began to descend from the ceiling, their cores glowing a lethal, brilliant red. 48 minutes, Vera said, slamming a fresh mag into her carbine. Move, into the pit. The floor didn't just open, it dissolved into a shimmering veil of particles. Gravity died instantly. Vera's stomach lurched into her throat as she drifted into the central void of the Karsing transmitter. The chamber was a hollowed-out sphere, kilometres wide, illuminated by the rhythmic violet pulse of the core at its centre. Magnetics, Vera barked. Her boots found no purchase. Rook 17's thrusters hissed, the drone snagging Vera and Cross with its manipulator arms to keep them from drifting into the abyss. The core is the anchor, Cross shouted, her voice echoing in the weightless expanse. It's holding the mountain together through a pinpoint singularity. If we overload it, the whole ridge collapses. And the signal? Vera asked, checking her rifle. It fractures. Without the transmitter's guidance beam, the neutralization object will lose its lock on Earth's centre of mass. Movement flickered in the dark. From the curved walls of the sphere, dozens of sentinels detached like ticks from a hide. They didn't use thrusters. They manipulated the local gravity, skipping through the air in jagged, non-linear bursts. Contact! Vera pushed off Rook 17's chassis. She fired as she drifted. The recoil of her carbine pushed her backward, spinning her through the air. She used the momentum, tucking into a roll and firing a 3-round burst into a sentinel's glowing eye. The machine shattered, its fragments instantly, accelerated by a sudden gravity pulse. "Rook, clear a path." The drone dived into the swarm. It moved with terrifying precision, rotating its rail cannon on a gimbal to track targets across 360 degrees. Kinetic slugs tore through the sentinels, but for every one destroyed, 2 more emerged from the obsidian seams. "I see the detonation point." Cross pointed to a ring of exposed energy conduits circling the core. "The primary bridge. We have to bridge the conduit with a manual override." A gravity pulse hammered the chamber. The air distorted. A massive chunk of the mountain's internal bracing, 10 tons of granite, sheared off and flew across the void. Vera saw it coming. She didn't have the thrust to dodge. "Vera!" Cross screamed. Rook 17 slammed into Vera, the impact throwing her clear of the rock's path. The stone slab caught the drone's secondary propulsion housing. Metal screamed. Sparks sprayed into the dark as Rook 17's left thruster bank was flattened into a mangled wreck. The drone spun wildly, out of control. "Rook, compensate!" Vera fired her emergency EVA charge, a single-use gas canister that propelled her toward the spinning drone. She caught the drone's frame, but the momentum dragged them both toward the core. Below them, the violet heart of the machine flared. A wave of raw radiation washed over them, setting the air on fire. "We're losing time!" Cross yelled. She had reached the conduit bridge, her magnetic boots locked onto the central ring. "Vera, I need the trigger. The sentinels are closing in." Vera looked back. A swarm of 12 sentinels was converging on Cross. The doctor was defenseless, her hands buried in the alien machinery. Vera's breath hitched. She looked at Rook 17, its sensors flickering, its frame leaking hydraulic fluid. If she stayed to stabilize the drone, Cross died. If she went to cross, the drone, their only heavy fire support, would drift into the core's singularity. Hesitation cost them. A sentinel fired. A beam of white-hot energy lanced through the air, striking the conduit bridge. The platform Cross stood on buckled. "No!" Vera ignited her last thruster charge. She reached Cross just as the bridge began to disintegrate. She slammed the detonator into the doctor's hands and turned to face the swarm. "Do it! Now!" Cross jammed the override into the conduit. The violet light of the core turned a blinding, violent white. A massive discharge of energy erupted from the centre. It hit the swarm of sentinels, vaporizing them instantly, but the feedback loop surged through the bridge. The structure tore apart. Rook 17, unable to maneuver with its damaged thrusters, was caught in the gravitational backdraft. The drone was pulled toward the singularity at the heart of the core. Rook, Vera reached out, but the distance was too great. The drone's optical sensor locked onto Vera one last time. "Mission continues." The drone's voice crackled and died. The drone vanished into the violet light. The singularity didn't just consume it. It crushed the machine into a point of 0 volume. The heavy fire support was gone. The path back was destroyed. The chamber began to groan with the weight of a dying god. "Vera, look at the sky." Cross pointed upward through the widening cracks in the mountain ceiling. High above, a burning red star had appeared in the atmosphere. The neutralization object. Time remaining, 0 hours, 6 minutes, 0 seconds. The core flared one last time, a scream of dying energy that shattered the remaining gravity in the room. They were trapped in the center of a collapsing mountain, with 6 minutes to live and no way out. The air was a slurry of pulverized granite and ozone. Vera's oxygen alarm chirped, a thin, rhythmic needle in her ear. Her HUD was a spiderweb of cracks, the display flickering with data she no longer needed. The red star in the sky was no longer a point of light. It was a burning eye, widening as it tore through the upper ionosphere. "The singularity is feeding," Cross shouted, her voice distorted by the static of a dying comms unit. She was clinging to a jagged spar of obsidian. her knuckles white through her tactical gloves. The collapse is asymmetrical. If we don't hit the final overload, the mountain just swallows us and the beam stays locked. Where is the primary switch? Vera kicked off a floating chunk of a Sentinel's chassis. She drifted across the void, her hand reaching for a severed power cable. She caught it, the sudden tension jerking her shoulder with a sickening pop. She didn't scream. There wasn't enough air to waste on a scream. The heart of the conduit! Cross pointed toward the base of the core where the violet light had condensed into a white-hot needle. But the manual lock is damaged. The magnetic pins won't seat. A gravity pulse hammered the chamber. Vera's vision went black for a second as the sheer force of the shift tried to peel the skin from her bones. A massive slab of the ceiling, 50 tons of mountain, dropped toward them. "Move!" Vera fired her grappling line. The hook bit into a receding pillar. She yanked Cross toward her just as the slab pulverized the obsidian spar where the doctor had been crouching a second before. The impact sent a cloud of razor-sharp shards through the air. One caught Vera's thigh, slicing through the pressurized suit. She felt the cold bite of the atmosphere, followed immediately by the warm, wet pressure of her own blood. She slapped a sealant patch over the tear without looking. "Ammunition?" Vera asked, her voice a rasp. "Empty," Cross said, showing her sidearm. The pulse rounds were fried by the last discharge. Vera checked her carbine. 2 rounds. The weapon was a club now. They drifted toward the final relay. The environment was an entropic nightmare. The living architecture of the mountain was dying, its self-repair systems misfiring. Corridors outside were slamming shut, trapping the heat of the core inside the sphere. The temperature was climbing toward the melting point of steel. "Vera, look!" Cross pointed to the switch. It was a heavy, industrial-grade lever, salvaged from human tech and fused into the alien conduit. It was designed to bridge the final gap in the energy flow, but the locking mechanism, the part that should have held it in place against the gravitational backdraft, was a twisted wreck of slagged metal. The lever was vibrating. It wanted to snap back. "It won't stay," Cross said, her voice hollow. "The magnetic field from the core is pushing it open. Someone has to hold it. Physically." Vera looked at the clock on her cracked HUD. 000412. If the switch isn't held when the neutralization strike hits the upper atmosphere, the guidance beam won't break, Cross explained, her eyes darting between the lever and the burning sky above. "The failure will be total. Earth dies, and we die in a hole for nothing." Another pulse. The mountain groaned, a sound of tectonic agony. The walls of the chamber were closing in, the sphere shrinking as the singularity at the centre pulled the world into itself. "Vera, your suit," Cross whispered. Vera looked down. The sealant patch on her leg was blooming red. Her oxygen was at 4%. Her left arm hung limp at her side, the shoulder dislocation making every movement a nauseating trial. They were 2 broken women in a breaking world. "Get to the extraction pod," Vera said. "What?" "Vera, the pod is 2 levels up. Without a drone, you can't—" "The pod is calibrated for a single occupant now anyway," Vera interrupted. She gripped the lever. The vibration hummed through her arm, shaking her teeth. "The mountain is folding. If you don't leave now, the path to the surface will be sealed forever." "We can find another way. An improvised—" "There is no other way, Elin," Vera barked. She slammed her good hand against the console. "The math doesn't work. Look at the sky. That thing is coming to erase us because we're a failed species. Prove the machine wrong. Get the data out. Tell them we didn't just sit and wait for the end." Incoming fire, not from sentinels but from the mountain itself. A spray of molten copper erupted from a ruptured cooling line. Vera threw herself over the switch, the liquid metal splashing against her backplate. She hissed as the heat seared through the ceramic layers. "Go," Vera yelled. "That's an order, Doctor." Cross hesitated, her face a mask of grief and tactical logic. The logic won. She grabbed a floating debris shield, using it as a rudder to catch the next gravity wave. Vera! Oof! Cross kicked off, her silhouette disappearing into the swirling dust and shadow of the upper shafts. Vera was alone. She wrapped her arm around the lever and pulled. The resistance was immense. It felt like trying to hold back the tide with a toothpick. The violet light of the core began to bleed into the white of a star. 00:02:45. Her HUD flickered and died. The darkness of the chamber was total, lit only by the terminal glow of the impending explosion. Her breath was a series of wet, shallow hitches. The mountain screamed one last time. Above her, the ceiling didn't just crack, it vanished. The entire top of the Karsing Ridge was being peeled away by the gravitational wake of the incoming neutralization object. Vera looked up into the cold vacuum of space. The burning red star was huge now, a moon-sized hammer coming down on an anvil of stone. She gripped the lever with both hands, her boots braced against the melting console. "Status," she whispered to the empty air. "Inconclusive." The sky was no longer a void. It was a throat of fire. The neutralization object hit the upper atmosphere, a spear of alien geometry 10 miles wide. The shockwave stripped the remaining peaks of the Karvos Ridge, turning glaciers into instant steam. Below, in the bleeding heart of the mountain, Vera's boots melted into the deck plates. The lever kicked like a living thing. Vera, the conduit from the first strike. Cross's voice was a jagged ghost in the comms, broadcasting from the rising extraction pod. The Scar Rook left in the outer shell. It's an exhaust port now. If you trigger the overload, the energy won't just explode. It will jet. "I can't. Lock it!" Vera's voice was a wet rattle. Her right arm was a map of agony. The magnetic backdraft from the core was pulling the lever toward the safe position. If she let go for a millisecond, the circuit broke. The guidance beam would stay true. Earth would be erased. A shadow drifted into her peripheral vision. It was the mangled wreckage of Rook 17. The drone wasn't dead. Its primary processor was dark, but its emergency kinetic subroutines were twitching. The gravity of the singularity had dragged its 300-pound tungsten chassis back toward the core. "Rook," Vera wheezed. "Target. The lever." The drone's single remaining thruster sputtered. It didn't have enough power to fly, but it had enough to fall. It overrode its collision avoidance logic, the final tether of its programming, and ignited its emergency braking charges in reverse. The drone became a hammer. Rook 17 slammed into the console, its heavy frame pinning Vera's arm and the lever against the housing. The metal shrieked. Vera's radius snapped, but the lever stayed down. The circuit closed. "Cross! Do it!" "Rerouting through the scar," Cross screamed. Vera looked up. The violet white of the core turned into a vertical pillar of pure, transcendent light. It didn't bloom outward in a circle. It funneled through the damaged conduit in the mountain's side, a spear of lightning aimed at the belly of the descending god. The beam hit the neutralization object's leading edge. The alien craft didn't shatter. It buckled. The guidance lock, corrupted by the sudden surge of the mountain's dying breath, flickered. The object's descent angle shifted by a fraction of a degree. The mountain began to fold. The singularity at the core reached its limit. The obsidian walls of the chamber turned into liquid shadow, rushing inward. Vera felt her weight vanish. She didn't feel the heat anymore. She only felt the silence of the machine finally breaking. High above the atmosphere, the red eye of the neutralizer missed. It skipped off the thermosphere like a stone across a pond, its massive kinetic energy carving a canyon in the air that could be seen from 3 continents. It tumbled, burning, and vanished back into the black of the solar system, its trajectory ruined. On the ground, the Karvos Ridge disappeared. The mountain simply blinked out of existence, leaving a perfectly smooth, glass-lined crater 5 miles deep. Silence returned to the alpine air. Cross's extraction pod broke the surface of the clouds, tumbling through the debris of the strike package. Her monitors flickered. The global defense network was coming back online. The bone-deep vibration was gone. A final burst of data flashed across her screen, a fragment of the transmitter's last transmission before it collapsed. Planetary status. Inconclusive. Re-evaluation scheduled. The screen went dark. In the upper atmosphere, the debris of the Chimera and the stealth bombers burned up, streaks of orange light against the rising sun. The satellites reoriented, their sensors turning away from the crater and toward the deep, hungry dark of the stars. The countdown hadn't stopped. It had just reset.